Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 001. Tianyun Realm, the land of all nations in the eastern wasteland, Shun Kingdom. Tianzhou City. Tianzhou City is one of the three major economic centers of Shun State and the third most populous city. The permanent population of the entire city reaches millions. There are countless people coming and going every day, and I don't know how many powerful warriors live here. With sharp weapons in hand, murderous intent arises naturally. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and martial arts are the basis of survival, martial arts masters often have disputes over various interests or just lose a little face. So we can have a fight. Since the birth of the extraordinary road of martial arts, corpses have been buried everywhere on this road. The geniuses, talents, and strong men over the endless years have either lived a brilliant life on this road, or turned into corpses. But surprisingly, within 100 miles of Tianzhou City, the number of battles between martial arts practitioners decreased by 99%, and there was not even a single one in Tianzhou City itself. Everyone seemed to be restraining their emotions. When entering Tianzhou City, everyone's eyes will first look towards the city center, where there are buildings with carved beams and painted buildings that look like palaces. The Chu family occupies a few tenths of an area of the entire Tianzhou City. Chu family. As a Tianren family, they have stood in Shun State for 500 years since their birth. After 500 years of reproduction and development, the Chu family's population has reached tens of thousands. This is because the stronger the martial arts practitioner, the more difficult it is for him to have offspring. Otherwise, this number might be more than 10 times higher. Each of these tens of thousands of people, even an ordinary member of a branch, would be considered a powerful person among the powerful outside, and one person could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people. An existence that controls the jobs of countless people. Tens of thousands of them combined together to control 1/3 of Shun State's politics, 1/3 of its wealth, and 1/3 of its martial arts power. If one day the Tianren Chu family has the idea of rebellion, countless people in the entire Shun kingdom will respond immediately. It can be said that the entire Tianzhou City was built by the Chu family because of the excessive population. They built one residence after another, and then other people around them gradually made the Chu family the center. A huge city built by gathering together. In the eyes of countless people, this is the Chu family's territory, so no one dares to take action here. If anyone dares to cause blood to splatter here because of a common man's anger, the Chu family will dare to make him angry and exterminate his entire clan. Even if someone from the Shun Kingdom's royal family Tianren Xian family comes here and dares to take action, he will die on the roadside. No one cares. Ordinary people are not here, martial arts masters don't care, the Chu family doesn't care, and the Tianren Xian family doesn't care either. The core area of the Chu family. There is a lake here covering an area of hundreds of acres. There is a pavilion in the middle of the lake, but there are no paths or boats around the pavilion. But in the middle of the pavilion, a 40-year-old middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His long hair with black and white was tied together with a rope. There were no obvious wrinkles on his face, his skin was tight, and he was wearing a blue robe with gold embroidered on the edges and patterns of flowers, birds, animals, and insects. The wind from nature blew through the hair at the back, causing the middle-aged man, Chu He, to open his eyes slightly. As soon as I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light appeared, which made me feel very surprised. Has my strength reached the peak of the celestial realm? Is that really my limit? Hundreds of years ago, I reached the peak of the celestial being, but hundreds of years later, I am still at the peak of the celestial being. My training has been in vain, I'm stuck in this realm. Feeling my own strength, there is not the slightest improvement. Chu He complained a little, which immediately destroyed his aura that made people feel that he was the strongest among the strong. It has been 500 years since he traveled to this world, 500 years of cultivation, and 500 years of holding a high position, but he still hasn't changed his modern silly personality that he brought here from Blue Star. At most, in public, he would still appear serious as expected of someone of his age, but in private, he would remain the same. That's right, Chu-hee is a time traveler. The fetus who traveled to this martial arts world at a young age, just when he was 10 years old, his parents became kings. Being born with 2 kings as his parents is very consistent with his identity as a time traveler. A time traveler whose parents are not 2 kings is not a qualified time traveler. How can he become a strong man without 2 kings? After his 10-year-old parents, the twin kings, were sad for a few days, Chu-hee, in order to prevent others around him from coveting his parents' inheritance, without saying a word, used up all his inheritance and spent dozens of taels of silver to go to the local Panchi martial arts school. I paid for 1 year's tuition. In this world of martial arts, he knew from a young age that only by becoming a martial artist could he have the capital to settle down and gain a firm foothold in this world. Otherwise, you will just be like ordinary people, like the weeds on the roadside that have been cut over and over again, leaving only one weed on the roadside. He didn't want to be a roadside stranger, but fortunately, his talent might be due to his identity as a time traveler, so he wasn't a roadside stranger. His talent can be said to be very outstanding, especially his talent in horizontal training. It's like he was born with a naturally well-trained body. It only took him 1 year to go from an ordinary person to a cultivator in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and then it took him 5 years to achieve the innate realm. His combat power is comparable to that of a powerful cultivator in the explosive street realm. Then it took him 300 years to break through the acquired, innate, master, and grand master levels, becoming a celestial master and establishing the celestial Chu family. The martial arts in this world are so powerful that they can be said to be against the will of heaven, if we use the martial arts novels that Chu-hee read before traveling through time to divide the martial arts in this world. It is even more terrifying than the so-called world of low, medium and high martial arts, and can be called divine martial arts. Ordinary practitioners in the innate realm can live for 200 years. They have the power to blow up an entire street with one move and their speed exceeds the speed of sound. Grand masters can even draw on the power of heaven and earth and live up to 300 years. The lifespan of a grand master is 400 years. A celestial master who can soar into the sky and has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. A big city can be destroyed with one move, and a battle of the same level can easily affect an area of hundreds of kilometers. It is also because of his existence that the Tianren Chu family is able to get along with the Tianren Xian family, the royal family of the Shun kingdom, and another big family, the Tianren Wang family. They are listed as the 3 major families. Otherwise, the Tianren Chu family, which is not the emperor but is more powerful than the emperor, controls 1/3 of politics, 1/3 of wealth, and 1/3 of martial arts masters. It was destroyed by the Tianren Xian family long ago. But it is because the Chu family has a celestial being, and not just him. There is also Chu-hee's son, a grandson, and a great-grandson, making a total of 4 celestial beings including him. Only in this way can he maintain this awesome attitude, and everyone, including the Tianren Xian family, thinks this attitude is very reasonable. Post views, 98. Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 001. Tianyun Realm, the land of all nations in the Eastern Wasteland, Shun Kingdom. Tianchu City. Tianchu City is one of the 3 major economic centers of Shun State and the 3rd most populous city. The permanent population of the entire city reaches millions. There are countless people coming and going every day, and I don't know how many powerful warriors live here. With sharp weapons in hand, murderous intent arises naturally. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and martial arts are the basis of survival, martial arts masters often have disputes over various interests or just lose a little face. So we can have a fight. Since the birth of the extraordinary road of martial arts, corpses have been buried everywhere on this road. The geniuses, talents, and strong men over the endless years have either lived a brilliant life on this road, or turned into corpses. But surprisingly, within 100 miles of Tianzhou City, the number of battles between martial arts practitioners decreased by 99%, and there was not even a single one in Tianzhou City itself. Everyone seemed to be restraining their emotions. When entering Tianzhou City, everyone's eyes will first look towards the city center, where there are buildings with carved beams and painted buildings that look like palaces. The Chu family occupies a few tenths of an area of the entire Tianzhou City. Chu family. As a Tianren family, they have stood in Shun state for 500 years since their birth. After 500 years of reproduction and development, the Chu family's population has reached tens of thousands. This is because the stronger the martial arts practitioner, the more difficult it is for him to have offspring. Otherwise, this number might be more than 10 times higher. Each of these tens of thousands of people, even an ordinary member of a branch, would be considered a powerful person among the powerful outside, and one person could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people. An existence that controls the jobs of countless people. Tens of thousands of them combined together to control 1/3 of Shun State's politics, 1/3 of its wealth, and 1/3 of its martial arts power. If one day the Tianren Chu family has the idea of rebellion, countless people in the entire Shun kingdom will respond immediately. It can be said that the entire Tianzhou city was built by the Chu family because of the excessive population. They built one residence after another, and then other people around them gradually made the Chu family the center. A huge city built by gathering together. In the eyes of countless people, this is the Chu family's territory, so no one dares to take action here. If anyone dares to cause blood to splatter here because of a common man's anger, the Chu family will dare to make him angry and exterminate his entire clan. Even if someone from the Shun Kingdom's royal family Tianren Xian family comes here and dares to take action, he will die on the roadside. No one cares. Ordinary people are not here, martial arts masters don't care, the Chu family doesn't care, and the Tianren Xian family doesn't care either. The core area of the Chu family. There is a lake here covering an area of hundreds of acres. There is a pavilion in the middle of the lake, but there are no paths or boats around the pavilion. But in the middle of the pavilion, a 40-year-old middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His long hair with black and white was tied together with a rope. There were no obvious wrinkles on his face, his skin was tight, and he was wearing a blue robe with gold embroidered on the edges and patterns of flowers, birds, animals, and insects. The wind from nature blew through the hair at the back, causing the middle-aged man, Chu He, to open his eyes slightly. As soon as I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light appeared, which made me feel very surprised. Has my strength reached the peak of the celestial realm? Is that really my limit? Hundreds of years ago, I reached the peak of the celestial being, but hundreds of years later, I am still at the peak of the celestial being. My training has been in vain, I'm stuck in this realm. Feeling my own strength, there is not the slightest improvement. Chu He complained a little, which immediately destroyed his aura that made people feel that he was the strongest among the strong. It has been 500 years since he traveled to this world, 500 years of cultivation, and 500 years of holding a high position, but he still hasn't changed his modern silly personality that he brought here from Blue Star. At most, in public, he would still appear serious as expected of someone of his age, but in private, he would remain the same. That's right, Chu He is a time traveler. The fetus who traveled to this martial arts world at a young age, just when he was 10 years old, his parents became kings. Being born with 2 kings as his parents is very consistent with his identity as a time traveler. A time traveler whose parents are not 2 kings is not a qualified time traveler. How can he become a strong man without 2 kings? After his 10-year-old parents, the twin kings, were sad for a few days, Chu He, in order to prevent others around him from coveting his parents' inheritance, without saying a word, used up all his inheritance and spent dozens of taels of silver to go to the local Panji martial arts school. I paid for 1 year's tuition. In this world of martial arts, he knew from a young age that only by becoming a martial artist could he have the capital to settle down and gain a firm foothold in this world. Otherwise, you will just be like ordinary people, like the weeds on the roadside that have been cut over and over again, leaving only one weed on the roadside. He didn't want to be a roadside stranger, but fortunately, his talent might be due to his identity as a time traveler, so he wasn't a roadside stranger. His talent can be said to be very outstanding, especially his talent in horizontal training. It's like he was born with a naturally well-trained body. It only took him 1 year to go from an ordinary person to a cultivator in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and then it took him 5 years to achieve the innate realm. His combat power is comparable to that of a powerful cultivator in the explosive street realm. Then it took him 300 years to break through the acquired, innate, master, and grand master levels, becoming a celestial master and establishing the celestial Chu family. The martial arts in this world are so powerful that they can be said to be against the will of heaven, if we use the martial arts novels that Chu he read before traveling through time to divide the martial arts in this world. It is even more terrifying than the so-called world of low, medium and high martial arts, and can be called divine martial arts. Ordinary practitioners in the innate realm can live for 200 years. They have the power to blow up an entire street with one move and their speed exceeds the speed of sound. Grand masters can even draw on the power of heaven and earth and live up to 300 years. The lifespan of a grand master is 400 years. A celestial master who can soar into the sky and has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. A big city can be destroyed with one move, and a battle of the same level can easily affect an area of hundreds of kilometers. It is also because of his existence that the Tianren Chu family is able to get along with the Tianren Xian family, the royal family of the Shun kingdom, and another big family, the Tianren Wang family. They are listed as the 3 major families. Otherwise, the Tianren Chu family, which is not the emperor but is more powerful than the emperor, controls 1/3 of politics, 1/3 of wealth, and 1/3 of martial arts masters. It was destroyed by the Tianren Xian family long ago. But it is because the Chu family has a celestial being, and not just him. There is also Chu He's son, a grandson, and a great-grandson, making a total of 4 celestial beings including him. Only in this way can he maintain this awesome attitude, and everyone, including the Tianren Xian family, thinks this attitude is very reasonable. Post views, 71. 001 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 001. Tianyun Realm, the land of all nations in the eastern wasteland, Shun Kingdom. Tianchu City. Tianchu City is one of the 3 major economic centers of Shun State and the 3rd most populous city. The permanent population of the entire city reaches millions. There are countless people coming and going every day, and I don't know how many powerful warriors live here. With sharp weapons in hand, murderous intent arises naturally. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and martial arts are the basis of survival, martial arts masters often have disputes over various interests or just lose a little face. So we can have a fight. Since the birth of the extraordinary road of martial arts, corpses have been buried everywhere on this road. The geniuses, talents, and strong men over the endless years have either lived a brilliant life on this road, or turned into corpses. But surprisingly, within 100 miles of Tianchu City, the number of battles between martial arts practitioners decreased by 99%, and there was not even a single one in Tianchu City itself. Everyone seemed to be restraining their emotions. When entering Tianchu City, everyone's eyes will first look towards the city center, where there are buildings with carved beams and painted buildings that look like palaces. The Chu family occupies a few tenths of an area of the entire Tianchu City. Chu family. As a Tianren family, they have stood in Shun State for 500 years since their birth. After 500 years of reproduction and development, the Chu family's population has reached tens of thousands. This is because the stronger the martial arts practitioner, the more difficult it is for him to have offspring. Otherwise, this number might be more than 10 times higher. Each of these tens of thousands of people, even an ordinary member of a branch, would be considered a powerful person among the powerful outside, and one person could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people. An existence that controls the jobs of countless people. Tens of thousands of them combined together to control 1/3 of Shun State's politics, 1/3 of its wealth, and 1/3 of its martial arts power. If one day the Tianren-Chu family has the idea of rebellion, countless people in the entire Shun kingdom will respond immediately. It can be said that the entire Tianchu city was built by the Chu family because of the excessive population. They built one residence after another, and then other people around them gradually made the Chu family the center. A huge city built by gathering together. In the eyes of countless people, this is the Chu family's territory, so no one dares to take action here. If anyone dares to cause blood to splatter here because of a common man's anger, the Chu family will dare to make him angry and exterminate his entire clan. Even if someone from the Shun Kingdom's royal family Tianren-Xian family comes here and dares to take action, he will die on the roadside. No one cares. Ordinary people are not here, martial arts masters don't care, the Chu family doesn't care, and the Tianren-Xian family doesn't care either. The core area of the Chu family. There is a lake here covering an area of hundreds of acres. There is a pavilion in the middle of the lake, but there are no paths or boats around the pavilion. But in the middle of the pavilion, a 40-year-old middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His long hair with black and white was tied together with a rope. There were no obvious wrinkles on his face, his skin was tight, and he was wearing a blue robe with gold embroidered on the edges and patterns of flowers, birds, animals, and insects. The wind from nature blew through the hair at the back, causing the middle-aged man, Chu-He, to open his eyes slightly. As soon as I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light appeared, which made me feel very surprised. Has my strength reached the peak of the celestial realm? Is that really my limit? Hundreds of years ago, I reached the peak of the celestial being, but hundreds of years later, I am still at the peak of the celestial being. My training has been in vain, I'm stuck in this realm. Feeling my own strength, there is not the slightest improvement. Chu-He complained a little, which immediately destroyed his aura that made people feel that he was the strongest among the strong. It has been 500 years since he traveled to this world, 500 years of cultivation, and 500 years of holding a high position, but he still hasn't changed his modern silly personality that he brought here from Blue Star. At most, in public, he would still appear serious as expected of someone of his age, but in private, he would remain the same. That's right, Chu-He is a time traveler. The fetus who traveled to this martial arts world at a young age, just when he was 10 years old, his parents became kings. Being born with 2 kings as his parents is very consistent with his identity as a time traveler. A time traveler whose parents are not 2 kings is not a qualified time traveler. How can he become a strong man without 2 kings? After his 10-year-old parents, the twin kings, were sad for a few days, Chu-He, in order to prevent others around him from coveting his parents' inheritance, without saying a word, used up all his inheritance and spent dozens of taels of silver to go to the local Panchi martial arts school. I paid for 1 year's tuition. In this world of martial arts, he knew from a young age that only by becoming a martial artist could he have the capital to settle down and gain a firm foothold in this world. Otherwise, you will just be like ordinary people, like the weeds on the roadside that have been cut over and over again, leaving only one weed on the roadside. He didn't want to be a roadside stranger, but fortunately, his talent might be due to his identity as a time traveler, so he wasn't a roadside stranger. His talent can be said to be very outstanding, especially his talent in horizontal training. It's like he was born with a naturally well-trained body. It only took him 1 year to go from an ordinary person to a cultivator in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and then it took him 5 years to achieve the innate realm. His combat power is comparable to that of a powerful cultivator in the explosive street realm. Then it took him 300 years to break through the acquired, innate, master, and grand master levels, becoming a celestial master and establishing the celestial Chu family. The martial arts in this world are so powerful that they can be said to be against the will of heaven, if we use the martial arts novels that Chu he read before traveling through time to divide the martial arts in this world. It is even more terrifying than the so-called world of low, medium and high martial arts, and can be called divine martial arts. Ordinary practitioners in the innate realm can live for 200 years. They have the power to blow up an entire street with one move, and their speed exceeds the speed of sound. Grandmasters can even draw on the power of heaven and earth and live up to 300 years. The lifespan of a grandmaster is 400 years. A celestial master who can soar into the sky and has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. A big city can be destroyed with one move, and a battle of the same level can easily affect an area of hundreds of kilometers. It is also because of his existence that the Tianren Chu family is able to get along with the Tianren Xian family, the royal family of the Shun kingdom, and another big family, the Tianren Wang family. They are listed as the three major families. Otherwise, the Tianren Chu family, which is not the emperor but is more powerful than the emperor, controls 1/3 of politics, 1/3 of wealth, and 1/3 of martial arts masters. It was destroyed by the Tianren Xian family long ago. But it is because the Chu family has a celestial being, and not just him. There is also Chu He's son, a grandson, and a great-grandson, making a total of 4 celestial beings including him. Only in this way can he maintain this awesome attitude, and everyone, including the Tianren Xian family, thinks this attitude is very reasonable. Post views, 66. 002 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 002. Tianyun Realm, the land of all nations in the eastern wasteland, Shun Kingdom. Tianchu City. Tianchu City is one of the 3 major economic centers of Shun State and the 3rd most populous city. The permanent population of the entire city reaches millions. There are countless people coming and going every day, and I don't know how many powerful warriors live here. With sharp weapons in hand, murderous intent arises naturally. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and martial arts are the basis of survival, martial arts masters often have disputes over various interests or just lose a little face. So we can have a fight. Since the birth of the extraordinary road of martial arts, corpses have been buried everywhere on this road. The geniuses, talents, and strong men over the endless years have either lived a brilliant life on this road, or turned into corpses. But surprisingly, within 100 miles of Tianchu City, the number of battles between martial arts practitioners decreased by 99%, and there was not even a single one in Tianchu City itself. Everyone seemed to be restraining their emotions. When entering Tianchu City, everyone's eyes will first look towards the city center, where there are buildings with carved beams and painted buildings that look like palaces. The Chu family occupies a few tenths of an area of the entire Tianchu City. Chu family. As a Tianren family, they have stood in Shun State for 500 years since their birth. After 500 years of reproduction and development, the Chu family's population has reached tens of thousands. This is because the stronger the martial arts practitioner, the more difficult it is for him to have offspring. Otherwise, this number might be more than 10 times higher. Each of these tens of thousands of people, even an ordinary member of a branch, would be considered a powerful person among the powerful outside, and one person could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people. An existence that controls the jobs of countless people. Tens of thousands of them combined together to control 1/3 of Shun State's politics, 1/3 of its wealth, and 1/3 of its martial arts power. If one day the Tianren Chu family has the idea of rebellion, countless people in the entire Shun kingdom will respond immediately. It can be said that the entire Tianchu city was built by the Chu family because of the excessive population. They built one residence after another, and then other people around them gradually made the Chu family the center. A huge city built by gathering together. In the eyes of countless people, this is the Chu family's territory, so no one dares to take action here. If anyone dares to cause blood to splatter here because of a common man's anger, the Chu family will dare to make him angry and exterminate his entire clan. Even if someone from the Shun Kingdom's royal family Tianren Xian family comes here and dares to take action, he will die on the roadside. No one cares. Ordinary people are not here, martial arts masters don't care, the Chu family doesn't care, and the Tianren Xian family doesn't care either. The core area of the Chu family. There is a lake here covering an area of hundreds of acres. There is a pavilion in the middle of the lake, but there are no paths or boats around the pavilion. But in the middle of the pavilion, a 40-year-old middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His long hair with black and white was tied together with a rope. There were no obvious wrinkles on his face, his skin was tight, and he was wearing a blue robe with gold embroidered on the edges and patterns of flowers, birds, animals, and insects. The wind from nature blew through the hair at the back, causing the middle-aged man, Chu He, to open his eyes slightly. As soon as I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light appeared, which made me feel very surprised. Has my strength reached the peak of the celestial realm? Is that really my limit? Hundreds of years ago, I reached the peak of the celestial being, but hundreds of years later, I am still at the peak of the celestial being. My training has been in vain, I'm stuck in this realm. Feeling my own strength, there is not the slightest improvement. Chu He complained a little, which immediately destroyed his aura that made people feel that he was the strongest among the strong. It has been 500 years since he traveled to this world, 500 years of cultivation, and 500 years of holding a high position, but he still hasn't changed his modern silly personality that he brought here from Blue Star. At most, in public, he would still appear serious as expected of someone of his age, but in private, he would remain the same. That's right, Chu He is a time traveler. The fetus who traveled to this martial arts world at a young age, just when he was 10 years old, his parents became kings. Being born with 2 kings as his parents is very consistent with his identity as a time traveler. A time traveler whose parents are not 2 kings is not a qualified time traveler. How can he become a strong man without 2 kings? After his 10-year-old parents, the twin kings, were sad for a few days, Chu He, in order to prevent others around him from coveting his parents' inheritance, without saying a word, used up all his inheritance and spent dozens of taels of silver to go to the local Panchi martial arts school. I paid for 1 year's tuition. In this world of martial arts, he knew from a young age that only by becoming a martial artist could he have the capital to settle down and gain a firm foothold in this world. Otherwise, you will just be like ordinary people, like the weeds on the roadside that have been cut over and over again, leaving only one weed on the roadside. He didn't want to be a roadside stranger, but fortunately, his talent might be due to his identity as a time traveler, so he wasn't a roadside stranger. His talent can be said to be very outstanding, especially his talent in horizontal training. It's like he was born with a naturally well-trained body. It only took him 1 year to go from an ordinary person to a cultivator in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and then it took him 5 years to achieve the innate realm. His combat power is comparable to that of a powerful cultivator in the explosive street realm. Then it took him 300 years to break through the acquired, innate, master, and grand master levels, becoming a celestial master and establishing the celestial Chu family. The martial arts in this world are so powerful that they can be said to be against the will of heaven, if we use the martial arts novels that Chu He read before traveling through time to divide the martial arts in this world. It is even more terrifying than the so-called world of low, medium and high martial arts, and can be called divine martial arts. Ordinary practitioners in the innate realm can live for 200 years. They have the power to blow up an entire street with one move and their speed exceeds the speed of sound. Grandmasters can even draw on the power of heaven and earth and live up to 300 years. The lifespan of a grandmaster is 400 years. A celestial master who can soar into the sky and has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. A big city can be destroyed with one move, and a battle of the same level can easily affect an area of hundreds of kilometers. It is also because of his existence that the Tianren Chu family is able to get along with the Tianren Xian family, the royal family of the Shun kingdom, and another big family, the Tianren Wang family. They are listed as the three major families. Otherwise, the Tianren Chu family, which is not the emperor but is more powerful than the emperor, controls 1/3 of politics, 1/3 of wealth, and 1/3 of martial arts masters. It was destroyed by the Tianren Xian family long ago. But it is because the Chu family has a celestial being, and not just him. There is also Chu He's son, a grandson, and a great-grandson, making a total of 4 celestial beings including him. Only in this way can he maintain this awesome attitude, and everyone, including the Tianren Xian family, thinks this attitude is very reasonable. Post views, 66. 003 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 003. But after reaching the peak of the celestial being, it seemed as if all the potential of Chu He's talent had been realized, and he had reached the next level of martial arts Yuan Dan. He has a lifespan of 3,000 years, yet he is unable to cross the Yuan Dan realm and remains at the peak of the celestial being. Although breaking through to a higher realm requires the help of some top-level elixir, otherwise everyone will be stuck in this state for the rest of their lives. But Chu He felt unwilling to accept it. He is a time traveler, but he is trapped in one realm. This is simply a shame for time travelers. Other people's time travelers always have some top-level system, golden fingers or something like that, and they have no bottlenecks at all. Even if there is a bottleneck, someone will give them treasures to help them break through it. He has nothing but talent. Although the realm of heaven and man is already very good, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, the ability to destroy a city with one move, and being at the top of a country. But above the heavens and humans, the scenery of Wuodao Yuan Dan is even more charming. The gods can only dominate one country. The martial arts Yuan Dan can travel across the entire land of the world and dominate hundreds of surrounding countries, and the martial arts Yuan Shen above the Yuan Dan. He can even dominate the entire land of the 10,000 nations, just like the real overlord of the 10,000 nations, the Xiantian sect that rules the entire land of the 10,000 nations, because he has a strong man in the realm of Yuan Shen. This is how he achieved his current high and mighty status. He doesn't have to do anything every day and only needs to collect offerings from tens of thousands of countries in the world. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, those who have reached the realm of martial arts soul are truly great masters and are ranked first class. Only those who possess the martial arts Dharma level above those primordial spirits can destroy an area of hundreds of thousands of miles in a single thought and destroy the majestic existence of ancient stars in a single move. Only then can it suppress Xiantian sect by a large level. The way celestial beings act in front of this kind of being is the same as the way ordinary people act in front of celestial beings. I don't know which great master brought me into this world. You've got it, can't you give me a golden finger? Forget it, forget it. Things like golden fingers and systems probably don't exist. They're just fantasies created by the author before he traveled through time. People still need to be more practical. I've cultivated to this point. Since becoming a celestial being, I've checked my entire body hundreds of times, but I haven't found any system. It's time to let go of these fantasies. 500 years have passed, and after complaining, Chu He felt that it was time to let go of those non-existent fantasies. Even if I can't break through the Yuan Dan realm, he can still live for another 500 years. Such a long time is a number that ordinary people could not even imagine before. Even if he cannot break through, he is still in this Shun country. He is also the almighty ancestor of heaven and man. Since I can't break through, why not just enjoy myself as the ancestor of heaven and man? I have waited so long to practice. It's time to enjoy yourself. After calming himself down, Chu He stood up, ready to enjoy his life as a fallen celestial ancestor. He enjoyed all the things that he had not enjoyed in the previous 500 years, and his descendants enjoyed them every day under his protection, and none of them became corrupt. As an ancestor, there is no reason for me not to enjoy myself and degenerate. We cannot let our descendants enjoy all the things we can enjoy on our behalf. However, at this moment, a voice that Chu-He had dreamed of hearing for 500 years suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Billions of Sims system, successfully bound to host Chu-He. Excuse me, is this my first time playing The Sims? Buzz. Chu-He's brain buzzed. He suddenly stopped moving forward and looked at the blue virtual panel that suddenly appeared in front of him. The calm expression on his face became colorful. Excited, happy, bitter, speechless, very complicated. 500 years. The Monkey King was pinned under the Five-Finger Mountain for only 500 years. Ordinary people would have to live 6 or 7 lifetimes to reach the age of 500. After waiting for 500 years, we finally got the so-called system. Which company manufactured this system, and which courier delivered it? When I have enough money in the future, I will definitely file a complaint against this courier company. No, no, no. This company should be dismantled. No one could understand Chu-He's current mood. The thing he had been waiting for 500 years finally arrived in front of him. In addition to being happy and excited, his biggest emotion was actually anger. If it weren't for the martial arts of this world that could prolong people's lifespan. If it weren't for his good talent and his lifespan of 500 years, he would probably have died without seeing this system. Shouldn't he be angry at the courier company that delivered the system? What a delivery speed! The deliveryman waited till death but still couldn't get it. If there really is a delivery courier company, when it becomes strong enough in the future, if no courier company is opened next to it to compete with it, it will be just a bystander. With this delivery speed, if he opened a courier company, as long as his service attitude was better and his speed was faster, he would bankrupt the other party in minutes. System, tell me about your function. After taking a few deep breaths and suppressing his flushed emotions, Chu-He asked the system to introduce its functions. He wanted to see what functions this system, which had made him wait for 500 years, had, and whether it could allow him to complain about everything like the protagonists in novels. Although he is no longer at the age of complaining about everything, and is already a very, very old man, old people also have their own passion. Can you withstand this punch of 500 years of passion? You can't stop it. Ding! This system is a life simulation system that simulates billions of times. Its main function is to simulate life from the perspective of the host and the world they live in. The host in The Sims is determined by your character's strength. The simulation ends when the host dies in The Sims. After the simulation ends, the host can obtain The Sims rewards and can freely choose from 3 options. One is the host's strength in The Sims, one is The Sims memory, and the other is The Sims talent. Each time you simulate life, the system will give the character in the simulation a random talent, some good and some bad, with a total level of white, cyan, blue, green, black, purple, gold, colorful, and chaotic. Since the binding has just been completed, the host will automatically obtain a gold level talent when starting the first life simulation. Also, you can directly select 3 options in the first simulation and choose all of them. After the second simulation, you can only choose one. Every month or once a Sims opportunity. Simulator system. So familiar, so powerful, it's no wonder I've been waiting for 500 years. Know the functions of the system. Before traveling through time, Chu-He, who was originally a silly netizen, had also seen some simulator systems and knew that once any protagonist got this system, basically, it will be able to take off within a few months. In a few years, he will be able to become the strongest. Now he has obtained this system. Finally it was Chu-He's turn to take off. It is easy for powerful people to emerge from the group of time travelers, and it is time for him to take the position of the powerful people. System, start the first life simulation. Chu-hee did not hesitate. Chu-hee, who was certain that what he had just seen was not an illusion or a hallucination, immediately couldn't wait to start his first life simulation. Ding! The first life simulation is starting. In the 1.56532 billion year of the Tianyun realm, you obtained a life simulator. You were happy, angry, but mostly happy. On the first day of obtaining the life simulator, you received a powerful golden talent called Damage Reduction 99%. As the name suggests, any damage you suffer will be reduced by 99%. You will only receive 1% of the damage. Attacks that could have chopped off your neck will now only scrape off a layer of skin. Your powerful self-healing ability will repair the damage within the next second. This talent is truly terrifying for you, who was born with a holy body. With this talent, you are very happy and feel invincible. Plus, since this is a simulation, the main point is to act as recklessly as you can. Since the main character won't die anyway, you completely disregard your initial caution. You don't care if the real person in the simulation outside sees this and thinks you are being too reckless. You think the real person can't meet you, and that he's the real person when you ignore him. If you don't care about your true self, the other party will be a piece of trash on the side of the road. That same day, I went to the ancestors of the Tianren Xian family and the Tianren Wang family to declare war. They thought you were too arrogant, daring to provoke them both at the same time without even breaking through the Yuandan realm. They wanted to teach you a lesson, to make you realize that there are still many beautiful things in the world and not to seek death. But after you gave them one hand, you still went alone to suppress them both. Throughout the entire battle, you completely ignored their attacks, even though they attacked you hundreds of times. You even called in several other celestial beings from your own family to join you in a barrage of attacks, destroying the land within 1,000 miles. Finally, I discovered that your main practice, the horizontal training method, 6-foot golden body, still did not appear to have any damage. They just think you are too abnormal. Your level of horizontal training is indescribable, even if it's invincible at the same level. They think it's so terrifying that you have a high probability of achieving Yuandan in the future. Plus, I can't beat you now, and I know the situation very well. Since both of us are outstanding people of our time, I will immediately bow down and follow your lead, making your Tianren Chu family the most prominent of the 3 great families. Although your Chu family and the other 2 major families have significant conflicts due to interests, for hundreds of years, the 3 families have intermarried and have strong blood ties. So you didn't kill the celestial beings of these 2 families. Plus, since they were so sensible, there was even less reason to kill them. You just took them all in and treated them like dogs. In this world where martial arts masters reign supreme, the current emperor of the Shun Kingdom is also very savvy. Upon learning that both major families have been defeated, he quickly announced to the entire nation that he is no longer a royal family. From now on, the Tianren Chu family is the royal family. Let Chu Qingtian, the current patriarch of the Chu family, become the emperor of Shun Kingdom. And I gave you all the treasures in the royal treasury without asking for a cent. The Chu family was bewildered by the change in their status. They had done nothing, yet their ancestor had defeated everyone, and suddenly they had become royalty. Controlled the entire Shun Kingdom. But despite their confusion, the Chu family quickly adapted to their royal status. It only took a week for the Chu family, this huge machine, to adapt. They accepted what was left behind by the Shun Kingdom's royal family, further squeezing the other 2 families' living space and controlling 2/3 of Shun Kingdom's politics, 2/3 of its wealth, and 2/3 of its martial arts power. Every day, a large number of martial arts masters want to become the guest officials of the Chu family. Among them, there is even a wandering celestial being who has become the gold medal worshipper of the Chu family. This has never happened before. It's all because of rumors that you might have the potential to break through to the Marshal Dao Yuan Dan level. With the things left behind by the Shun Kingdom's royal family, the cultivation resources of tens of thousands of Chu family members suddenly became much richer, and a large number of Chu family members began to break through the realm through these resources. According to statistics, it only takes 1 month. Over 10,000 people in the Chu family have broken through to a small realm. Although most of them are in the acquired realm, there are also hundreds of people who have broken through from the acquired realm to the innate realm and become the cornerstone of the family. Several others have broken through to the Grand Master realm and become the backbone of their families. Each Grand Master has a lifespan of 300 years, making them rare and powerful figures in the Shun Kingdom. If placed in a county, one could become a county governor. If placed in a sect, one could also become a second-rate sect and dominate the county. This is all due to the family's heritage. Unfortunately, no one has reached the Grand Master level, nor the celestial being level. Ultimately, there are too few treasures in Shun country that can help others reach the Grand Master level or the celestial being level. Seeing the changes in the family over the past month, you, the patriarch of the family, feel very happy and think that this is how cheating should be done. Such a huge change has occurred in just 1 month. If you had started cheating 500 years ago, you would have already become the most powerful clan in this world. How can it be so miserable? Entering the retreat, you took out a 5th tier, bright red mandala flower. 5th tier treasures correspond to the celestial realm, and 5th tier mandala flowers are among the most toxic. Ordinary people can smell the fragrance from 10 miles away, and they will be poisoned to death without even realizing it. Only those who are at the heavenly realm can pick it, but they will also be poisoned to death if they are not careful. Usually used to make poison pills, which can kill practitioners of the same level. But the mandragora flower has another effect that ordinary people don't know about. That is, when being poisoned to death, it can also strengthen the internal organs and the body. If it can withstand the poison, it can be said to be a treasure for horizontal training. Normally, you would not care about the mandragora flower because you know you can't withstand it. You don't want to die. But now you have a golden talent that can withstand 99% of the damage, plus you found this flower in the royal treasury. You think it's fate and you can bear it. You don't believe it's this poisonous. I've already reduced the toxicity by 99%. Plus, I'm a person who's practiced horizontal training. With such a strong body, how could I be killed by the poison? Without hesitation, you yelled, "Fuck you, brothers!" He ate one in one gulp. That's right, a whole one. As soon as you eat it, your entire body turns black from the poison. Large amounts of dark red blood ooze out of your pores, and your liver is instantly corroded by the poison. The pain is so severe that you feel like you are going to die. You cursed the system right there. It was by Yang Wanyi. You gave him a fake talent that reduced his damage by 99%. How could a 5th tier item possibly harm him? You strongly suggest that the main body see this paragraph and uninstall the system on the spot. This scolding lasted for hours, and while scolding, you even scolded the main body. Don't ask why, it was just a casual thing. Chuhi, 6. After watching The Sims for a while, Chuhi didn't feel anything at first. Post views, 59. 004 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. But after reading this passage, his original body has become his own clone in the simulation. I feel this behavior is clownish. The nose is red. It was obvious that he was the one who was occupying the simulation, but he took off recklessly and beat up people from the other 2 families on the first day. Although this is my personality. But who told you to be so extravagant? Can't you just swallow a whole datura flower in one go, picking off the petals one by one and swallowing them bit by bit? Now that he's dying, he's blaming himself. He absolutely refuses to admit that the person in the simulation is based on him. I guess it was mutated by the system. It's time to start killing for the first time. After the clown had completed his clone, Chu-hee felt that the clone in the simulation was bound to die. The first thing he thought of was the inevitable first sight kill in novels like simulators. In the simulation novels he had read before he traveled through time, the protagonist could obtain many things during his first simulation, but he usually could not live for too long. You will be killed by others or by yourself. I can't escape this first sight kill. However, the result was not as Chu-hee expected. Clown number 1 Chu-hee. This rising Dongzi was not killed by the Mandragora flower. After several hours of pain, you slowly find that the pain is lessening. You actually survived. You were able to survive after enduring the effects of a single datura flower. You believe your willpower overcame the toxicity of the flower, allowing you to survive. At the same time, the system's talent also played a role. You felt that you had wronged the system and said to it in your heart, "I'm very sorry." As for the main body, you didn't say anything. Because you scolded the original character before, the other party must know about it now. They might scold you even more now. You have no words to say to the original character standing by the roadside. Although your previous behavior was indeed wrong and very clownish, you are just such a clownish person. The original is the same, and so are you. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, you think the original is just as clown as you are. Absolutely. I'm fine. If you're not dead, break through to the Yuan Dan realm as soon as possible. Clown number 1 Chu-hee. Seeing that the result was beyond his expectation, Chu-hee did not show any embarrassment on his face. He just felt a little uncomfortable when clown number 1 Chu-hee called him a clown. He felt that the other party was slandering him. He was slandering himself. He is an ancestor of heaven and man, revered by countless people in the outside world and tens of thousands of people in his family. How could it be a clown? After reviving, you discovered that your horizontal training method had made a new breakthrough, breaking through from a 6-foot golden body to an 8-foot golden body. The full name of the technique you're practicing is Bazang Jinshan. 1 Zhang equals 3.33 meters, 6 Zhang equals 19.98 meters, and 8 Zhang equals 26.64 meters. You've grown 6.8 meters tall in an instant. Defense and strength are more than doubled compared to before. You think you can now fight Yuan Dan alone, although this is most likely just your fantasy. But you, who are obsessed with fantasy without knowing it, really want to give it a try. Fortunately, you still have some self-awareness and don't try it. You were planning to break through the Yuan Dan realm and then find a few strong men of the same level to fight. But there's no other way. You're a cultivator of horizontal training, and you were born with a fighting spirit. If you don't fight for a day, you will feel uncomfortable all over. With your strength greatly increased, you can't wait to break through to the Yuan Dan stage. Then you look at your family again, making sure that they can still operate normally even without you. There was no further hesitation. He immediately headed towards the forbidden area of the land of 10,000 nations, the location of the Heavenly Corpse Absolute Land, a place that ordinary people shudder at. The entire land of nations has tens of thousands of powerful nations. Your Shun nation is only a medium-sized nation. Within these tens of thousands of nations, hundreds of thousands of celestial forces have emerged. On the top, there is the Xiantian sect, a sect with a powerful Yuan Shen master, and within it, there are dozens of powerful family and state sects with Yuan Dan realm masters. But even a powerful sect like the Xiantian sect and the dozens of Yuan Dan forces still have 3 forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 nations, which they would not dare to enter casually under normal circumstances. These 3 forbidden areas have been home to countless souls for countless ages. The most terrifying of these places even buried a Dharmakya. It is precisely because of these people that the forbidden areas have earned their name. The forbidden area is very dangerous at first glance. However, with danger comes great opportunity. The treasures of the few deceased Yuan Shen realm masters, as well as the treasures of the powerful explorers who continue to enter, are all opportunities. Also, these 3 forbidden areas can be said to be a world of their own. The vitality within them is dozens of times richer than that outside, and has produced countless natural treasures. Once one obtains one of these, there is a high chance of achieving Yuan Dan. This also leads to the fact that even in forbidden areas, there are many Yuan Dan realm masters who are trapped in the Tianren realm and cannot break through. Even some peak-level Yuan Dan beings would go to the 3 forbidden areas, with the main purpose being to die if they fail to achieve their goals. The Tianshi Juodai is one of the 3 forbidden areas and is considered moderately dangerous. Millions of years ago, this was a prosperous and powerful nation. However, suddenly, all life within it became like zombies. This land is constantly shrouded in darkness, with corpses lying in most places. Countless corpses roam the desolate land of corpses, many of them reaching the celestial Yuan Dan realm. Corpses are divided into 3 levels: white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, jumping zombie, flying zombie, wandering zombie, and crouching zombie. Among them, flying zombies are at the level of celestial beings. Each zombie possesses a powerful venom. Some zombies can poison life for thousands of miles simply by traveling. Killing these corpses can obtain corpse pills, which are the best ingredients for making poison pills. If horizontal training practitioners eat them raw, they can also gain great benefits. Because the bodies of each of these zombies are harder than those of practitioners of the same level, each of them is a master of horizontal training, and their corpse cores gather their own essence. Since it can gather poison, it can naturally gather their physical strength as well. You came here for this. The Heavenly Corpse Absolute Land has become something like a secret realm, with approximately 10 entrances, each of which is populated by Grandmaster Celestial beings. The look of wanting to go in but not daring to go in makes you feel very funny. Although you have been here before and you were like this, you have simply forgotten about it. Putting on a show of complete arrogance, you chose an entrance and entered without hesitation in front of dozens of celestial beings. This caused the dozens of celestial beings around you to show you admiration, and they all thought you were a warrior. As you entered, people whispered to you from behind, "I wonder if this warrior can make it out of this desolate place alive. His strength is at the peak of the celestial realm. If he simply circles the outer perimeter, there's a 50% chance of escaping alive. If he goes to the inner perimeter, that's only a 5% chance. If you can make it out alive after going into the inner circle, the land of 10,000 nations will have another Marshal Dao Yuan Dan. I actually hope he can't get out. I know the one who just went in. He's the ancestor of the Chu family, the celestial beings of Shun country. My country, Yu, is right next to Shun country. If he breaks through and achieves the Yuan Dan level, I'm sure he'll be able to do that. The kingdom of Yu, and the hundreds of other countries surrounding Shun, will likely become vassals of his family. As vassals, my family would only need to pay tribute to the Xiantian sect annually. But then, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money to the Tianren Chu family. Then my family and the forces in the hundreds of surrounding nations will likely face a difficult life. That's true. Everyone sees the glory of the strong, but no one knows how much blood a strong person has to suck from other warriors to rise to power. You sound like you're not a strong person. How come you've cultivated to the level of a celestial being and never sucked blood? You sound so moral. You're really standing on the moral high ground and pointing fingers, aren't you? It appeared. Whenever the protagonist goes to a dungeon, those passers-by on the side of the road will start complaining. I've never experienced this before, but I didn't expect to let my simulated self experience it now. When he saw himself in the simulation, he found that some passers-by had already started to complain while he was trying to break through the dungeon. He immediately smiled like a dragon king. I immediately felt that my breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm in the simulation was stable. Being treated like a protagonist, wasn't that stable? If this wasn't stable, how could it be stable? I hope that the simulated me will succeed in breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm, and then I'll die soon. So that I can quickly experience the power of the Yuan Dan realm. In his heart, Chu He couldn't help but think like this. Yes, you read that right. His idea was that if he succeeded in breaking through in the simulation, he would die quickly. Everyone hopes that the simulated self can live as long as possible, because the longer they live, the stronger they will be. But his biggest thought now was that the clone in the simulation should die after the breakthrough, just so that he could experience the strength of the Yuan Dan realm as soon as possible. Although this idea is a bit stupid. Very stupid. But no one could understand the situation of an old man who had been trapped in the realm of heaven and man for 200 years. How strong is the obsession of a cultivator who has not made any progress year after year to break through to the next great realm? It's almost become a demon in his heart. Of course, people's ideas change. Now he hopes that the simulated self will break through and then die, but if he really breaks through, his idea will most likely be to let the simulated self live a few more years. Post views, 51,005 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As soon as you enter, you're bombarded with a flood of corrosive auras from the celestial corpses and desolate land. This corrosive aura is a result of the year-round darkness, the abundance of poisonous weeds, and the sheer number of zombies, creating a unique environment. If an ordinary Grandmaster stayed here for even a few days, they would not be able to withstand the corrosive aura and their internal organs would be corroded and die. But you are at the peak of the celestial realm, and possess the talent of 99% damage immunity. You completely ignore the aura of these corpses, and also ignore the dark environment around you. You begin to mobilize your divine consciousness, searching for treasures that could be of help to you or to future generations within your family. On your first day in the Sky Corp's desolate land, you killed thousands of ordinary white zombies, as well as several jumping zombies comparable to those at the Grandmaster level. Additionally, you discovered 3 4th-tier spiritual herbs, 2 of which were poisonous, and only one was a heavenly spirit flower. Seeing the heavenly spirit flower, you smiled and couldn't help but say, even if we leave now, this trip won't be in vain. The heavenly spirit flower contains a vast amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, as well as a trace of heavenly and earthly power. Swallowing it raw can directly transform a Grandmaster into a Grandmaster. If combined with dozens of extremely precious auxiliary herbs, it can even be refined into a great heavenly spirit pill. One heavenly spirit flower can be refined into 5 great heavenly spirit pills, each of which can give a Grandmaster a chance to break through to the Grandmaster level. Even if they can't refine it into a great heavenly spirit pill, they can refine it into a small heavenly spirit pill, and they can refine hundreds of them. Each one of them can allow a Xiantian to break through to the Grandmaster level. In the outside world, the price of a single heavenly spirit flower is often so high that it cannot be purchased with gold or silver. It requires the use of yuanqi, the currency required for cultivation by those above the Xiantian realm. The price of the stone is often hundreds of thousands of yuan. These yuanqi are enough to generate decades of profit for all of the Chu family's businesses. The key is that there's no demand for them. Even if you have money, you can't buy them. You have to wait until they're available. Only in this kind of forbidden land can it be obtained so easily without having to compete with others. After 3 days of wandering in the outside world, you obtained hundreds of thousands of corpse pills, as well as a large amount of natural treasures. Because of your constant killing during this period, a flying zombie finally noticed you. The flying zombie already has its own intelligence, so it attacked you by surprise, but it was useless. You withstood his full-strength attack, your defense not being broken at all. Instead, you used your Zangba golden body, instantly transforming into a 26-meter-tall golden giant. He gave the flying zombie a ferocious smile, "Little cutie, try harder, I'm still okay." After saying that, he punched the little flying zombie's head with a fist 1 meter in diameter. With a bang, the flying zombie's head exploded. And green and white brain matter splattered all over him. It makes you feel sick. After defeating a zombie at the celestial realm, you found its corpse pill, cleaned it briefly, and swallowed it in one gulp, forcibly digesting the toxins within. My physical strength has increased slightly, probably by about 10%. The increase in strength makes you feel intoxicated, and you exclaim that this is true cultivation. It is in stark contrast to the previous situation where you had not improved even a little bit for hundreds of years. I've been staying in the periphery for about a month, killing dozens of flying zombies at the Heavenly Man level. I've also filled up half of the hundreds of square meters of storage ring, piling up a large amount of corpse pills and rare treasures. You then headed towards the inner circle, searching for 6th order treasures to see if you could break through to the Marshal Dao Yuan Dan. You were lucky. You didn't encounter any powerful zombies when you entered the inner area, and there was no fighting. Therefore, you didn't attract the attention of the wandering zombies in the Yuan Dan realm. Also, since you came here to search for treasures, and since you don't have the capital to dominate the inner circle, you are also a contemporary hero who understands the current situation. Here, the main thing is to hide. Day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. You hadn't killed a single zombie. If you encountered even a 4th level jumping zombie, you would stay away from it, not daring to make the slightest noise. During this process, you also encountered a martial arts expert who was at the same peak of the celestial realm as you. He was a grand elder from a sect that had a master at the Yuan Dan realm. The two of you glanced at each other from a distance, then looked away without paying any attention to each other. After that, you didn't encounter any other powerful human beings. You wandered there for a whole year before you found a 6th level treasure. Illusion Heart Grass, this is the name of this natural treasure. This natural treasure can help others refine their minds and is of great benefit to practitioners whose hearts are not yet firm in the Dao. But unfortunately, your faith in the Tao is very firm, at least that's what you think. You haven't taken it yet. You plan to sell it when you have the chance, or grind it into powder and give it to the younger generations in your family who are less committed to the Tao, a few grams each, to take slowly. This can also help you hone your mind. You think your family's ancestor is the best ancestor in the world, and you think about your descendants from time to time. It's nothing like the ancestors of some families who, upon acquiring a certain magical technique, would readily think of sacrificing the entire clan blood to improve their own physique and strength. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, a full 10 years you've been stuck in the Sky Corp's desolate land. In these 10 years, you haven't encountered any major crises. The biggest crisis you've encountered was getting too close to a wandering corpse. I don't know which old immortal Taoist friend provoked the other party, causing him to directly destroy the land within a radius of thousands of miles, and only then did he calm his anger. In the past 10 years, besides obtaining the Illusion Heart Grass, you also obtained a 6th tier celestial treasure a few years ago. There's nothing you can do about it. With the exception of a few, all other high-tier celestial treasures are in the abodes of those powerful zombies. You don't even dare to go there. That 6th rank heavenly treasure is a mineral metal, its full name being star meteorite iron. It's a special metal created when an ancient star in the sky shattered and its core fragments fell from the sky onto this land. Its sturdiness is exceptional among its peers. You have decided to use this metal in the future. Once you reach the Yuan Dan realm, you will create a fist-shaped Yuan weapon. You're a little annoyed that after 10 years, you've only found 2 treasures that aren't very helpful for your breakthrough. To vent your frustration, you cursed your real body outside the simulation. You little idiot, you're just a loser. I've spent so much time and energy searching for the treasure that will bring me a breakthrough, and I also have to be prepared for dangers that could arise at any time. I don't know how exhausted I must be. But what about the main body? I just need to honestly find treasures to break through. The main body needs to worry about a lot of things. The original body of the dog who won by doing nothing only needs to watch its own simulation. After its death, it will be able to obtain the strength it has worked so hard to obtain. How come all the good things in the world are taken away by the original body? Why can't I be my true self? Let the Biang Wanyi of my true self become my simulated self. Your catharsis not only released the anguish within you, but perhaps also your bad luck. Once you were done venting, you were incredibly lucky to discover another 6th-tier treasure, one that no one had ever discovered before. Earth Emperor Lotus, this is the name of that treasure. This treasure is nurtured by the earth and contains a large amount of the essence of the earth's power. This item is considered a top-tier treasure by a powerful cultivator. It can greatly enhance your physical strength. With this item, your chances of breaking through to the martial Dao Yuan Dan realm increase to over 50%. This is already a very high probability. Compared to those protagonists who think that a 98% success rate is no different from seeking death, a 50% probability is even more suicidal. That can be said to be a certain death. But you feel that you have the confidence to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Oh my god! Clown number 1 Chu He clone, not bad, you are very good. Since you discovered the molecules of the Earth Emperor Lotus, I have forgiven you for scolding me just now. Excited, he kept watching his Chu He passing by on the panel, and saw that clown number 1 Chu He actually found the top-level body refining treasure that everyone here dreamed of. He was really excited. In order to break through the Yuan Dan realm, he had already become a little obsessed and searched for many rare treasures that could help him break through. Among them, the Earth Emperor Lotus, the king of all earth lotuses and the top treasure for body refining, is one of the treasures he had collected before. But before Chu He got the simulator, he just looked at the introduction of this treasure and had no hope of getting it at all. It was beyond his ability to obtain. But now, the self in the simulator actually got this thing. It was as if God wanted him to break through to the martial arts Yuan Dan realm. I didn't expect that after only about 10 years of the first simulation, I could actually achieve a breakthrough in the simulation. It's worthy of being called the golden finger I've waited so long for. The simulator's gold content is still improving. After being excited for a while, Chu He forced himself to suppress his excitement and continued to watch his simulated self. That's right, at this time, he finally admitted that the self in the simulation was himself. Excited by the Emperor of Earth Lotus, you immediately left the inner circle of the Heavenly Corpse Absolute Land without any hesitation. Having already gotten what you wanted, you have no interest in staying here any longer. Soon you return to the periphery and leave the Sky Corpse Desolate Land. I randomly found a deserted wilderness. When you left the entrance to the Heavenly Corpse Desolate Land, there were no strong people of the same level following you. If you were just an ordinary Grandmaster or a cultivator in the early or middle stage of the Heavenly Man realm, someone might want to kill you to see what good things you got in the Forbidden Area. But you are at the peak of the Celestial Realm, already the strongest among those who entered the gate. Without knowing what treasure you have found, no one will follow you. Otherwise, that would be courting death. At your level, unless you have 4 or more people surrounding you, you won't be able to kill a person of the same level. If you can't defeat them, you can just run away. Once you let it escape, it will become an undying enemy. Inside a deserted cave, you adjusted your breathing, allowing your condition to return to its peak. Only then did you swallow the Earth Emperor Lotus. In the past few hundred years, you have used your family's power to find more than a dozen 5th-grade body-refining treasures, and swallowed them all at once. Although these natural treasures won't increase your chances of breaking through by much, they can still improve it by about 0.5%, which is quite good. At this time, every bit of improvement is precious to you. As a large amount of natural treasures are swallowed, the vital energy of the surrounding land for thousands of miles also gathers towards your location at a terrifying speed, transforming into a huge vital energy vortex tens of thousands of meters high. Endless vitality flows into your body. As expected, when the sky was filled with rosy clouds and the vast purple air filled the entire world, attracting the attention of a large number of martial arts masters. You have successfully broken through. You have achieved the realm you have always dreamed of, Martial Dao Yuan Dan. Those at the Martial Dao Yuan Dan realm are no longer a bystander in the entire eastern wasteland. They belong to the ranks of the truly powerful. No matter where they go, even to the powerful Dharma realm, they are guests of honor. You can also become an inner sect elder. Open your eyes, and a golden light will appear in your eyes and will not dissipate for a long time. The oppressive aura of the martial arts Yuan Dan realm is centered on you. It enveloped the surrounding land for thousands of miles, causing many to believe that some kind of natural treasure or secret realm of opportunity had appeared here. The cultivator rushing towards your location was instantly pinned to the ground by this force. He rubbed his face against the ground, over and over again. Feeling the blood-red Yuan Dan condensed into a fist-sized mass within his danshan. With a bright smile on his face, he spoke. This is the Martial Dao Yuan Dan. The most obvious difference between the Martial Dao Yuan Dan realm and the Heavenly Man realm is the change in the danshan and Yuan Qi. The vital energy within the body of a cultivator at the celestial realm uses the danshan as a container, collecting the vital energy of heaven and earth within the danshan. The quality of this vital energy is simply several times more powerful than the vital energy absorbed by an ordinary Grand Master. But, the vital energy absorbed by the Martial Dao Yuan Dan will be further compressed and purified when it enters the blood Dan, and its quality is dozens of times higher than that of the Heavenly Man realm. A single strand of the vital energy released by a martial arts primordial pill would require at least 100 strands of vital energy from an ordinary celestial being to offset it. This is just the quality. The difference in the amount of stored vital energy is even more dramatic. It's hundreds of times more than that of a strong person in the Heavenly Man realm. The combination of quality and quantity is the absolute suppression of the Martial Dao Yuan Dan over the Heavenly Man realm. From ancient times till now, no celestial being has ever been able to obtain a martial arts Yuan Dan. Even if this person is a peerless monster that only appears once in a million years, even if this person uses a secret technique to enhance combat power during battle, the kind that would result in certain death if used just once. Even if it's just a severely injured Martial Dao Yuan Dan, it's the same. You already knew that the Wu Dao Yuan Dan was very powerful, but only after truly breaking through to this realm did you realize how terrifying it was. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of heaven realm beings appeared before you, without using your innate talents, you could suppress them all by yourself. It only takes a short time. After feeling your strength and your own lifespan, you couldn't help but sigh once again. I swallowed a martial arts essence pill, and from now on my life is in my own hands. Martial Dao Yuan Dan, lifespan of 3,000 years. This lifespan is almost as long as the history of that ancient country before you traveled through time. Post views, 51. 006 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Gathering your imposing aura, you soared into the sky with high spirits, at a speed dozens of times more terrifying than when you came, transforming into a streak of golden light in the sky. Head towards Shenghu's location. If one does not return home when he is rich and powerful, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. When you reach the celestial realm, you can't say you're just a nobody in the land of the myriad nations, but at most your status is slightly higher than a nobody in the land of the myriad nations. But now that you are a martial arts Yuan Dan, it is time to let your name resound throughout this land of the myriad nations. As you get closer to Shun country, you become more and more arrogant. Even more arrogant than the return of the Dragon King. His mouth curled up to the sky, and the pressure from his entire body was released at once, covering an area of thousands of miles around him as he rushed forward. Just like a large wild animal urinating around its territory to declare its sovereignty, you are also telling the surrounding forces that this place has a dominant force that can rule over all of you. That force is called the Yuandan Chu family. Inside the Chu family had no idea about your breakthrough. When the pressure from the Yuandan realm descended upon Tianchu city, the descendants of your Chu family thought that one of their playboys had provoked some powerful being, and now they were coming to demand an explanation, or perhaps to exterminate their entire family. Just as despair was brewing, you appeared above the horizon. The majestic voices of our ancestors resounded throughout the sky above Tianchu city. Chuhi, today I broke through the martial arts Yuandan. I am so happy that I plan to preach for 3 days. I now invite all the celestial beings from the hundreds of kingdoms surrounding Shun Nation to come and listen to the teachings. I hope that within 3 days, some will gain something. Also, starting today, the Yuandan Chu family will host a banquet for everyone in Tianchu city for a month. Hearing these voices and feeling the pressure from their bodies, martial arts practitioners are stunned, and your descendants are also stunned. Ordinary people were not confused, because they did not know the realm of martial arts, and did not know what realm the martial arts Yuandan was. I just feel a sense of humility. The Chu family's ancestors were so generous. I wonder how much money it would cost to host banquets for millions of people a month. However, those who practiced martial arts knew only too well what this realm represented. It signified a new reshuffle of all the forces within the hundreds of surrounding nations. Once this news spreads, all forces in the surrounding millions of miles will be shaken. In the land of 10,000 nations, an average nation has an area of tens of thousands of miles. The combined area of hundreds of nations definitely exceeds millions of miles, and the number of lives within them is countless. The quantity should be measured in trillions. For a moment, these martial arts masters who thought of this looked towards the Chu family's land in the center of Tianchu city, their eyes filled with envy. If they had the chance to reincarnate again, they would have wanted to be reincarnated into the Chu family right away. Dad actually achieved the martial Dao Yuandan. So, the reason Dad hasn't shown up in the past 10 years is actually because he's been breaking through to the Yuandan stage, and he's succeeded. This is incredible, so exciting. Chu Zhongtian, your son couldn't help but speak excitedly. I originally thought that when the old man showed off his power 10 years ago and took those 2 big families under his wing as his dogs, he was already showing that he was still strong and powerful. I didn't expect that this is the time for the old man to truly show his power. This family patriarch has had it so comfortable. He hasn't even had to develop the family, and yet the family's strength has skyrocketed. The old man has single-handedly propelled the entire Chu family to great heights. He's incredibly powerful. Chu Qingtian, the current patriarch of the Chu family and Chu He's grandson, burst into song. Sing a song that the old man always liked to sing when he was young. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. A unique background music sounded, and Chu Qingtian's arms began to swing unconsciously. Chu He's eyes lit up. You have good taste, Hajisun, you have the same taste as me, you are worthy of being my grandson. This song really captures my emotions at the moment, and it touches my heart. Fuck it. My ancestor was a Yuandan. My family has become a Yuandan family. Just asking, is there anyone who dares to stand against me now? A while ago, at the auction in neighboring Yu country, that direct descendant of the Tianren Shui family, seeing that I was from a side branch, actually had the audacity to mock me for being poor. I'll run over to his house and take him in as my dog. I'll mock him every day. He's just a small celestial family, what the hell is he? How dare you provoke me, a descendant of the noble Yuandan family's side branch? Who gave him the courage? Not to mention a mere direct descendant, even his family's celestial ancestors wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Also, from now on, his family's offerings must be 50% higher than everyone else's. Forget it. 50% is too much, let's just give it more like 50%. Who told me to be too kind? An unknown collateral descendant, upon learning that his ancestor had become a martial arts Yuan Dan, had a crooked smile like the Dragon King's on his lips. Especially when I think of the scene a while ago when I met the direct descendant of the Tianren Shui family, I smile even more and imagine the beautiful days in the future. Oh, I never thought that among my descendants, there would be someone who looks so much like me. When I meet someone I dislike, I want to take them in and treat them like a dog. I don't even know this person's name. The simulator is really weird. It doesn't even display this person's name. Otherwise, I really want to get to know you. Seeing the thoughts of a certain descendant in the simulator, Chu-He touched his chin and said that he really wanted to meet that descendant. Just a simple acquaintance. There is no other meaning, don't get me wrong. Chu-He was actually envious of the clown number 1 Chu-He's show-off behavior in the simulator just now. He also wanted to show off in front of so many people. Just thinking about it made him feel so good. Fortunately, when this clone in the simulator died, I also became a Yuan Dan. Then, it will be so cool. No. You must feel better than your simulated self. He can afford to invite millions of people and have a grand banquet for 3 months. After achieving Yuan Dan, the entire family controls hundreds of countries and the vast land of millions of kilometers. Not to mention 3 months, I can even afford to treat these people to meals for their entire lives. Thinking of this, Chu-He felt refreshed just by thinking about it. No longer thinking about the current self in the simulator, he began to continue watching, ready to see how long he could survive in the simulator. Now that he has broken through to the Yuan Dan stage, even if he dies now, he won't feel it's too much of a pity. The news of your breakthrough has surprised everyone in the Chu family. They are just as despairing as they were when the pressure first appeared, now they are just as delighted. Soon, thanks to the Chu family's propaganda and the publicity of other martial arts masters, all the martial artists in Shun country knew that the Chu family's ancestor had broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. When the ancestors of the Tianren Xian and Tianren Wang families received this news, they were initially incredulous. They knew how difficult it was to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Throughout the entire land of the 10,000 nations, there are hundreds of thousands of celestial being level forces. Be aware that these are only forces, the total number of celestial beings in existence has already exceeded 1 million. Among these 1 million people, there are only less than 200 Wuodao Yuan Dan, and more than half of them are still in Xiantian sect, belonging to the Wuodao Yuan Shen forces. There are less than 100 people who have truly achieved a breakthrough on their own. Only 100 out of millions of people have achieved a breakthrough on their own. That's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Xian Wuxian and Wang Tianming couldn't understand why Chu-He, who was of the same generation as them, was able to achieve such a breakthrough. They think they're not bad, don't they? Wang Tianming recalled that he'd sparred with Chu-He over 20 years ago. Back then, while their record was more losses than wins, their strength was at least 40:60. There's no need to say more about Xian Wuxian. He was once the ancestor of the Shun Kingdom's royal family. The reason the other 2 major families are major families is that he is from the Shun Kingdom's royal family. Naturally, he is the strongest among the 3. His strength had long since reached the limit of a celestial being, yet he was still struggling to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. He had no clue, no signs of a breakthrough, and unless something unexpected happened, he would never be able to break through. This makes them feel that reality is magical and illogical, and they even feel that they may have fallen into a fantasy world. Reality needs logic, but fantasy does not. Although they joined forces with several other celestial beings to fight you once 10 years ago, after their defeat, they all believed that you had the potential to break through. But the probability is only 30%, which is an overestimation of yours. Furthermore, a breakthrough wouldn't occur until 200 or 300 years later, and it's definitely not something that can be achieved in just 10 years. But a breakthrough is a breakthrough. Achieving the Martial Dao Yuan Dan means achieving the Martial Dao Yuan Dan. Whether you want to know or not, the news is correct. It has been confirmed over and over again. If it is not 100% confirmed, it is just a rumor. This kind of news would never have appeared under their ancestors. Their family has existed for hundreds or thousands of years, and although there are some corruption issues, they are not so serious as to make such a mistake. Xian Wuxian and Wang Tianming, the two old men, put away their complicated expressions and suddenly smiled as if they had suddenly thought of something. They were indeed jealous of your breakthrough, but when they thought about how you were all related by marriage, bound together for centuries, they realized that if you took off, they wouldn't have helped you at all. Just the fact that they were related to the Wudao Yuandan family was enough for their family to live on for the rest of their lives, and this honor also covered them. You should know that unless a family has just been promoted to the martial Dao Yuandan level, a Yuandan family with a long history will never marry into the Tianren family. They all marry the descendants of the same level of power. The arrogant Yuandan family believed that marrying into the Tianren family would taint their noble bloodline. Don't ask why they feel it's a desecration of their noble bloodline, because they truly do have bloodline. Yuandan masters can use their own bloodline as the source, using some natural treasures to create their own family's exclusive Yuandan bloodline. Once these Yuandan bloodlines are passed down, future generations will possess cultivation talents that surpass those of ordinary people from the moment they are born. There are also some with special bloodline talents, and some excellent ones will experience extraordinary phenomena from the moment they are born. These bloodlines, with each generation lasting 20 years, can be passed down for over 100 generations. If no new Yuandan is born in this family after 100 generations, these cultivation talents and special talents will disappear from the bloodline. However, if during this process, his Yuandan bloodline combines with those without it, the talents of his descendants after this generation will be affected. Someone who was originally a peerless genius may simply become an ordinary genius. This is exactly why Wudao Yuandan doesn't want to marry into an ordinary Tianren family. There are no benefits and a lot of disadvantages. At first, the two families were as sensible as they were 10 years ago. They quickly divided their frontline territories under the orders of their ancestors. All given to the Chu family. Originally, the two families combined only held 1/3 of Shun's territory, 1/3 of its wealth, and 1/3 of its politics. Now, they have no political control at all, leaving only 1/3 of its wealth and 1/5 of its territory. Under these circumstances, the cultivation resources of the two families' practitioners were greatly reduced, but none of the practitioners in the two families felt any anger, only anticipation. They were looking forward to the Chu family seeing how they were so sensible and, since they were relatives by marriage, being able to create a Yuandan bloodline with the Chu family ancestor to benefit the entire family. In order to have a final marriage with their family, they were willing to marry the most talented and gifted person in the family, a celestial being with the potential to achieve the celestial realm, the son of the patriarch, or the most direct descendant of the direct lineage, as the marriage partner. I only want to marry an ordinary collateral branch of the Chu family. Ordinary looks are fine, ordinary cultivation talent is fine, and a high bride price is fine. All of these are fine. All conditions are met unconditionally. Before, although ordinary collateral descendants of the Chu family were also noble, they were not as noble as this. However, the collateral descendants of the Chu family with Yuandan bloodline. Haha, that's a true golden branch and jade leaf. Once she's married, even the patriarch of the family won't have a higher status than her. She's the daughter of a powerful family who will bring blessings to their descendants for hundreds of generations. Post views, 47. 007 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. As the news spread to hundreds of surrounding nations, streaks of light occasionally streaked across the sky above Shun Nation. Needless to say, those who can soar in the sky are all powerful beings in the realm of heavenly beings. These are heavenly beings from hundreds of surrounding countries, and the total number has exceeded 2,000. They rushed here as soon as they became a Yuandan realm being in the Shun kingdom. It was because the area was too large that the news spread slowly. Otherwise, they would have arrived in Tianchu city that same day. Congratulations to the Chu family for becoming a Yuandan family. As each individual arrived, everyone from the hundreds of surrounding nations arrived. No one was left out, and no drama or incidents occurred. Every powerful person in the heavenly man realm who came to Tianchu city had a smile on his face, but of course, these were all fake smiles. It's like someone is living peacefully at home, and suddenly a mountain appears overhead, crushing them down, and they can't even resist. How can they feel good? Can they even smile? No one would truly believe that the Chu family ancestor had called them here to pray. He had simply called them here to devour their flesh, discuss with them how much offerings to make, and keep them as dogs. It's just that you have to smile even if you can't. If you don't smile and put on a sad face for others to see, it will be a report. Does reporting you mean that I have a grudge against the Chu family's ancestors? If you have any opinions, go to hell. In the Shenwu world, the law of the jungle prevails. The small Tianren family actually dared to have a problem with the Yuandan family. They are so bold. Looks like I really want to eat seaweed egg drop soup. This sermon went smoothly. Everyone present received a precious gift, the lowest of which was a 4th grade treasure. There were also several nearby Yuandan realm forces, each of whom sent dozens of 5th-tier natural treasures as gifts, which can be said to have greatly expanded the Chu family's foundation. With these foundations, there are also territorial resources in hundreds of countries. If you count them carefully, there are dozens of small Yuanxi veins, thousands of medicinal mountains covering dozens of kilometers, and hundreds of thousands of silver and gold mines. Chu He looked at the words on the simulator and clicked his tongue. As for the Yuanxi ore veins, their Chu family has not obtained one yet, and the Xian family on the opposite side only has 1/3, and they have to share it with the royal families of 2 other medium-sized countries around them. Unexpectedly, he had dozens of them just after he broke through. In addition, there were thousands of medicinal mountains that were thousands of feet high and could grow 1st to 3rd level natural treasures. Such a medicine mountain can be said to be the family heritage and the foundation for a family to survive for eternity. These are things that no one would sell at all, because there is a spiritual vein of heaven and earth inside these medicinal mountains. Only where the spiritual veins of heaven and earth are located can spiritual medicines be planted on a large scale. Otherwise, they can only grow sporadically in the wild, with only 1 or 2 plants growing here and there. With the continuous digestion, the Chu family officially began its own road to success. In the first year, all the family members who were previously stuck in the Grand Master realm broke through to the Celestial realm. The number of powerful people in the Celestial realm has increased from the previous 3 and 1 priest to 30, plus the 50 celestial priests who recently joined, totaling exactly 80 powerful beings in the heavenly realm. There are nearly 300 Grand Masters among the family's disciples, and over 2,000 Grand Masters, and they are basically all within the Chu family's territory. For every 20 people I encounter, there will be one who is a master who can dominate the entire county in the martial arts world. It is simply that masters are as numerous as dogs, and great masters are everywhere. Only celestial beings can tremble slightly. In the second year, you spent a large amount of natural resources and treasures to create your family's exclusive Yuandan bloodline. This also included a 6th level treasure, a beast core from a demon beast called the Sky Thunder Bird. From this beast pill, extract the Sky Thunder Bird monster's innate magical power, Sky Thunder Holy Body. Using this innate magical power will increase the monster's lightning attack power several times and double its physical strength. This is a top-level innate magical power. You have engraved this innate magical power into your own Yuandan bloodline. From now on, with you as the source, all descendants of the entire family will be instantly affected. Anyone who has a little bit of your bloodline will have a bit of the power of heavenly thunder within their own bloodline. Those who are a little luckier will directly master this great supernatural power of the heavenly thunder sacred body. Their combat power suddenly became several times stronger than before, and everyone's cultivation talent was upgraded to a higher level. Ordinary people became minor geniuses became major geniuses, and major geniuses became extraordinary geniuses. Some people who had no signs of a breakthrough took this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough, and with luck they were able to leap into a new realm right on the spot. This is the power of the Yuan Dan bloodline. This is also the reason why the Yuan Dan family is so high and mighty. Their natural starting point is fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. While others are at the starting line, they are halfway through, or have already reached the finish line. No matter how you win, you will never be able to beat them. When bestowing bloodline power upon the members of your family, since you can freely control who possesses the Yuan Dan bloodline, even descendants born from those who married out of the other two families will have your bloodline. You are only granting the current generation the bloodline of the heavenly thunder power. The next generation will have this bloodline power locked away. Unless you agree, they will not be able to produce descendants with Yuan Dan bloodline. Although the descendants born from the marriage to someone outside the family also have your bloodline, they grew up in both families and have long considered themselves members of both families. When they grow up, they will only help the two major families, and will not specifically help the Chu family. Therefore, allowing them to have the power of their bloodline in this generation is already considered quite good. The two major families also understand this principle. So, in the third year, at the request of the other two major families in Shun State, and with your consent, Chu Qingtian, head of the Chu family, married off two of his ordinary collateral descendants to the most talented descendants of the Tianren Xian family and the Tianren Wang family. To demonstrate their 100% sincerity, at the time of the wedding, the two families announced a 3-month banquet for millions of people. They also laid a red carpet stretching 100 miles across the land, and thousands of people dressed in red rode around, scattering flowers along the way as an escort. Moreover, the ancestors of the two major families at the celestial realm changed the phenomena of heaven and earth. The red light that penetrated the sky illuminated the earth, and it was filled with joy. It can be said that the ostentation was taken to the extreme. The amount of gold, silver, and jewelry spent alone can be described as massive. These expenses also reduced the amount of natural resources and treasures needed for the cultivation of the two families' children by more than half. However, even so, everyone in the two families still felt that they had gotten a good deal. Using the cultivation resources of these people of their generation to exchange for hundreds of generations of descendants possessing Yuan Dan bloodlines is simply a huge profit. Chu He, those two old fools, they made a killing. He made a fortune in the simulator, and later married a member of my family's side branch in real life. Wait for my strength to improve, to the Yuan Shen realm or even the Dharma realm, the power of my bloodline will be even more terrifying. They are making a lot of money. Perhaps a Yuan Dan will be born in the family in the future. Year after year passed, and in the 30th year after reaching the Yuan Dan realm, seeing that your cultivation had not improved at all, you finally couldn't bear to stay in the family anymore. In order to break through to a more powerful realm, you went to the Tianxi Chuadai again and stayed there for 30 years. In the past 30 years, you have killed 5 wandering corpses at the Yuan Dan realm, as well as more than 26th tier natural treasures, devouring the corpse cores of these zombies and the natural treasures. Your strength has broken through to the mid-stage Yuan Dan realm. At this level, you want to further explore the core area, but you sense an inexplicable danger within it. You felt a great terror within, and the killing stopped even before you entered. The corpses that left the desolate land briefly appeared in other countries, expressing their reluctance to die and their continued existence. As for the current situation in another land of 10,000 nations, which is also the most terrifying one, we are heading towards the Sea of Suffering and Desolate Land. The Sea of Bitterness, as the name suggests, is a vast ocean that seems to have no boundaries. The water in the ocean is not salty, but bitter, the kind that can cause others to suffer. If an ordinary person tastes even a drop, they will recall the most painful thing in their life. Once they recall it, they will think about it for the rest of their lives, and they will be immersed in pain for the rest of their lives. Death of despair. In this desolate and bitter sea, there live many marine monsters, as well as unique natural treasures that can only be found here. Arriving in the bitter sea wasteland, you thought everything would be smooth sailing, just like the heavenly corpse wasteland. You already had a mysterious confidence in your luck. But Kahai Jedi dealt you a heavy blow. As soon as you entered the abyss of the bitter sea, you were targeted by a giant whale that was dozens of miles long and had reached the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Due to his innate abilities, his strength is not 100 times greater than yours, and he cannot inflict fatal damage to you, but your strength is also incapable of harming him. The two of you are stuck together like this. In the endless, dark deep sea, Chu-He watched as the mouth in front of him opened and breathed deep sea air at him. A super-large energy beam enveloped Chu-He's entire body, leaving him nowhere to escape. When the energy beam successfully enveloped him, a large amount of energy poured into his body, attempting to destroy it. However, this process lasted for several minutes, and Chu-He's body remained unchanged. This attack is indeed powerful, but when its power is reduced by 99% and only 1% of its power is reflected on him, this attack is useless. Luckily, I have this talent that grants 99% damage immunity. Otherwise, facing this beast's sudden attack, I'd probably be wiped out in the first wave. Post Views, 37. 008 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Thinking of this talent, you spoke with some relief. However, it's too early for you to be happy. In the Yuan Dan realm, each breakthrough to a smaller realm will increase one's strength by at least 3 times the previous one. The strength of a mid-stage cultivator is 3 times greater than that of an early-stage cultivator. This bitter sea whale is 2 small realms stronger than you. The difference in strength between you two is tenfold, even if 99% of the damage is reduced. The damage inflicted on you by each attack from the opponent is equivalent to that of a Yuan Dan cultivator weakened 3 times. Once you are continuously attacked by the opponent, your recovery speed will not be able to match the opponent's attack speed. Then this is the time of your death. Faced with this situation, you ran away from the heart. But the strength gap is tenfold, so you can't outrun the opponent. Furthermore, this is in the ocean, so you can't outrun them in their home turf. No matter where you run to, he will chase you closely and make it impossible for you to escape. You can only rely on your own defense, repeatedly resisting the opponent's attacks, and occasionally giving a little counterattack. This run lasted for 5 years, leaving you in the same deep sea no matter where you are, and you have unknowingly lost your way. The giant whale of the bitter sea pursued him for 5 years, covering an untold distance of millions of miles. The bitter sea giant whale possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. It originally roamed the deep sea, and upon seeing you, a reckless Yuan Dan cultivator, dare to enter this area, it was surprised. I just want to eat you to replenish my body. I don't have any other thoughts about you. But in the past 5 years, he has attacked you hundreds of thousands of times, and used his own great magical powers hundreds of times, but in the 5 years he spent, he still hasn't killed you. Just to make you seriously injured. This really makes his interest in you grow. He thinks you definitely have some big secret. Otherwise, a normal mid-stage Yuan Dan could only sustain a dozen or so attacks from itself before being severely injured. If it sustained dozens of attacks, it would be a near-death experience. You have endured hundreds of thousands of times, which is tens of thousands times more than that of people of the same level. This is 100% abnormal. If he could get your secret, he thought he might be able to break through to the soul realm. By then, he would be a top-tier figure in the Bitter Sea Jedi, worthy of the title of Beast King. Thinking of this, the great whale of the bitter sea in the dark deep sea opened its mouth and sent another blue wave crashing towards you, knocking you to the bottom of the sea once again. This move also caused a deeper pit to appear on the seabed for thousands of miles around. Unknown amount of billions of tons of bitter sea water evaporated on the spot, and a massive vortex appeared on the sea surface, covering thousands of miles around. After this attack, you tried to stand up again, but your body was too injured to do so. Even if you did stand up, you couldn't run anymore. You are desperate. You are dead. You died at the hands of the bitter sea giant whale. If you had known this would happen, you would never have entered the bitter sea wasteland and would have stayed in the Sky Corpse wasteland. I can only say that the 3 forbidden areas are worthy of their name. Even Yuan Dan has a high probability of death. Especially the bitter sea, a forbidden place that once buried powerful Dharma realm masters. Before you die, there is one thing you want to warn your other self outside: don't enter the sea of bitterness before your strength reaches the Dharma realm. This is not the place for you to go right now. Oh right, not just one sentence, there's another one, which is you're such a loser. A piece of shit among pieces of shit. When a man is about to die, his words are good. Haki number 1 Chahi, you actually warned me before you died. For the sake of what you said, I forgive you for the last curse you said to me before you died. Saw the number 1 Chuhi clone, and it was gone. Chuhi was silent for a few seconds and stopped calling Chuhi clone number 1 a clown. Ding! The first simulation ends. Please ask if you would like to accept the rewards. Since this is your first simulation, you can directly select all the rewards. Reward 1, the strength of a mid-stage Wyudeo Yuan Dan. Reward 2, gold 99% damage immunity talent. Reward 3, simulate Chuhi's memories from the past few decades. Take over. The silence lasted only a moment. When the system's electronic prompt sounded, Chuhi's attention shifted to it. Without any hesitation, he accepted all the rewards with a smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of memories from decades later in the simulation crazily flooded into Chuhi's mind. Since these were all his own memories, the integration of the memories was very smooth. There was no memory disharmony. These memories allowed Chuhi to understand the development of some major events in the next few decades, as well as the location of some natural treasures, such as the Earth Emperor Lotus. Wait for the second simulation next month. You can let your number 2 Chuhi clone pick the fruits again. If they are not picked in reality, they will naturally still exist in the second simulation, so you can pick them a second time. As long as no one swallows it, this thing can be refreshed indefinitely. This is also the power of the Sims system. Through repeated simulations, he can use the same treasure dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times, and the effects of these treasures will be reflected on him after the simulation is over. So although the memory option seems to be a bit underwhelming among the 3 rewards, if you discover any top-level treasure in the simulation, you must choose this option. Then in the next simulation, refresh this treasure again and again. When memory fusion is completed, the strength of the mid-stage Yuan Dan realm and the talent of 99% damage immunity were also successfully integrated at the same time. Chuhi, who had successfully integrated the talent of 99% damage immunity, had not yet felt the power, because this required others to attack him. But the power of strength. Chuhi felt it the first time. Boom! 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 The terrifying aura, centered on the Chu family, instantly enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse, the mountains and rivers were turned upside down, and the world was on the verge of destruction. Appeared above heaven and earth. Black and purple space cracks and the power of the heavenly thunder holy body's great supernatural power also manifested in the heaven and earth. It turned into millions of purple thunders that crackled and crackled. The blue and white clouds in the sky were suddenly cleared away. All the clouds disappeared. The radiant sun, which illuminated the heaven and earth, also became dim at this moment. Ordinary people in Tianchu City, and even in the vast land of tens of thousands of miles in the entire Shun Kingdom, powerful martial arts masters, the ancestors of the two major families, Xian Wushan and Wang Tianming. No matter they are practicing in seclusion, gaining experience outside, or reproducing. Feeling this breath. Looking up at the horizon, there were scenes that seemed to be destroying the world. At first, everyone had a confused expression. I don't understand what's going on. Why is the world going to be destroyed all of a sudden when it's all fine? What on earth is going on? What on earth happened? Don't they say good people are rewarded? I've done so many good things, but I haven't received any reward. Instead, I've received the destruction of the world. Which martial arts expert has appeared? Or is the world really destroyed? No, I haven't lived enough. I'm just a baby of 200 months old, how could the world be destroyed? I've been reborn with great skill, becoming the offspring of a grandmaster family. I haven't even enjoyed a few years of this, and I still have such great ambitions to fulfill, and it's all over. Oh my God, I just achieved the goal of killing 100 people. The world is destroyed? This damn world is finally destroyed. I haven't had a good day since I was born into this world. I hope the world will be destroyed every day. Now God finally heard my voice, so great. My Lord God, I offer you sacrifices every day, not expecting you to bless me, but you can't cheat me like this. Ordinary people and ordinary warriors were all in despair at this time. Faced with this kind of world-destroying natural disaster, ordinary martial arts practitioners are no different from ordinary people. Even those masters and grandmasters will have no way out when facing the world-destroying natural disasters. Only those powerful warriors who have reached the level of celestial beings can soar between heaven and earth. Maybe you can escape and survive. Humph. Don't panic, this is not a natural disaster, nor is it the end of the world. This is the effect caused by a powerful senior who has reached the level of Wuodao Yuandan releasing his aura. The Imperial City, Shunjing City, one of the three major economic centers of Shun State, is where the Imperial Palace is located. A figure wearing a red robe, with silver hair, a middle-aged face, and exuding the aura of a peak celestial being, is Xian Wushan, the ancestor of the royal family of Shun Kingdom. While looking at the scene in the world, he swept his spiritual sense over the family members, seeing their panic-stricken expressions. There was a lot of disappointment in his eyes. Although he was a little panicked now, panic was inevitable when facing such a situation. But he wasn't so panicked that he collapsed on the spot. At most, he had a little cold sweat on his head. A cold snort echoed throughout the palace, calming all the royal family members in the palace. Then Xian spoke silently. After hearing the words of the old ancestor Xian Wushan, these people finally calmed down a little, and some of them stopped slumping on the ground. Looking at the scene of doomsday in the sky, I couldn't help but think, since our ancestors said this is not the end of the world. That's definitely not the case. Their ancestors were powerful beings at the peak of the celestial realm, so it's not like they couldn't understand such a thing. But since it is not the destruction of the world, but a scene caused by the momentum of a strong man, then what a powerful existence it must be. That's why it has such a terrifying aura. The explosion of momentum alone was enough to create such a terrifying scene in the surrounding heaven and earth for tens of thousands of miles. Some of them had also seen the celestial beings take action, but they felt that even if the celestial beings were hundreds or thousands of times stronger, they might not be able to cause such a big commotion. I don't know where this powerful martial arts Yuandan realm expert came to Shun country. Such a powerful aura erupted, it's obvious someone provoked the other party. I hope this strong man, this senior, is not here to cause trouble for me. At the same time, after dealing with the person who provoked him, he should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this situation happens a few more times, his heart will really be unable to bear it. Mobilizing his own heaven and earth energy, Xian Wuxian flew thousands of feet above the palace and prayed in his heart. Pray that the strong man can leave quickly and that no battle will break out in this area. Otherwise, after a battle with a strong man of this level, the entire Shun kingdom would be turned into a scorched earth, and no life, including himself, would be able to survive. An existence of this level is a super large natural disaster walking between heaven and earth, and is a true god on earth. At best, he is a minor natural disaster. While praying, Xian Wuxian unconsciously frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Don't ask why. The point is, he suddenly discovered that the aura in this world had a very familiar feeling to him. It seems like the breath of some immortal. That's right, the old immortal was referring to the ancestor of the Chu family across the street, Chu He. He and Chu He had never had a life and death battle, but they had had friendly exchanges with each other dozens of times, so they could be considered to be relatively familiar with each other. During the battle, Xian Wuxian had already memorized Chu He's breath. He would not make a mistake in remembering the breath. The more I think about it, the more familiar it seems. This aura is not just an impression, it is actually the aura of Chu He, the ancestor of the Chu family. How is that possible? It's fake. How could that aura be Chu He's? How could Chu He break through to Yuan Dan? But that direction seems to be the direction of the Chu family. When Xian Wuxian thought of a possibility, his first reaction was disbelief, thinking he was wrong. But soon a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he fell silent on the spot. As I said, he would not make a mistake in remembering the breath. He is not so senile as to be so confused. At the same time, on the other side is Wang Tianming, the ancestor of the Tianren Wang family. Post Views, 37. 009 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 009. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. He also noticed how familiar the aura that permeated the entire world was. It made him feel so unbelievable. Xian Wuxian might need a few seconds or even tens of seconds to confirm that the breath belonged to Chu He. But Wang Tianming didn't even need to spend a second to confirm it. Because Wang Tianming had fought with Chu He for more than 100 matches in the past, and Wang Tianming had also fought with Xian Wuxian a few times, but due to the huge gap in strength, they lost all the time. Then there would be no point in fighting this kind of battle. That's why he often fights with people like Chu He, whose fighting ability is 40% to 60% of his. It's fun when there are wins and losses. He was completely masochistic, he didn't have this fetish. Therefore, in such frequent exchanges, he would definitely not make a mistake in recognizing this kind of aura. Aura was something that could only be recognized by someone who practiced the same technique as Chu He. Only then can it be exactly the same, nothing else is possible. But as far as he knew, Chu He's 8-foot golden body was created by himself after practicing dozens or even hundreds of horizontal training techniques. It is impossible for anyone else to practice exactly the same as him, and to even surpass him as the original creator at a speed that reaches the realm of martial arts Yuan Dan. It seems that from today on, there will no longer be any three major families in Shun Kingdom. There is only one big family, the Yuan Dan Chu family. It was easier for Wang Tianming to accept the fact that Chu He had achieved the Yuan Dan realm than it was for Xian Wuxian. Although he refused to believe it, he soon accepted this fact. Xian Wuxian found it difficult to accept because he himself thought that his strength was stronger than Chu He, and he should be the first to break through. How could the weaker person break through first? This doesn't make sense, at least not to him. But Wang Tianming thought that Chu He was stronger than himself, and that people who were stronger than himself could break through. Isn't this reasonable? If you think it is unreasonable, go find Senior Chu He. See if they will slap you to death. Using his spiritual power to communicate with the storage ring on his finger, Wang Tianming rummaged inside and took out a 5th grade top grade treasure. Tiangxuanko. The Grand Master wants to break through to the realm of heaven and man and become a powerful heaven and man who is above all others. There is only one difficulty, and that is to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. At this step, if there is no strong person to rely on and help, you have to rely on your own understanding and breakthrough. Among hundreds of Grand Masters, perhaps only one can break through, but with this Tianxian grass, then one can rely on this kind of natural treasure to increase the chance of breakthrough by 50%. This is the same as the heavenly spirit flower and the earth emperor lotus that Chu He found before. The same ground-breaking treasure. The value is extremely huge. Originally, Wang Tianming planned to give it to his descendants to see if anyone has the opportunity to break through and give them the breakthrough. Or you can take it to the auction of a powerful country nearby to get some training resources you need. Now, of course, it was a gift to the Chu family, to be used as the Wang family's first offering to the higher power. I don't know if this Tianxian grass can satisfy the Yuandan Chu family. If that doesn't work, I can only find a few fifth-tier treasures from the family treasury. The Chu family is satisfied. As long as the Yuandan Chu family is satisfied, maybe Senior Chu He will succeed in creating the Yuandan bloodline in the future. Yes, let my direct descendant of the Wang family marry a noble and elegant descendant of the Chu family, and bring blessings to our descendants for hundreds of generations. Wang Tianming, who had unconsciously adjusted his attitude and regarded the Chu family as a powerful force, looked at the Tianxian grass in front of him. I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. It would be great if the Chu family could marry a member of the Wang family's side branch so that their family could also enjoy the glory of the Yuandan bloodline. Just give them a chance. Even if the betrothal gift was much higher, even if the Wang family went bankrupt, and everyone including him stopped practicing, all the cultivation resources had to be used up to make up for it for him. In the Wang family, when the ancestor of the Xian family felt that the world was unreal because of Chu He's breakthrough, ordinary people still thought that the world was destroyed. One sound after another. A voice full of majesty, joy, and endless dominance. The sound resounded across the vast land of Shun Kingdom for tens of thousands of miles. The voice was so loud that even some countries in the marginal areas around Shun Kingdom could hear it. I, Chu He. Today I have broken through the realm of martial arts Yuandan and will live for 3,000 years. I hope Zhou Tiansheng will be more pleased with it. Starting today, Tianzhou City will hold a buffet for a year, and everyone can come and eat. 3 days from now, I will preach the great way of heaven and man for 3 days in the central square of Tianzhou City. All the heaven and man of Shun country and the heaven and man of the hundreds of surrounding countries, come and listen as soon as possible. As these sounds fell, the scene of destruction across the vast sky and earth of Shun Kingdom slowly disappeared. But the scene just now and the sound just heard made all the intelligent life in Shun Kingdom feel uneasy for a long time. Can't forget. It's hard to recover. They didn't expect that the world-destroying scene just now actually came from the breakthrough of Chu He, the ancestor of the Chu family. Ordinary people and those who have just started practicing martial arts cannot believe that the strength of martial arts masters can be so strong. That's simply not a human being. No wonder, since the Tianren Xian family took control of the Shun Kingdom, there have been countless powerful people who have opened up their country in this area of Shun Kingdom before. As long as there was no problem with the family that controlled the entire country at that time, there would never be a large-scale rebellion in the entire country. No matter how many natural disasters or man-made disasters there will be no disasters. If there are any, they will only be small-scale and will be destroyed before they can last a day. Martial arts masters are so powerful. As long as there is no problem with the top masters, who would dare to rebel? Who can succeed in the rebellion? Without the support of those aristocratic families, can we rely on those peasants? Stop joking. Chu family. At this time, the Chu family was silent. Tianzhou City was also silent. Millions of people raised their heads and turned their gazes towards the palace complex with carved beams and painted rafters in the center of the city. Tens of thousands of Chu family members, whether they were practicing or doing something else, walked out of their homes and looked at other family elders and peers who were related by blood. His eyes were filled with stupid confusion. Some people wanted to speak, only to find that their voices had somehow become hoarse and they could not speak. Several dozen seconds passed. The expression on the face of a member of the Chu family finally changed. Ecstasy, ecstasy. It's nothing but ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, burp. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The Yuan Dan realm that our ancestors achieved. Our Chu family. From today on, we are no longer the so-called celestial family. But it's the high and mighty Yuan Dan family. Chu Qingshen, the 26th generation descendant of Yuan Dan Chu Zhang, couldn't help but speak. As a large family that has stood in this country for 500 years, the Chu family naturally has its own family tree and generation names. There are 30 generation characters in total: Zhong, Qing, Sheng, Li, Zhao, Xiat, Zhen, Jie, Sheng, Pai Mo, Shao, Xian, Ming, Ziu, Heng, Ci, Qing, Xian, Yin, Ke, Yan, Rong, Ji, Shan, Zhao, Fan, Qing, Xian, Jing, Qi, Yan. Ha ha! I never thought that in my lifetime, I would be able to see my family become the Yuan Dan family. From today on, the two celestial families in Shun country that are as famous as ours will be no match for our family. Are they now also on par with us? After Chu Qingshen spoke, another family member next to him finally came to his senses. Suddenly, a very arrogant expression appeared on his face. The eyes are looking straight up, showing an arrogant attitude. Chu Qingshu, don't talk like that. After all, you are now a member of the high and mighty Yuan Dan family's side brand. How can you speak like that? Also, I remember your mother was from the Wang family. You said the Wang family was a street vendor. Be careful, your mother might find out when you get home. That's right. Fortunately you reminded me. The other brothers and sisters around me just ignored what I said. The other two major families in Shun country are not just one on the roadside, but the celestial families in the hundreds of other countries around them. It's the one on the side of the road. Yuan Dan family, I expressed my love to a daughter of the Wang family some time ago, but was rejected. They looked down on me because I was a collateral descendant and didn't have a very good talent for cultivation. They said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But now I am still a descendant of the Yuan Dan family. I don't know if he will reject me if I express my love to him again. I don't think so. A 26th generation descendant of the Chu family's collateral branch showed a little uncertainty and lack of confidence on his face. My dear brother, do you know what your current status is? Do you know how noble the status of the Yuan Dan family's descendants is? If you just snap your fingers now, the daughter of the Wang family will come to your door happily. To use the wise words of our ancestors, your behavior is called a dog licker. Do you understand the word lick the dog? If you really want to be a bootlicker, I advise you to leave the clan. My entire family can't afford to lose this person. Look at this wannabe bootlicker. Chu Qingyun, wearing a green robe and holding a gold-rimmed ancient paper folding fan in his hand, showed a lot of contempt on his face. He despised such behavior. They are all members of the Yuan Dan family, but they still want to be lickers. It turns out that creatures like lickers are magical. No matter how high your status is, thoughts and personalities will never change. It's better to stay away from this person in the future and don't let his or her boot-licking personality infect you. The core area of the Chu family. Chu Qingtian and Chu Zhongtian came here. One of them is Chu He's grandson and the current patriarch of the Chu family. He is a powerful person in the realm of heaven and man. He was wearing a sky blue robe embroidered with images of mountains, rivers, and seas in gold thread. He looked to be about 30 years old, with a body a little stronger than average. His eyes occasionally flashed with a shrewd gleam. The other is Chu He's son, the current patriarch of the Chu family, whose strength is also at the celestial realm. He looked a little older, about 35 years old. Standing on the ground, he looked like a 1,000-year-old pine tree with twisted roots. He gave people a feeling of vitality. This feeling can only be said to be worthy of being a practitioner who practices the eternal youth art. This technique was found by Chu He specifically for him. Ordinary people who practice to the celestial realm can only live for 1,000 years. But there are about 1,500 people practicing this method, 500 more than the average person. In the past, no matter what big things these two people encountered, there was only a calm and serious expression on their faces. Other emotions rarely appear. There is no way. One lived for more than 400 years and the other lived for 300 years. Both of them held high positions. The long-term environment has changed their personalities. But now the two of them came to the core area of the Chu family and saw a middle-aged figure in a blue embroidered robe in the pavilion in the center of the lake. Excitement was evident on all faces. Post Views, 34. 010 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. With a light touch of the toes on the water in the lake, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in one step and arrived at the center of the lake. The two of them wanted to say something, but after a few seconds no words came out. Chu He himself became anxious. He glanced at the two of them speechlessly and said, "Isn't it just a breakthrough to the Yuandan realm? Is it really necessary to be so excited? Stay calm, where is the calmness I usually teach you? You're so excited about a tiny Yuandan. If I accidentally break through to the Yuan Shen realm, or even the Dharmakaya realm, you'll be so excited." Having said that, Chu He had already completely forgotten how excited he was just now. The look of his whole body trembling. "Dad, old man, you are right." Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian looked at each other, suppressed their excitement, and took a deep breath. He calmed himself down, nodded, and responded. They are relatively familiar with the personalities of their father and grandfather. They were raised by them since they were young. How could they not understand them? The other person's personality is not at all that serious in front of future generations. They guessed that the old man was so excited that he didn't know what to do, but was just pretending to be calm. But neither of them had any objection to the other's teachings. "Very good, now they are like my sons and grandsons. No matter what happens, you must remain calm and composed. Only in this way can you go further on the path of martial arts. My expectation for you is not just to become a mere celestial being, but to become a stronger Yuandan or even a Yuan Shen. If you have anything you want to ask now, just ask." A satisfied expression appeared on Chu He's face. "Dad, now that our family has become a Yuandan family, if nothing unexpected happens, the hundreds of surrounding countries will become ours. You just told the celestial beings from those hundreds of countries that when they come here in 3 days, you shouldn't just preach to them. The real purpose is to get the people from these hundreds of countries to come over and congratulate us, so that we can harvest some of their treasures and then distribute the benefits they will offer to our Chu family. Then I wonder how much profit we will receive. Dad, could you please explain this in advance so that the younger generation like me can be prepared?" Rubbed his fingers together. Chu Zhongtian said what the family patriarch Chu Qingtian next to him also wanted to say, but it would not be appropriate for others to ask this question. A little bit, following the meaning of Yin Yang Chu He's deep scheming. But as Chu He's eldest son, it was just right for him to say this. The benefits you receive cannot be too high. If you do, some people will have ulterior motives. Even though they have these little tricks, I can kill them with a single slap if they make any small moves. The end result is that they will be destroyed and we will lose a little bit of profit. But that's not necessary. So the rough standard I have in mind is to extract 30% of their annual profit. A celestial being's power will have an annual income of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan shi, and an inestimable amount of gold and silver. Every year, we will collect 1,000 yuan shi from forces with 3 or fewer celestial beings, and 1,200 yuan shi from forces with 5 celestial beings. 30% may not be much, but Xiantian sect also collects about 30% of profits from each celestial power every year. Added together, it is equivalent to collecting a total of 60% from these powers. That's a bit much, so let's leave them 40%. When they come, we'll take him in for 30 years. Chu He expressed his thoughts. This standard was something he had just come up with. 30% was just right, neither too much nor too little. However, this is not what he really cares about after he has the golden finger of the simulator life system and can simulate his life once a month. He didn't care much about this thing, because if he collected it once a year, there were 12 months in a year and he could simulate it 12 times. After one simulation, he would have the strength of the middle stage of Yuan Dan. If she spent a year on the Sims 12 times, she wouldn't know how strong she was, so how could she care about such a small profit? By that time, perhaps all the forces in the entire Tianyun realm will become subordinate forces to their Chu family, and their Chu family will have become the largest family in the Tianyun realm. What he really cared about was the sentence that came later, let's take him in for 30 years first. For 30 years, if one force gets 1,000 yuan shi per year, there would be at least thousands of celestial forces in the hundreds of countries around. That's 1 million per year, and 30 years equals 30 million yuan shi. This amount of yuan shi would require the Tianren Chu family to work hard for another 4,000 to 5,000 years without spending a penny to earn. With this money, when he simulates next time, Chu He in the simulation will be considered to have some wealth, and will no longer be a poor guy among his peers. Let's talk about the issue of collecting benefits. The two of them talked with Chu He again about some major issues regarding the future transformation of the family into the Yuandan family. For example, should the family tradition be changed and how should it be changed? When a big family grows big, there will be some playboys. This is inevitable. You can't expect that all the tens of thousands of people in a large family are good people, without a single bad person. This situation will not occur among ordinary people. Not to mention those people in the Chu family who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. When they walked out of the Chu family gate, they were flattered by a large group of people every day and saw the prosperity of the world. In such an environment, it is difficult for good people to be born. Therefore, from the very beginning when they saw the phenomenon of the appearance of the playboys, Chu He and the senior members of the Chu family had no intention of changing the situation. Since we cannot change this situation, we can only change it from other directions. Slowly guide the descendants of the Chu family and tell them that bullying ordinary people who have no power to resist is meaningless and is a sign of cowardice when there is no interest involved. In this way, an environment is created within the family where once someone bullies ordinary people and other family members know about it, they will be ridiculed by others. Being considered cowardly and being laughed at by fellow clansmen. These two things combined are enough to make ordinary members of the Chu family stop bullying ordinary people for fun. Instead, they will bully those who are powerful and the children of big families. Since there is no fun in bullying ordinary people, I will bully those of you who have the power to resist. The family will not stop this kind of behavior. Because most of these people with resistance power are from the Grand Master forces and the Grand Master forces, and these people will involve some of their family interests. Cultivate a large number of such Chu family members. On the contrary, it will effectively increase some of the Chu family's interests. This is the family tradition of the Chu family. This kind of family tradition has produced many playboys and some evildoers. But these people will not pay attention to ordinary people and ants, but are very interested in the forces of masters and grand masters. We will really strike hard against those forces that have conflicts of interest. Occasionally, the Chu family would release some of their young playboys, and when the strength of both sides was about the same, they would let them fight against those forces on their own, using only some of their family's power. As the fight went on, those playboys and those with evil tendencies began to stop being playboys. Become shrewd, deep-minded, and calculating. Because this kind of actual combat is one of the best ways to train family members. Using this method to raise family children is risky, but very effective. In addition to the issue of family style, other issues were also resolved one by one after discussion among the three. After Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian finished expressing all the doubts in their minds, they left the pavilion without hesitation and went back to prepare for the next year's banquet and the sermon 3 days later. Chu He's preaching was for the purpose of gaining profit. But if you preach just to collect benefits but don't actually deliver the sermon, then that's a bit too shameful. If the news gets out, it will damage the image of their Chu family. So we must collect benefits and preach the sermon. Time flies, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the Chu family and even the entire Tianzhou city underwent great changes because of Chu He. Everyone finds that there are more people around them who compliment them, and the number is several times more. Every day, a lot of people give me gifts in different ways, all kinds of precious natural treasures, as if they are free. Some people who had offended the Chu family members before also used various connections to come and apologize. For example, there was a Grand Master level cultivator who had a conflict with a member of the Chu family's side branch. The Grand Master at that time did not suffer any punishment, because although the Chu family was a celestial family, it was impossible for them to kill or punish a Grand Master just because of a conflict with a collateral branch disciple. The Chu family is not so domineering. After all, they have tens of thousands of collateral descendants like this. If this is regulated, then if any of these tens of thousands of people have problems, do they all need to be regulated? If not, others will feel dissatisfied. If I try to control it, I really can't do it. But now the Chu family doesn't need to intervene. As the other party came to apologize on his own initiative, he will accept any punishment, even if it means becoming a slave of this collateral descendant. Even this Grand Master personally prefers this collateral descendant and chooses to become his slave. Because he earned it. Every day, a large number of people come into Tianzhou city just to see the legendary Yuandan family, and also to settle down here. With the Yuandan expert in charge here, no one dares to take action here. Tianzhou city is much safer than other places. In a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon, the importance of a safe place cannot be overstated. With so many people coming in, even though Tianzhou city had the help of some masters who practiced earth-based martial arts during these 3 days, houses were constantly built and expanded in circles around it. The city has changed from being able to accommodate millions of people to being able to accommodate tens of millions of people. It is still not enough to provide housing for so many people. This has led to the housing prices in Tianzhou city rising again and again, and even a 10-fold increase is not enough. Anyone can see that Tianzhou city will be the development center, economic center, and safest place for hundreds of surrounding countries in the future. No one would not want to buy a house here. Previously, the housing prices in Tianzhou city were the highest in Shun country. Houses of hundreds of square meters were worth thousands of taels. Now they have become tens of thousands of taels. Some areas with better locations even use yuanqi. Gold and silver transactions are not accepted. The transactions of these houses also made the Chu family a small profit. Regarding the housing price issue, Chu He could only say speechlessly, "It's true no matter where you are. Real estate is one of the most profitable industries. It was like this before I traveled through time, and it is still like this now that I have come to another world. It's even more brutal here. Even if the housing prices in the capital were the same before the time travel, one house would only require the efforts of 3 or 4 generations at most. But here, a house costs tens of thousands of taels, and even ordinary people cannot afford to buy one even if they work together for hundreds of generations. Only a few hundred countries are big enough, and within a radius of millions of miles, countless ordinary people support countless rich people to support the birth of this housing price. Fortunately, he is the one who earns this money now. Post views, 35. 011 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 011. The central square of Tianzhou City was a square built on a piece of land specially reserved by Chu He when he was building Tianzhou City. The total area is tens of thousands of acres. It can be said that it is the largest and most magnificent building in the entire Tianzhou City, except for the huge palace complex of the Chu family. Ordinary people were forbidden to enter here 3 days ago. Only those who have reached the realm of heaven and man in the hundreds of surrounding countries can enter. And everyone who came here, after visiting the patriarch of the Chu family, presented the gifts they had prepared. That's why I came here and prepared a cushion to sit and meditate. Everyone is very self-aware. Most of the gifts presented by each person were 1 or 2 fifth-level treasures, which were worth at least tens of thousands of stones in the outside world. Although its value may not be as great as the 4th-tier heavenly spirit flower that Chu He had found in the simulation before, the heavenly spirit flower was a treasure that could help others achieve breakthroughs, and its value had long surpassed its own tier. A normal 4th-tier treasure costs about 500 to 1,500 yuan stones, and a 5th-tier treasure is worth around 20,000 to 100,000 yuan stones. Several tens of thousands of yuanqi, based on the annual income of 3,000 yuanqi for a celestial force, is equivalent to the income of an ordinary celestial force for 10 years. 10 years of earnings as a gift. It can be said to be quite good. Therefore, the small black notebook that Chu Qingtian had originally prepared was no longer useful. He may not remember who gave him the most valuable gift. However, if someone gave him a gift that was not valuable or did not give any gift at all, he would remember it very clearly. Even if he could not remember it clearly, he would remember it clearly in his notebook. He had originally planned to pick out 1 or 2 people from these people whose gifts were not worth much, as a sacrifice to scare the monkeys. But these people didn't give him any chance to make a move. I can only say, what a pity! What a pity! The time has come, all the ancestors of the heavens and humans are in their positions. Stand up! Welcome, the Chu family's ancestor, Tianji Zhenren. Ding ding ding! As the deep bells rang out, accompanied by the joyful sounds that accompanied the bells. There were 2,000 powerful people in the realm of heaven and man, including Xian Wushan and 2 ancestors of the Shun family, including Wang Tianming. He stood up immediately, and his face seemed to change color as joy, excitement, and other emotions appeared immediately, with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the high platform in front of him, Chu He, who had sat down at some point, had a look of admiration in his eyes. Like a surging river, it never stops. Just like the Yellow River flooding, it is out of control. Welcome Master Tianji! Voices rang out at the same time as the 2,000 ancestors in the heavenly realm bowed in greeting. The sound was so loud that every one of the tens of millions of lives in Tianzhou City felt as if they had heard it with their own ears. Martial Dao Yuan Dan has its own title in the entire Tianyun realm, most of which are called Zhenren and the like. Chu He naturally has his own title when he reaches this realm. It has already been spread, and it is the real person Tianji. The sky is the sky of Tianzhou City where he lives, and it is also the sky of everyone in the hundreds of countries around him. Ji means the extreme of Jidao. Jidao also means horizontal training, which expresses the horizontal training path of his own practice. Everyone, please stand up. Come over here and congratulate me on my breakthrough. I am very happy. But besides being happy, you all have come all the way here and have been waiting here for such a long time. I'm sure you're already eager to listen to the sermon. In that case, let's get to the point. This lecture will be divided into 3 days. The first day will be about the way of the Grand Master, the second day will be about the Grand Master, and the last day will be about my understanding of the way of heaven and man. After seeing more than 2,000 celestial beings, 100 or 200 of them were more powerful than before he broke through. These were all characters that I needed to treat with caution before, but now they are all respectful in front of me. I was afraid that I would feel unhappy with them. Chu He's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he smiled more and more often. Besides the purpose of living longer and gaining greater strength, isn't the purpose of practicing to become stronger just for this? To gain the respect and compliments of others. At the Grand Master level, one's lifespan reaches 300 years, and one can initially control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. A warrior's offensive power is greatly improved at this level. But to reach this realm, perhaps only one warrior among tens of thousands can be born, and to reach the highest level in this realm is even more difficult. I think. While preaching, Chu He's expression was still very serious, and most of the secrets of the Grand Master realm were slowly described from his mouth. In this process, it did not appear in those mythological stories, where immortals preached, countless golden lotuses came out of their mouths, and purple air filled the sky and earth. When one heard the sound, one felt that one was about to comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth. Nothing appeared. The main hit is just mediocre. Although Wu Dao Yuandan can be said to be a godlike figure in the eyes of ordinary people, he cannot achieve this level by just talking about it. At least one must be at the level of Yuan Shen or even Dermakya to be able to achieve this level. Because in order to reach the realm of martial arts soul, one needs to come into contact with the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and the realm of Dharma requires the understanding of a rule of heaven and earth. This situation may occur when a strong person in the Yuan Shen Dharma realm preaches and is able to touch the power of rules. Although the people below were not too enthusiastic about Chu He's teachings on the way of the Master, they were not too enthusiastic about it. Anyone who can reach the realm of heaven is at the level of a Grand Master, and they are all the strongest among the strong. When they were young, they were also geniuses in their respective fields. They all knew what Chu He said. At most, he was just a little different from them. But no matter how unenthusiastic they were, everyone still listened attentively. This was a sermon given to them by a powerful Yuandan realm expert. In a sense, this kind of preaching can be considered an opportunity. The reason why Tianji Zhenren was able to break through to the Yuandan stage might be because he had a good foundation. If they could understand these basics clearly and bring them back to their family forces, maybe it can also allow their family or power to have a strong person at the Yuandan realm. Although the probability of this is very low. But it's also a probability, it's only about 3 days. For many powerful celestial beings, 3 days was just a blink of an eye and passed quickly. When Chu He finished his sermon on the last day of the Heavenly Man realm, some of the many Heavenly Man realm experts present showed a little enlightenment in their eyes. The sermons of the Grand Master and the Grand Master were of little help to them, but the way of heaven and man taught on the last day was still of some help to some of the weaker heaven and man realms present. It can help them avoid taking a few detours. This made these weak celestial beings look at Chu He with a little more gratitude. Post Views, 22. 012 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 012. The world is so magical. Chu He harvested these leaks from them, and they should thank Chu He and say thank you to Chu He. However, soon, the newly emerged feelings of gratitude among these weak cultivators in the heavenly realm disappeared. All disappeared. Don't ask why, the reason is that Chu He talked to them about money. Talking about money hurts feelings. The 30% profit is definitely an immovable mountain pressing on the heads of the celestial families and forces. It makes them feel very stressed. But if you are patient, you can still endure it, but it will take 30 years to reap the rewards at once. This is really cutting a big piece of meat from them. For 30 years, at 1,000 yuan per stone per year, that would be tens of thousands of yuan per stone. This is equivalent to all the gains of their forces in more than 10 years. More than 10 years seems nothing compared to the hundreds or even thousands of years that each of them has existed for. Not a very large number. But they have existed for a long time, but it does not mean that they have a lot of savings. They also have to spend money. To support so many practitioners, no one knows how much it costs every year. Most of the celestial forces estimate that the remaining yuan-shi are only a few 100,000 or so. Why don't you just go and grab it? Can't I grab it faster? This thought flashed through the minds of many celestial beings. Everyone, I wonder if you have any opinions on what our ancestor just said. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I don't mind. Really, I don't care. This is a matter that concerns everyone. If we can't come up with a plan that everyone is satisfied with, then in the end, everyone will be dissatisfied. That's not good. In the central square, Chu Qingtian, who appeared next to Chu He at some unknown time, lowered his head and kept silent, pretending to be low-key when he saw the more than 2,000 celestial beings present. With a slight smile on his face, he spoke. I have no objection. Master Tianji's allocation is very reasonable. Everyone shook their heads, appearing to have no opinions, but they didn't know what was going on in their hearts. They actually wanted to say to Chu Qingtian just now, what's the point if you don't care? What matters is whether you don't care. What matters is whether Tianji Genren cares. I have other opinions to offer, but they are useless. Very good. Since everyone has no objections, this sermon conference is successfully concluded. I wish you all a sweet dream when you return home. He nodded, and seeing that no one had any objection, the slightly stirred spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Chu He's blood pill became calm. Didn't say anything more. On the spot, he tore open the space in front of him and returned to the core area of the Chu family. Lie in the rocking chair. Looking at the calm lake in front of me and the lotus flowers swaying in the wind on the lake surface. Gently rocking the chair, there is a small round table next to it, on which is placed a pile of peanuts and a white porcelain wine bottle embroidered with blue flowers. From time to time, pour a glass of warm wine and throw a few peanuts into your mouth. I just feel how wonderful life is. This is what enjoyment is. So delicious. There are only 24 days left before we can conduct the next simulation. I hope time passes faster. I opened my Sims system and saw a 24-day sign on the blue virtual panel. Chu He expressed his anticipation for what level the next simulation could reach. His requirements are not high. Next time, I just need to simulate Chu He and help myself break through to the peak of Yuandan realm. Breaking through the realm of the primordial spirit is left to number 3 Chu He. This requirement is indeed not high. When he was at the peak of the celestial realm, clone number 1 had nothing. There is only one talent. They can all rely on themselves to break through to the middle stage of Yuandan. Now the number 2 clone will soon have 30 million yuan stones and a place for the Daihuang Bailian treasure. With the help of talent, as long as there are no major accidents in the 2 small realms, you can just survive. It is absolutely possible to break through successfully. Time passed day by day, and when there was only half a month left before the next simulation, the powerful celestial beings who left one after another also handed over the yuan-shi that needed to be offered to their forces. Take them all out. Even though 30 years of yuan-shi were handed over at once, there were no accidents during the process. No one has any ulterior motives, such as running away to another country and not staying here. None of that happened. In the face of absolute power, any little thoughts will remain hidden forever. Hidden until the day when one dies of old age, the day when the dream never comes true. In an ordinary world without extraordinary powers, the power of personal wisdom will exceed the imagination of ordinary people. But in the extraordinary world, in the face of the power to blow up a planet in a single thought, all the profound wisdom and little tricks are just minor matters. No matter how many schemes you have, I can break them all with my own strength. Still in the pavilion, Chu He looked at the storage ring on his finger that he had recently replaced with a more advanced one. The space inside was more spacious, with a storage capacity of tens of thousands of cubic meters. Sensing the dozens of small hills of yuanxi piled up there, he kept sighing in his heart that he was also a rich man. 30 million yuanxi. The most wealth he had ever seen in his life was the hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of stones piled up in the family treasury. Those quantities were nothing compared to the amount he had in his hands now. It's absolutely nothing. Half a month has passed now. It's about time for me to pass on the power of my Yuan Dan bloodline to all my descendants, using myself as the source. After taking a few more glances at the yuanxi in the storage ring, Chu He reluctantly turned his attention to other things. For example, the Tianli Yuan Dan bloodline created by Chu He in the simulation number 1. In the first simulation, everything about the number 1 Chu He clone became Chu He's, so the bloodline created by the other party. Naturally, it also happened to Chu He. Half a month ago, he could have allowed all tens of thousands of people in the Chu family to obtain the Tianli Yuan Dan bloodline, but that would have been too eye-catching. Just after he revealed that he had a breakthrough, everyone else obtained the Yuan Dan bloodline. Doesn't this tell everyone that he didn't just have a breakthrough? Something like the Yuan Dan bloodline requires a certain amount of rare treasures to be specially crafted. In the simulation, it took some time to kill a Sky Thunder bird and obtain the Sky Thunder Holy Body supernatural power. Only then was the Tianli Yuan Dan bloodline created. Once others knew that Chu He had not just broken through, but had broken through a long time ago, some people would naturally wonder why Chu He wanted to hide his breakthrough. Is there any secret in it? Ordinary celestial beings think that Chu He has a secret, and naturally there is no threat to Chu He. However, if a Yuan Dan of the same level gets this news, some doubts will arise. Then just fight a little with Chu He. As the fight went on, the opponent realized that any of his attacks had no effect on Chu He. Wouldn't that be the end of him? Post views, 20. 013 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 013. By then, if the news gets out that someone has taken away a soul, or even a powerful person at the Dharmakya level, Chu He will surely die. It simply can't hold on until the moment when you become invincible. Therefore, Chu He had already made up his mind not to reveal his progress in strength until his strength reached the level of invincibility. With the strength of Yuan Dan realm, he is already a well-known strong man in the entire Tianyun realm. Exposing more strength will only satisfy his vanity a little bit. There aren't many benefits. However, this concealed strength will not last long. According to his current progress, after simulating about 4 or 5 more times, he will be almost invincible in the Tianyun realm. 4 or 5 simulations took less than half a year. Half a year later, even if he exposed his strength openly and told everyone that he was cheating and had a great opportunity, those people couldn't do anything about it. Instead, they were afraid of themselves and would cause trouble for them, fearing that Chu He had paranoia. I'm afraid Chu He is someone who doesn't eat beef. The protagonist is not playing the pig to eat the tiger. The Yuan Dan realm is not a pig. He is already a well-known strong man, the master of the vast land of millions of miles and hundreds of countries. I feel like the time is almost up. Chu He slightly mobilized the Tianli Yuan Dan bloodline that he had created and unlocked the blockade of this bloodline. With himself as the source. In an instant, more than 30,000 members of the Chu family were in the Chu family land, including the elders who were 300 or 400 years old, Chu He's son Chu Zhongtian, and grandson Chu Qingtian. They are the backbones of the families, the 25th and 26th generations of the families, and some newly born babies. There are also clansmen in Shun State and other places who earn money for the Chu family. Travel around the world, experience the customs and cultures of other countries, and fight with martial arts masters from various countries, hoping to break through to the next level. Among the other 2 major families in Shun State, there are some descendants of the Chu family's female collateral descendants who married in, and some of the remaining descendants of the other party and the Xian and Wang families. These people also have a bit of Chu He's blood. Although the descendants born after they marry into the family are no longer members of the Chu family in name, they still have some blood connection. Just very few. These people, with him as their source, numbered nearly tens of thousands in total, and were all at this moment. Strange changes occurred in his body. Purple lightning with crackling sounds gradually appeared around the body, and a large amount of electricity was constantly transforming his body from outside to inside. The blood changed from its previous bright red color to a reddish-purple color with a little bit of purple added. It contains a strong aura of thunder. If you have this bloodline in your life and practice some thunder-attributed skills in the future, you will get twice the result with half the effort. This is not just talk. The bones were constantly destroyed by lightning, but new ones were regenerated in the destruction. Now they are harder, and the whole skeleton has become a little bigger. Although the face has not changed much, it is as if it has been refined, and the appearance has been improved to a higher level. From then on, there will be no less good-looking people in the Chu family. Of course, the biggest change is not in appearance but in blood. The biggest changes are in cultivation talent and strength. The talent for cultivation is something that every person is born with, but some people's talent for cultivation is very poor, making them nothing more than waste among wastes. There is no change after practicing for a whole day. But some people have amazing talent in cultivation. They are geniuses among geniuses and prodigies among prodigies, just like Chuhi. Practicing for one day will produce better results than an ordinary person practicing for hundreds of days, and one can become a strong person in a very short time. Most people's talents are fixed from the beginning and are difficult to change, unless they obtain some rare treasures that can change their talents. Such treasures still exist in the Tianyun realm. After all, it is a world of divine power, but the value of this kind of treasure is 10 or even dozens of times more precious than those treasures that help others break through. Only major forces above the martial arts Yuandan level can have it. The Yuandan bloodline can, to some extent, be said to be a natural treasure that can change one's talent, and its effect is even more powerful. Other natural treasures can only be used by one person. Bloodline is something that can be used directly by tens of thousands of people, and will benefit as many future generations as there are. The talent of each of these tens of thousands of people has been raised to a higher level. Those who could not even break through the innate realm before now have the possibility of breaking through. Those who were unable to break through the realm of heaven and man before now have the possibility of breaking through the realm of heaven and man. As for the past half-month, there are too many resources for cultivation. Within the core of the Chu family, the younger generations of the Chu family have gradually reached the level of 10 celestial beings. Even if their talents have been raised to a higher level, the possibility of breaking through the Yuandan realm is still not great. Perhaps they have to wait until Chu He's strength is raised to the Yuan Shen realm. The Yuandan bloodline turned into the Yuan Shen bloodline, which once again raised their talents to a higher level. At that time, these descendants of the Chu family who were able to break through the Tianren realm might also have the possibility of breaking through to the Yuandan realm. This is a change in talent. Everyone also gets a boost in strength because of the power of blood. Most of the people who originally did not have the possibility of breaking through to the next level can do so. Everyone sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Suanfa Hall. A palace with carved beams and painted buildings, and piles of gold and jade. This is where Chu Qingshang, a direct descendant of the Chu family, lives. Every direct descendant of the Chu family can freely choose a palace in the family as his or her residence. This represents their status in the family. Among the direct descendants, Chu Qingshang is the most direct one among the direct descendants, and is the family's key training target. Simply because he is very talented and belongs to the seed of heaven. The kind that is expected to break through the realm of heaven and man in the future. He started practicing at the age of 6, and with the help of a lot of resources, it only took him a year and a half to achieve the innate state. 7.5 years old with congenital disease. He became a Grand Master at the age of 12, and now at around 20 years old he has reached the peak of Grand Master status, and is only one step away from becoming a Grand Master. According to Chu Qingshang's own estimation, it would take him another 10 years to break through to the Grand Master level. This speed is already very good. But because the family recently obtained a large amount of cultivation resources, Chu Qingshang obtained a great heavenly spirit pill. It took him half a month to break through to the Grand Master realm. At this point, Chu Qingshang, who was in seclusion in the palace, was ready to come out. Opening his eyes and looking at the retreat area lit up by the luminous pearls all around, Chu Qingshang stood up slightly and felt his own strength at the level of a Grand Master. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but speak again with an exclamatory tone. This breakthrough of our ancestor was so timely. Our family instantly became a Yuandan family from a Tianren family, and I became a direct descendant of the noble Yuandan family. And with the resources the family has acquired during this period, the alchemists in the family have been able to practice alchemy to their heart's content. Refining hundreds of great heavenly spirit pills at once can help hundreds of Grand Masters break through to the Grand Master level. I also broke through directly to the Grand Master level. With my talent, I might even be able to achieve Yuandan in the future. Catch up with the old ancestor. Speaking of this, Chu Qingshang has to say here that reincarnation is a technical job. And it just so happens that my own skills are quite good. Being reborn into a celestial family, becoming a direct descendant, and possessing such great talent has already made countless people envious. He is truly a child of destiny. Now that the family has been promoted and become the Yuandan family, there is no need to say more. I hope that in his next life, he can be born into such a good family. This breakthrough will take 5 or 6 years to complete, and then we can use the family treasures to achieve it. Maybe I can break through to the middle stage of Grand Master. Before you reach 100 years old, you can hope to be a god. Post views, 19. 014 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 014. A celestial being from 100 years ago. This is simply unimaginable. The direct descendants of the two families opposite also have celestial seeds as outstanding as himself. However, they will need to be at least 300 years old to achieve celestial beings, which is 200 years slower than he is now. All this is because the family behind them is not as powerful as his own family. I fantasize about my beautiful future in my heart. Just as Chu Qingshang was about to walk out of the secret room, he suddenly felt a powerful force surging in his body. His blood, his bones, his cultivation talent, all are under this power. Changes occur. Chu Qingshang was stunned by this situation. But the next second, endless surprise flashed in his eyes, and he knew what this change was. The senior members of the family have already told everyone in the family that if a powerful force suddenly appears in the body at some point, don't panic. Because this is the situation when Yuandan bloodline appears. The reason why the Yuandan family is so powerful is not only because they have more powerful strength, but also because they have Yuandan blood in their bodies. Their Chu family is also a Yuandan family. It will take a long time for them to have Yuandan bloodline, allowing each of them to undergo a cleansing of the meridians and marrow and rebuild their talents. Sit cross-legged on the ground. Chu Qingshang closed his eyes and began to guide this power. A large amount of purple and blue thunders filled the retreat room of several hundred square meters with him as the center. The blood in his body was infused with a large amount of purple thunder power. It turned completely purple. Not blood purple, completely purple. There was some extra information in Chu Qingshang's brain, and the content recorded in this information was a great supernatural power. The great divine power of the holy body of heavenly thunder, the heavenly thunder bird that was killed by the number 1 simulated Chu He, had reached the Yuandan realm and comprehended a great divine power. Once used, the power of thunder attribute attacks will increase by more than 5 times, and all of its own attributes will also be doubled. It can be said to be a top-level thunder attribute magical power. Only by integrating the Tianli Yuandan bloodline to a very high level can one have the opportunity to control this great magical power. It is obvious that Chu Qingsheng has mastered this great magical power. Relying on this great magical power, Chu Qingsheng will be able to reach the peak of the Grand Master realm in the future. Perhaps, there is a great possibility that he can enter the top 500 on the True Dragon list that records all the proud sons of heaven in the contemporary Eastern wilderness. Don't underestimate the top 500. These are the top 500 people in the entire Eastern wilderness, among the hundreds of millions, and billions of people today. Boom! After awakening the great supernatural power of the holy body of heavenly thunder, Chu Qingsheng felt that there was still a little bit of blood power in his body that had not been used up. No hesitation. Injecting the power of these bloodlines into the breakthrough realm, Chu Qingsheng soon reached the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. He successfully broke through the barrier. Chu Qingsheng achieved the amazing feat of breaking through 2 realms in just a few days. However, this achievement is not worth much in the current Chu family, because many people have achieved this achievement at this moment. There are some people whose strength is at the acquired realm. I also showed you how, within a few days, I broke through 4 realms in a row and achieved the achievement of Supreme Prodigy. After completing the breakthrough in strength and consuming all the blood power in his body, Chu Qingsheng stood up again and headed towards the core area of the Chu family. Bow respectfully. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, old man. In the Chu family hall, after Chu Qingtian successfully awakened the divine power of the holy heavenly thunder body, he also bowed towards the core area immediately. Thank you, Ancestor. The Chu family's punishment pavilion, medicine pavilion, scripture pavilion, outer areas. A large number of younger generations stood up and bowed. Xian and Wang, 2 families. Some women who married into the Chu family, as well as some blood-related offspring born to them. After awakening the heavenly thunder bloodline, he immediately became the envy of others around him. He also bowed towards the location of the Chu family. Regardless of whether Chu he can feel it or not, they must express their sincere gratitude, because this is the grace of enlightenment. They are already members of other families. Except for those who married out and can be considered members of the Chu family in a sense, the other descendants were born out of marriage. He is no longer a member of the Chu family. Any benefits or treasures that he did not need were handed over to his family. But this person who has nothing to do with the relationship has now awakened his bloodline talent. Not bound by bloodline. This allowed each of them to raise their cultivation talent to a higher level, turning those with ordinary cultivation qualifications into little geniuses. If this isn't the grace of enlightenment, then what is? Not bad, very good. Using his divine sense to sense all the palaces of the Chu family, Chu he saw his own Yuandan bloodline. It directly caused the entire family and his descendants to give birth to 1 or 2,000 innate beings at once. There are hundreds of masters, dozens of grand masters, and several cultivators in the celestial realm. His eyes were full of satisfaction and he kept saying it was good. As the ancestor of the family, Chu he is quite concerned about his family, which can be seen from the first time he played the simulator. It's not just because of blood, but also because of his relationship with the entire family, which complements each other. He helped his family become stronger, and the family would use their own strength to go to the entire Shun kingdom and other countries to accumulate a lot of wealth for themselves and find some treasures needed for their cultivation. For example, in his simulation number 1, when he devoured the Earth Emperor treasure lotus to break through the Yuandan realm, he also devoured more than a dozen 5th-level body refining treasures. Among these dozen or so rare treasures, only a few were collected by him himself, and the remaining 10 were collected by his family on his behalf. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to collect so many by his own strength. This is the power of family. Although he no longer needs the help of the Chu family, he will soon become powerful with the help of the Golden Finger. Wrong. Now it's awesome. Even with the help from his family, his strength would not increase as fast as if he grew wildly on his own. But who can blame him for being the ancestor of the entire family? Let these people call him Ancestor, then he must take it seriously. Everyone in the entire family grew up little by little under his watchful eyes. If I can create a Dharma image bloodline in the future, maybe it will really appear in my family. The gods are worse than dogs, with Yuan Dan scattered all over the ground, and only the Yuan Shen can shake a little. Please urge me to update. Post views, 18:015 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 015. Think of that scene. Chu-He felt his blood boiling and he couldn't help but look forward to the next simulation, asking Chu-He Niu Ma number 2 to work harder. If number 2 ox horse Chu-He works harder, he will be able to enjoy a peaceful life sooner and become invincible in the world sooner. His family also became the largest family in the world early on. Just like a development game, developed the entire family. Family, this feeling. Who understands? As Chu-He was looking forward to it, the remaining half-month passed quickly. Until the last second of the last day. A familiar electronic prompt sound rang in Chu-He's mind. Ding! Would you like to conduct a second life simulation? Whether. Opening the Azure Billions of Sims system panel, Chu-He did not hesitate and immediately clicked yes. Ding! The second simulation begins. You performed another simulation. You were very happy and excited. During the first simulation, your predecessor, Chu-He clone number 1, had already advanced from peak celestial realm strength to the middle stage of Yuan Dan, spanning 2 small realms. This time, you have received great expectations from the main body. You feel that you cannot be worse than the previous senior, or at least not by much. He also needs to break through 2 small realms at least. Although it's not as good as number 1 breaking through 1 major realm and 1 small realm, it's still breaking through 2 small realms. Otherwise, I'd probably only be called useless winner by the main character, Chu-He. Open the simulator and draw the talent you've just obtained. You hope to gain another talent as powerful as the 99% damage immunity gold talent. But unfortunately, you don't have this luck. You only get the black level talent, low-level villain aura. The low-level villain aura is 2 levels lower than the golden talent. It's neither good nor bad, and can only be considered an ordinary talent. Its function is to turn you into a small piece of trash like the early villain boss in the novel. You will do everything that the villain boss does in the early stage without knowing it. Offending the protagonist, and being reduced to a lower level by the protagonist's aura, these are abilities that the low-level villain's aura brings you. Fuck. Am I not the protagonist? How did I become the villain? No. The system actually has this kind of crappy talent. I hope after the simulation ends, the person outside doesn't suddenly lose their mind and become mentally retarded, choosing this talent. Once I choose, my IQ is lowered at a crucial moment. Isn't that a complete mess? In the core area of the Chu family, number 2 Chu-He read the system's description of this talent. I was completely speechless and couldn't help but complain. He thought that all the talents in the system were good, but he didn't expect there would be such a rubbish one. Moreover, there is a low-level villain aura. Is there also an intermediate or high-level one? The mid-level and high-level villain halo, wouldn't it be the mid-level and late-level boss? While complaining, you looked at the effects again. You thought there were only these 2 effects, but you didn't expect there were more, and the latter ones were actually good. Aside from the downside of lowering his intelligence, obtaining this aura will significantly improve his luck, making it easier for him to find some good treasures and encounter secret realms left behind by powerful people. When the treasures obtained reach a certain level and the protagonist's strength is strong enough to kill the early small bosses, the opponent will come to kill him, and he will become the opponent's fortune boy. Make the protagonist's power stronger. This is the full effect of the initial villain's aura. Although the final effect is not very good, and you didn't think much of it before, compared with the previous ones, you think this is already very good. I can only say that comparison is a good thing. Chuhi outside, 6. This really fits the tropes of typical novels. The tropes of typical novels are that the protagonist gets a golden finger, is bullied by others, improves his strength, and then kills the bully. Get some money from the oppressors, open a new map, and continue to repeat the original routine. Being ridiculed, being targeted, exposing one's strength, surprising passers-by, killing people, gaining opportunities, improving one's strength, changing maps, being ridiculed again, being targeted again, exposing one's strength again, and killing people again. To sum it up, it's killing people, leveling up, harvesting, and changing maps. If I accidentally bully the protagonist, they will level up first, kill me, get my rewards, and then run off to open up maps somewhere else. After saying hello to Chu Qingtian in the family, you ran out of the family and found the location of the Earth Emperor Lotus according to the memory of the number 1 clone. He rushed towards the direction of the Tianqijuadai. Soon, you will enter the Heavenly Corpse desolate land. The world is extremely dark, filled with a corrosive atmosphere, and zombies are everywhere, yet you don't feel any fear. Instead, there is a sense of peace and tranquility, like returning to an old place. You've spent decades here, and it's become like a second home. Without lingering in the outer circle, you entered the inner circle and unsurprisingly took the illusion heart grass first. You swallowed it in one gulp, elevating your state of mind. The purpose of simulating you this time is simply to improve your strength. Use any method to improve your strength. Improving your state of mind is also a way to improve your strength. In fact, the more advanced your strength becomes, the more important your state of mind becomes. Although you don't think your state of mind needs improvement, you feel that your Dao heart is incomparably firm. Doesn't the Dao heart, in essence, allow a person to resolutely walk on the path to becoming stronger? Do you still need this kind of thing? In the ancient kingdom on the planet you were on before crossing over, everyone under the age of 30 had this incomparably firm heart. Have you ever experienced the despair of the Dharma ending age, where you start out like a beast of burden? Have you ever experienced the kind of thing where you are born with the innate body of an ox or a horse, born into a farming family, and ultimately have a lifespan of no more than 100 years? Fortunately, you have the opportunity to attend school for a few years, and you look forward to getting your name on the list of successful candidates and soaring to the sky, but unfortunately you fail. Is it possible to foresee the end of one's life at a glance, and then, after experiencing birth, old age, sickness, and death, when one reaches the end of one's life and looks back, finding no one to share one's spiritual journey with, leaving one's life to end with regret? Although you haven't experienced most of this, as you were quite wealthy before crossing over, you have a deep understanding of the Dharma ending age, where no one can achieve immortality. The Yanhuang people's pursuit of immortal literature has reached an immeasurable height. From ancient times to the present, countless people have fought for this goal without hesitation, but in the end, they only paid the price of being shattered to pieces. Post views, 16. 016 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Martial arts and cultivation are similar. Both can grant people great strength, long lifespan, and allow others to fly. I finally have such an opportunity, and I also have a golden finger. You must let the outer body rise up. Rise up. After swallowing the illusion heart grass, you will feel nothing, not even the most basic clarity of mind. He didn't improve your Dao heart in the slightest, because just as you expected, your Dao heart no longer has any room for improvement. Even if you use a much higher level treasure, you can't improve it. In a dark swamp in the Heavenly Corpse desolate land, Chuhi shook his head slightly and said, "Let's leave this thing to our descendants in the real world. I'll give them all to them if I get something similar from you." This thing is of no use to me at all. As soon as the words fell, you arrived at the place where the Earth Emperor Treasure Lotus grew. Something like the Earth Emperor Treasure Lotus sprouts in 10 years, grows in 100 years, and matures in 1,000 years. Taking it 10 years in advance won't cause any accidents. So you grabbed this thing, opened your mouth, and swallowed it, instantly refining it. Since this isn't a specific breakthrough, you didn't go out and find a specific place to break through like the seniors did in the first simulation, and you just refined it here. Refining is successful. Your strength has increased by about 1-fold. You are only one step away from breaking through to the late Yuan Dan realm, even if you don't look for other treasures. Give you another 200 years, and you will be able to break through to the late Yuan Dan stage on your own. You expressed your happiness about this. In order to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible, you did not leave immediately after obtaining the Earth Emperor Lotus, but continued to search for treasures. You think Tianqijuodai is your lucky place. It is different from others. Others consider this place a desolate place, but you think that if Avatar number 1 can survive here for decades, it should be fine if you are careful. By then, if I can find 1 or 2 more treasures, I should be able to break through to the later stages. The result is as you expected. You have been wandering here for 50 years and have discovered dozens of treasures of the same level, many of which are effective for physical training. These treasures allowed you to smoothly break through to the late Yuan Dan realm. The Heavenly Corpse Absolute Land is truly my blessed land. My breakthroughs in the 3 realms are all related to it. I got the treasures from him and achieved breakthroughs. I'll have to go for every simulation from now on. Looking at the contents of the simulation, Chu-He developed a great liking for Tianqijuodai. If there is a favorability system, you can see the sign above Chu-He's head that adds 1+1+1 to his favorability. This favorability level should be at least 80 or above. With your current late Yuan Dan realm, if you were to face the bitter sea whale from the last simulation, you definitely wouldn't be so vulnerable. If you fight it for a long time, there's a high chance you'll be able to kill him. At this level, if you want to continue searching for treasures to break through to the next level, you can only go to the core area. There are also inner areas outside the periphery. It is difficult to produce treasures that can allow you to break through again, but you still don't want to enter the core area. According to what you learned through the Wanshi Pavilion, an intelligence agency with offices throughout the Tianyun realm, the several souls who died in the Tianqi Jedi and forged the other side's Jedi name. There is none in the core area. Few people have ever been able to get out of there, and no one knows what's inside. The reason why the Tianqijuodai is said to be the least dangerous of the 3 forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 nations is that it's the least dangerous. It's just that the Yuan Shen realm of those who died in this forbidden area is compared with the other 2, and no Dharma phase level strongmen have perished here. But that doesn't mean there aren't ways to threaten a Dharma phase level expert here. It's just that no Dharma phase level expert has come here. The Bitter Sea Forbidden Land only happened to have a Dharma phase level expert pass through it tens of millions of years ago, in a very distant era. There is only one record of killing a powerful person in the Dharma realm. You didn't go in. Instead, he left and returned to the Chu family, using the Chu family's power to collect horizontal training techniques from hundreds of surrounding countries. He also purchased a large number of horizontal training techniques through the Wanbao Pavilion, preparing to create a powerful Yuan Dan horizontal training technique. When one reaches the Yuan Dan realm, most techniques are no longer applicable to this realm. The competition for who is stronger is not about techniques or martial arts, but about supernatural powers. When reaching the realm of the primordial spirit, whoever has a deeper understanding of the rules will be more powerful, and the Dharma will be more direct. Whoever has a stronger grasp of the rules will be more powerful. Whoever masters the stronger rules and laws will be stronger. Wanbao Pavilion is indeed the top power in the universe. This faction can be found in every fantasy novel or immortality novel, just like the Tongfuan in martial arts novels and the Black Wind Stronghold, a well-known bandit stronghold. They all belong to the chain forces of the heavens. If I could one day enter the myriad worlds, I might even be able to see where the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion is. In the heart of the Chu family, number 2 Chu, he was in his own private palace. In front of him were tens of thousands of horizontal training techniques that could be practiced all the way to the Grand Master level or even the Celestial Realm. The majority of them were sent to him by people from hundreds of surrounding countries who wanted to curry favor with the Chu family, and the remaining small portion was purchased by him himself. It didn't cost much to buy it. Wanbao Pavilion has a discount. Any Yuandan faction that purchases a technique from them will receive a 70% discount. Looking at these techniques, Chu He's eyes became a little dazed. There were simply too many of them. However, in order to create a powerful horizontal training technique that suits one's own needs to accumulate so much knowledge and foundation, the rise of every powerful person takes a lot of time. Let's start creating magical powers. You sighed inwardly. On the first day, you read hundreds of books on horizontal training techniques. On the second day, you read hundreds more. At the rate of hundreds of books per day, you continued to integrate and master these horizontal training techniques. Gather all the advantages within your body. In the first year, you will have already completed all the exercises and started to use your own supreme wisdom. Create the great supernatural power of horizontal training. In the second year, you didn't create it. In the fifth year, you didn't create it. You are speechless. Why is it so difficult to create great supernatural powers? Why is your supreme wisdom useless? Dead brain, what use are you? You're unwilling to give up. You've threatened your own supreme wisdom with your fists. If you can't create something next, then leave it to the next simulated supreme wisdom to solve. In the 10th year, you finally have a clue. With the 8-foot-tall golden body under your control as the main body, you have integrated the characteristics of thunder, rebirth, destruction, blazing flames, and unity into this body. And frequently experiencing the power of the talent of 99% damage immunity, relying on your own understanding and feeling to understand the indestructible nature, this is the most critical. Finally, a prototype of a great supernatural power was created. You named this great supernatural power the Eternal and Indestructible Golden Body Great Supernatural Power. Post Views, 17:017 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 017. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. This eternal and indestructible golden body great divine power, even if it is only in its infancy, would at least rank in the top 1000 among all the great divine powers in the entire Tianyun realm. If one could perfect this great divine power, it would be enough to rank among the top 3. Remember, this would be a terrifying achievement for all divine powers in the past billion years. Even a Yuandan realm expert only has a lifespan of 3,000 years, but the history of the Tianyun realm is over 1 billion years old. Even if only one Yuandan appears in the Tianyun realm every 3,000 years. Over the past billion years, hundreds of thousands of Yuandan have appeared. How could there only be one every 3,000 years? Given the current population, how could there be only one? In the past 3,000 years, the entire Tianyun realm has produced tens of thousands of Yuandan, and most of them come from those Dharma image forces. Every 3,000 years, there are tens of thousands of Yuandan. Over billions of years, this adds up to at least tens of billions of Yuandan. Each one of them has created a great supernatural power. As a result, the eternal and undying great supernatural power can still be ranked among the top 3 under such circumstances. However, don't get me wrong, this isn't because you have a good understanding, but you actually relied on tens of thousands of horizontal training techniques to create such a terrifying supernatural power. The reason why the eternal and indestructible great divine ability ranks among the top 3, and is even very likely to be number 1, is entirely due to the word indestructible at the end. It's entirely because you integrated the 99% damage immunity talent into your great avatar that you were able to transform the opponent's great avatar from an average one into the best of the best. With your talent, once this great magical power is fully unleashed, it can increase your physical fitness by more than 30 times, completely surpassing the magical power of the heavenly Thunder Saint body. The opponent's physical fitness can only be doubled, and the lightning attribute attack power is increased several times. This is completely incomparable to your 30-fold increase in overall physical fitness. And the most important thing is not the improvement of physical fitness, but the improvement of one's own immortality. Using this great magical power at the same time as your talent can make your talent 10 times more powerful, reducing damage by 99.9%. Even if you were struck by a force 1,000 times greater than your own ability to withstand, you would only sustain 1,000th of the damage. In a nutshell, it's neither powerful nor terrifying. Hiss. This is the rhythm of becoming invincible. If this continues, I'll probably be beaten to death by others in the simulator if I want to end it. He will just die from exhaustion, even if he can't kill himself. It will only take 1,000th of the damage. I really can't imagine how powerful the attack would be to kill the second simulated clone. Invincible. Seeing that the self in the simulator had created such an awesome magical power, Chuhi was so surprised that he couldn't find any words to describe his feelings at the moment. It cannot be described in any language. The 99% damage immunity talent already made him very excited, but it turned out that his second self in simulation could increase this effect by more than 10 times. Isn't this invincible or something? All of a sudden, Chuhi felt great pity for his future enemies. With such a defense, they would not be able to defeat it even if they fought for decades. I guess he hasn't waited for his defense to break. Those enemies were defeated and became red hot. At the same time, Chuhi couldn't help but imagine himself in the simulation and the protagonist he would have to face in the future. I'm terribly sorry. This is not some villainous little boss in the early stage, this is definitely a big devil in the late stage. I hope that the protagonist will not be killed in the early stages and have no chance to develop at all. Do you think this is the limit of this magical power? With this magical power that contains the characteristics of immortality, if you achieve the Dharmakya in the future and master the power of a rule, there is a high possibility that it will be the immortal rule. The immortal rule is one of the higher level rule powers in the universe. Once you comprehend it, your 99% damage immunity talent may change accordingly, and it is not impossible to become a 99.99% damage immunity talent. By then, any attack, including soul attacks and curse attacks, hitting you will only have a 0.1% effect. You will be a truly immortal being. Immune to all laws, untouched by all causes and consequences, eternal and immortal. As for the effect of this eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power you created, because there is no system narration, you don't know how powerful it is. Only the entity outside knows. However, even though there is no narration, you also know that this magical power is very powerful. In order to be able to perfect this magical power as soon as possible, year after year, you continue to search for other powerful horizontal training methods, allowing your super powerful brain to constantly deduce and improve them. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 30 years, your Chu family has become increasingly prosperous because of you. The number of cultivators in the heavenly realm has exceeded 150, and the number of people who support them has reached a whopping 400. As for grandmasters and grandmasters, it's needless to say that they can have as much as they want. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that they can have as much as they want, but it's only a small difference. And it was in this year. A wealthy young man from your family has set his sights on a young woman from a small, prestigious family in the neighboring country of Yu. The woman's name is Lu Ruyan, a very familiar name. Lu Ruyan also fell in love with a member of your family, but he had a previous engagement. Upon learning of this 27th generation descendant, Chu Suanyun, didn't hesitate and simply gave up. As a collateral descendant of the Yuandan family, what kind of woman does he want? Being able to ask for a woman's opinion is a great favor to a Xiantian family. If the woman doesn't want to accept this favor, he won't bother to pay attention. But for the sake of your disciples, and to take advantage of the incredibly powerful Yuandan Chu family, to help your family soar to great heights, Lu Ruyan and his Xiantian Lu family didn't hesitate at all. They immediately went to the Xiantian Yan family across the street and forcefully broke off the engagement with her fiancé, Yan Huohuo. Being broken off by a woman is a shameful shame for Yan Huohuo and the entire Yan family. However, according to the Lu family, the Yuandan family's children are behind this. The Yan family could only endure it. Chu Xuanyun, who was still in the Chu family and knew nothing, said, "I don't know. When did I ever express this? I only asked if you were willing to become my concubine. I didn't ask anything else." But the Yan family could tolerate it. The young and frivolous Yan Huohuo couldn't stand the strange looks from others around him. He was furious and refused to cancel the engagement on the spot. Instead, he said that he had cultivated Lu Ruyan. He also uttered that classic line, "Lu family, Chu family, just wait and see. Things change over time. Don't underestimate the young and poor. One day, it will make your Lu family and the Chu family behind it regret it." Post views, 17:018 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When these words were spoken, the expressions of the Lu and Yan families changed instantly, becoming extremely ugly. The Yan family's patriarch, Yan Xing, who was also Yan Huohuo's father, even slapped Yan Huohuo in the face on the spot. Let him apologize to Ruyan Lu. Everything he said just now was nonsense. The whole thing about divorcing his fiancée was all fake. He's hysterical. But it was too late. Yan Huohuo had no idea what he had just said, and how much disaster this sentence would bring to his family. The first few lines of his youthful and frivolous saying about 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river, adding the words Lu family is nothing special. But he added the words Chu family. With these two words, he might not have had 30 years, nor would he have been bullied by the poor young. All he had was the dead are the greatest. That day, even though the Yan family had blocked the news, this word still spread throughout the surrounding areas. Everyone who heard this was shocked. Those who wanted to curry favor with the Chu family and get on their bandwagon but had no way to do so were all shocked. My eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this a good opportunity to curry favor with someone? We united immediately. That night, a dozen or so Xiantian warriors gathered and attacked the Yan family, catching them red-handed as they were packing their belongings and preparing to flee. Boom! With a roar, the Yan family's gate was kicked apart by a Xiantian. Hundreds of people rushed in frantically, raising their knives and killing anyone from the Yan family they saw. The massacre lasted for about half an hour before it finally came to an end. Hundreds of members of the Yan family were brutally exterminated. Yan Huohuo, our protagonist, witnessed all of this tragedy while hiding in the tunnel. He hated the heavens, the earth, himself, the Chu family, the Lu family, everyone present, everything. He slapped himself hundreds of times, turning himself into a pig's head. He kept repeating the following words over and over again, "It's me who ruined my family. I am the sinner of my entire family, a sinner, a sinner." It wasn't until a jade pendant on Yan Huohuo's waist shone with a spiritual light and the shadow of an old man's residual soul appeared that the other party came back to his senses. This old ghost, calling himself Xuanyu Zhenjun, was a powerful being tens of thousands of years ago, a master at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. Back then, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dharma realm. However, when he was about to break through to the Dharma realm, he was ambushed and failed. The person who ambushed him is now the current Dharma realm expert of the Hanhai sect, Hanhai Tianjun. The Yuan Dan is called Zhenren by the world, the Yuan Shen is called Zhenjun, and the Dharmakaya is called Tianjun. To avenge the family, Yan Huo took the other party as his master. With this, our journey as the protagonist officially begins. Next, let's take a look at the story of how the protagonist killed the arch-villain Chu Jie, and the arch-villain Hanhai Tianjun, and finally became the king and dominated the entire Tianyun realm. Chu He is the protagonist. What am I? Excuse me. What am I? Chu He narrowed his eyes and was speechless about this series of simulation contents. This protagonist is very classic. It's a typical way of writing to attract hatred. At the beginning, you are the target of a villain like yourself, and there is also a supervillain of the Dharma level as the target. Isn't this classic? This is the most classic of all classics. Hatred, golden fingers, the desire to become stronger, all the elements are already present. Next, just focus on killing people indiscriminately. Shaking his head, Chu He was now looking forward to the next plot and was ready to continue watching the content in the simulation. Just treat it as a TV drama. I haven't watched it for hundreds of years. But suddenly he thought of something, and the next second he directly mobilized his Yuan Dan power. In the core area of the Chu family, a space crack was torn open on the spot, and he disappeared into the Chu family. Ran towards the neighboring Yu state. It only took a few tens of seconds for Chu He to reach the territory of Yu state. His immense divine consciousness covered an area of 10,000 miles and swept through it a few times. I learned about the locations of the Yan family and the Lu family, two innate families. Although the simulation was set decades later, it was actually decades ago, which is now. These two innate families are already located in a small city called Ironstone City with a population of only a few 100,000. This city is rich in ironstone ore, which contains a little bit of vitality and is several times harder than ordinary iron ore. The two major families rely on this ironstone mine for their livelihood. Get rich slowly. Ha 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 ha. Very good, it's good that these two families are here, so I don't have to look for them again. Standing thousands of feet in the air, looking down at the residences of the two Xiantian families, Chu He showed a smile that was unique to villains. Needless to say, he came here to look for the jade pendant where the soul of that peak-level Yuan Shen powerhouse was stored. This is a treasure that he can obtain in reality without having to choose a memory, just by listening to the system's narration. If he didn't come here to take the jade pendant, he would be a complete idiot. I hope this jade pendant was already in this family decades ago, and not acquired later. This thought flashed through my mind. Chu He began to explore the Yan family's treasure house inch by inch, as well as the jade pendants on each person. Finally, in a well-decorated room, he found a small white jade pendant on the waist of a baby lying in a basket. It contains rich soul power. Found it. This baby, I just heard from the people taking care of him that his name seems to be Yan Xing. If nothing unexpected happens, he might be the father of Yan Huo. Yan Huo's jade pendant should have been given by him. With a slight hook of his finger, the white jade pendant that was just around the baby's waist appeared in Chu He's hand. Without disturbing the remnant soul inside, Chu He put the jade pendant into the storage ring and prepared to leave. But before leaving, looking at these two innate families, the Yan family and the Lu family, he just couldn't stand them. To please yourself, Chu He mobilized his own heaven and earth energy and slapped the Lu family and the hundreds of Lu family members inside. Boom! Amidst an explosion that shook the surrounding area for dozens of miles, the Lu family disappeared. Those attics with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisite rockery, and fountains are all gone. Appeared at the location of the Lu family. It is a huge palm print with a radius of thousands of meters and a depth of tens of meters. A large amount of underground water continues to seep out. At the same time, the ironstone mine outside Tishi City, which was the livelihood of the two major families in Tishi City, also shook violently like an earthquake. The terrain within a dozen miles around has changed. All the iron and stone ores inside, including the open pit ores that could be easily mined from a few meters above the surface, were suddenly buried in the earth at a depth of several thousand meters. Post Views, 14.019 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At this depth, mining is simply impossible, unless a martial arts master at the Grandmaster level is employed as a miner. But there would not be such a stupid master as the miners would go to dig some ironstone ore which was garbage to them. At this point, the iron and stone mines that the Yan family depended on for survival were gone. If they couldn't find a new way to make money in the future, how long would it take before they ran out of resources for the family's younger generations to cultivate? It will be reduced by half. Those who originally had the opportunity to break through to the innate realm will be unable to do so due to the reduction of resources. As the number of people in the family who break through the innate realm decreases, their power will become weaker. Once their strength weakens, it will be even more impossible to find ways to make money. Directly fall into a vicious cycle. Gradually, the Xiantian Yan family will change from an innate family to an acquired family, until they become a group of ordinary people again. It's much better now. After saying this, he tore open the space crack again and returned to his family safely. Although the conflict with the Lu and Yan families occurred in the simulation, it had nothing to do with him. However, in order to prevent the protagonist from being born again and to nip the danger in the bud, he did the two things just now. It's definitely not because I dislike the two families. Well, so what? The Lu family deserved to be destroyed. The younger generation of his family named Chu Xuanyun just asked the person named Lu Ruyan. If she was unwilling, then forget it. The younger generations of his family had already planned to give up. I'm not going to break up the couple. But in order to climb up the Chu family's ladder, the other party went to Yan Huohuo to cancel the engagement, and even claimed that it was the Chu family's intention. The Lu family shouldn't do things in the name of the Chu family. They are not worthy. From the beginning to the end, if it weren't for the other party, the subsequent series of events would never have happened. As for the Yan family, although they are victims to some extent, they will be enemies with the Chu family in the future. Regardless of whether the Chu family is right or wrong, Chu he only cares about their stance. Don't care about right or wrong. In the world of the strong, what the strong say is always right. However, he was not an unreasonable person. The other party did not provoke the Chu family and did only one thing wrong. I just said the wrong thing. Then let the other person pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Cutting off the other family's financial resources and taking away the opportunity from them is the price. Opportunities belong to those who are virtuous. He is the virtuous one. Chu he took out the jade pendant of the powerful Yuan Shen from his storage ring and prepared to directly erase the residual soul consciousness of the powerful Yuan Shen inside. Forcing Chu he to read the memories in his opponent's mind, the martial arts training memories of a powerful person at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, is a great opportunity for him at the moment. It can help you in the simulator avoid many detours, spend the least amount of time, and achieve the most breakthroughs. Even if you're lucky. Maybe he could even learn from his memory the hidden locations of some treasures that this peak-level Yuan Shen powerhouse possessed tens of thousands of years ago. For powerful people like this, it is definitely impossible for all their treasures to remain in the storage ring. They already have the power to open up a small space and have many treasures. They will not keep them with them, but will put them in the small space they have opened up, in order to leave some treasures for future generations. It is not that just because you have problems, you will be left with nothing and everything will be taken away by others. But then I thought, even if the strong man in this primordial spirit is just a remnant soul, it is still a remnant soul at the peak of the primordial spirit. Yuan Shen, from these two words we can know that for the strong people at this level, the most powerful force is their soul power. Even if his talent can defend against 99% of the soul damage, the soul attack of this strong man before his death might still cause some harm to him. For the time being, it's better not to disturb the old immortal inside. After this simulation is over, he will have mastered the great magical power that will only cause 1/1000th of the damage to him, and his strength will have reached the peak of Yuan Dan. Killing this person. Don't be anxious. There's no need to take the risk. Anyway, you have the golden finger now, so there's no need to rush to get this thing. Even without this thing, he can still become a top powerhouse step by step, but having this thing can save 1 or 2 simulation opportunities. Keep watching the simulator. Let's see what direction the protagonist takes. I'd really like to know how he was able to break my 1000-fold defense. In the simulation, you had no idea what was happening in your state, nor did you know that you were just sitting quietly at home, doing nothing. They can actually offend the protagonist. They can all be hated by the other party. It really is true that when you are at home, disaster will come from the sky. If you knew, you would probably be speechless. In the past 30 years, you have finally and completely perfected this great supernatural power. This is mainly due to your innate reference. Creating great supernatural powers with a reference and without a reference are two different concepts. Without this reference, for a great supernatural power of this level, let alone 30 years, even if you multiply the time by 10 or 100 times, or even 300 or 3000 years, it will be useless because you can't create such a great supernatural power from the beginning. 0 multiplied by anything is still 0. This is something even elementary school students understand. Inside the secret room, Chuhi number 2 opened his eyes slightly, clenched his hands, and felt the eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power he had comprehended. His expression was extremely excited, and he couldn't help but say, "Is this great magical power really something I can create? If I'm not mistaken, once this great magical power is used, my entire body's attributes, speed, and strength, including my soul, will increase by over 30 times. It's truly incredible that such a magical power actually exists in the world. The most important thing is that I created it. I'm truly a genius. From now on, I can say that everyone in the entire Tianyun realm is trash in front of me. I can tell everyone in a very pretentious way. If you don't break through to the Yuandan stage, you'll see me like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you break through, you'll see me like an ant looking at the sky." After saying this very pretentious thing, you feel like your status has been elevated to a higher level, and you feel like you are full of prestige. The fighting spirit of a person who has practiced horizontal training is burning wildly. He hasn't fought in decades, and has been creating this great magical power, which is holding you back. Now that I've finally created it, I can go out and fight others. Battle, awesome! You haven't forgotten that your talent in this simulation is the primary villain aura. After several decades, I believe your primary villain aura should have been activated. Since it has been activated, let's ignore the side effects of this villain aura for now. Let's first talk about the good effects of this villain's halo. When you want to go out and fight, take a look and see if you can find some secret realms and harvest a lot of treasures, and wait for the protagonist to come and act as a fortune boy. Just do it if you want to. Post views, 16. 020 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. He transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the land of Shun country. Fly all the way, fly all the way. While flying, your spiritual sense will constantly and subtly sense the surrounding area, looking for any unusual spatial fluctuations. If you see any, go and take a look. But often, I would encounter other Yuandan realm masters, tearing through space to travel. You specifically ran over to look at others, confusing them a little. Some people who were running to avoid being chased saw you specifically coming over and thought you were coming to kill them. Like this time. Blood Moon Nation, a place where demonic practitioners from thousands of nearby nations gather. Kill, kill. Here, it can be said that Xiantian is worse than a dog. Even walking down the street, you might run into a Grandmaster or even a Grandmaster Demon Cultivator, who could grab you with a slap and refine you in an instant. If you're a cultivator of the magic path and you're short of talent, just walk around here and you'll find plenty of them. Even though they know this place is dangerous, a lot of people still come here every day because there are indeed many talented people here, and it is also the largest black market trading area in the Land of Nations. Whatever treasure you want, you can probably find it here. There's no other way. A place where millions of demonic cultivators gather to sell stolen goods, what can't you find? That day, you also came here to take a look around, but of course you didn't come here to look for talent. There's no point in you looking for talent. You're just here to use your tens of millions of yuanxi to buy some treasures you need for your own cultivation. This is the largest black market trading area. Even if it's a yuandan level treasure, you've searched for a few days and found 3 or 4 different ones that have some minor effect on you. But the price is really high. 30 million yuanxi were all used up in one go, not a single cent left. After getting what you wanted, you left the Blood Moon Nation and passed through several other kingdoms. You sensed a spatial fluctuation. Even though you felt that it was another yuandan realm expert on their way, it couldn't be a secret realm. It's useless to go, but you still decide to trust your talent a few more times. You go over to take a look, and then, by sheer coincidence, you see a demon cultivator at the yuandan realm, hurriedly avoiding pursuit. When you see it, the other person can also see you, and the two of you look at each other affectionately. You saw the murderous intent in the eyes of that demonic cultivator. Although he didn't see the murderous intent in your eyes, he believed that a powerful person of the same level could appear at this time. You must be here to kill him, so he hypnotized himself into thinking that the clear look in your eyes was also filled with murderous intent. Without any hesitation, he attacked you, using the Blood Blade great divine ability he had cultivated, a magical power with medium damage. That's right, he's only at the middle stage of yuandan, yet he's so reckless as to attack you. I can only say that those who practice the magic path are indeed the magic path. Their brains have been damaged by their own practice. They attack without even considering the enemy's cultivation level. All right. All right. Since I acquired my great magical powers, you are the first person of my level who dares to attack me. That's truly courageous. I must use all my strength to reward you. Come on, continue to strike me with even greater force. Hurry up, let's have a fight between real men. Above the sky, Chu-He looked at the bloody blade blocked by his arm, feeling the force within, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. His eyes changed from cold to bloodthirsty, then to excitement, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Trembling with excitement. Boom! You didn't wait for the yuandan cultivator named Sushiluo to continue attacking you. You were afraid that he would see that no matter how he attacked you, it would not cause any harm, so he ran away in fear. This gives you one less person to fight against. You immediately unleashed your ultimate move, unleashing your eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power. Instantly, your distinct black and white eyes turned golden, and your entire body was enveloped by a golden, vital energy light. This light was filled with the allure of immortality and eternity. The muscles all over your body are wriggling like crazy, as if they are multiplying and growing exponentially. Your bones are also growing, thickening, and widening at a rate that goes against biological growth. The blood turned from red to gold, and at this moment the size and strength of the body increased at a terrifying speed. In just a few moments, your body in the sky transformed from about 2 meters tall to a golden giant that reached a height of over 10,000 feet. 1 zhong is equal to 3.3 meters, so 10,000 zhong is over 33,000 meters tall. What a terrifying height! You've gone from standing in the sky to standing on the ground. It's simply because the altitude you were standing at just now wasn't even 30,000 meters. Standing on the vast land around you, looking down at everything around you is like looking down at an ant. A terrifying aura instantly permeated the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles. Mountains within the area were almost crushed by this aura, and the sky became dim. Blood Rakshasa looked at the drastic changes in you, staring at your eyes that shone brightly like the sun. He trembled all over, like a kitten abandoned by others, filled with helplessness. He realized that he had provoked an extremely terrifying existence. He felt that he should not have attacked you just now, nor should he have thought that your eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because there's no way you're here to kill him. He's very self-aware and knows he's unworthy. In other words, you really came here just to take a look. If I say I didn't mean it, can I leave now, brother? I'm willing to keep all the spoils I just stole, okay, brother? Please let me go. I was really wrong. From today on, I will retire and never again be a demon cultivator. Alternatively, I can be your dog. Can you give me a place as your dog? Blood Rakshasa's face was filled with pain, and he looked like he was deeply regretful. He was truly scared. He still has 2,000 years to live, so he can enjoy it for a long time. He hasn't lived enough, and he really doesn't want to die. Post Views, 16. 021 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. But you don't want to let him go. As long as you reveal your strength, there will be plenty of people who want to be your dogs. You won't lack this dog. So, you flashed your own unique villain smile and said to him, "Are you done?" Having said that, be careful in your next life. End. A golden fist, over 1,000 meters in size, like an ancient sacred mountain, exuded an aura of eternity, indestructible, and immortal. It fiercely struck the Blood Rakshasa in a fraction of a second. He had already beaten the Blood Rakshasa into a bloody puzzle of flesh and blood. It's still the kind where you can't fight back, because the wind from your fist has completely destroyed the surrounding area for thousands of miles, turning all the mountains and rivers into powder. Even the air was turned into a vacuum by your blow, and the flesh and blood had long been blown away to who knows where by the wind. The only thing that could have left a trace of the Blood Rakshasa was your golden fist, stained with a tiny bit of blood. This was a fight between true men. You only took a 10,000th of a second, and you finished it with just one punch. Although this battle was a one-sided crushing victory, it did not bring any fighting pleasure to other battle maniacs. But for you, it is exactly the best. You felt the long-lost thrill of battle, your entire body refreshed, your cells trembling, your blood boiling. You confessed that this was the battle you'd always been after. It was awesome. To you, a true man's fight isn't one where you punch me in the face for 10 days and 10 nights, or even a year. You despise that kind of fighting. You don't have that kind of self-destructive thought. You think you're a real man fighting, that's you, the real man, blowing up others with one punch, a one-sided crushing. A real man will crush his enemies mercilessly. From childhood to adulthood, the only two words in your vocabulary are crush, crush, crush. Chuhi, comfortable, very comfortable. This one-sided crushing scene is so refreshing to what I really envy Chuhi, the second in the simulator. I actually encountered such a top-notch opponent. I don't know where this person called Blood Rakshasa is now. I wish I could meet him in real life one day. Let's have a real man's fight with him. In the land of 10,000 nations, a Blood Rakshasa is using millions of talented people in his own nest to train a magic weapon for himself. Suddenly I felt a chill, and I shuddered and looked around. I don't understand what happened. No wind could enter his enclosed space, and if one wanted to create a cool breeze for a strong man like him, it would probably require the 9 heavens gale from above the 9 heavens. We solved the problem of an ant among ants. You expressed great satisfaction with the power of the eternal and indestructible golden body. This power has already satisfied you beyond measure. With this magical power, plus you or that golden talent, once your strength reaches the peak of Yuan Dan, do you think you can withstand even a strong person at the early stage of Yuan Shen? They can withstand a few attacks before being defeated. Don't underestimate just a few moves. The gap between martial arts realms grows larger as one advances. No one can surpass another by leaping a major realm. The gap between the celestial being and the Yuan Dan realm is hundreds or even thousands of times greater. The gap between the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms is even greater. Your use of great supernatural powers only increases your physical fitness by 30 times, and your ability to withstand blows by 1,000 times. How can you possibly bridge the gap of a great realm with just this little bit? This is pure wishful thinking. Continuing to fly in the sky, you began to search for something that might be a secret realm. You still couldn't believe that you, a fortune-giving boy, couldn't even find a secret realm. It took me several months to search. Finally, in a deserted place, you find a spatial crack. Entering the spatial crack, you see a unique secret realm with a radius of thousands of miles. This secret realm is rich in a first-level spiritual herb, sky blue grass, which has a certain healing effect. Therefore, this secret realm is called the Sky Blue Secret Realm. In the heart of this secret realm, you discovered several vast medicinal gardens and a magnificent, decaying palace with the words Xianyu Palace inscribed on it. It's clear this is a secret realm from a very distant time. The result is as you expected. This secret realm has existed for millions of years. It was left behind by a powerful Yuan Shen realm being known as Xianyu Zhenjun before his lifespan expired. It is his residence. A few million years, though, is nothing compared to the billions of years of history of the entire Tianyun realm. But this is already a very long time for you. Even a powerful person in the Dharma realm cannot live for millions of years. The lifespan of a Yuan Shen realm expert can basically be extended to 30,000 years, which is 10 times longer than that of a Yuan Dan realm expert. The lifespan of a Dharma realm expert can reach 1 million years. About 30 times more than the Yuan Shen realm. From this, we can see some patterns, and also the differences in the higher the realm, the more celestial beings break through the Yuan Dan, and their lifespan increases threefold. The Yuan Dan breaks through the Yuan Shen, and the Yuan Shen breaks through the Faxiang, and their lifespan increases 30 times. If there is a higher realm, then the lifespan is likely to be 100 times longer than the Dharma realm, which means billions of years. From this secret realm, you have found many treasures that are useful to you. For millions of years, these natural treasures planted in the Sky Blue secret realm have been growing wildly. No one picked them, but no one cultivated them either, so some of these natural treasures died. But those rare treasures, which are known to survive longer the longer they live, stubbornly survived. After you picked them, you obtained several hundred sixth-tier rare treasures. There are also more than a dozen natural treasures corresponding to the Yuan Shen realm. These treasures are enough for you to reach the peak of Yuan Dan realm, and can even raise the strength of several people in your family from Tianren to the peak of Yuan Dan. If there were treasures here that could help you break through to the soul realm, you might be able to use these treasures to break through to the soul realm. Just when you are not ecstatic about these things. Your initial villain boss aura, which you hadn't activated until now, has now quietly activated. Post views, 16. 022 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. He began to use his great magical power to reduce your intelligence. Once this great divine power is used, a normal person's intelligence and IQ will be reduced to that of a person who is only slightly more mentally retarded. You are still a normal person in front of ordinary people, but when it comes to anything related to the protagonist Yan Huo, you will become a mentally retarded person. It's obvious that the numerous natural treasures within this secret realm are related to the protagonist, Yan Huo Huo. They were all prepared by Yan Huo Huo, and you are the treasure-bringing boy who protects these treasures. As the great divine ability of lowering intelligence was used, a brief period of chaos appeared in your brain. Although the memory of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures remained, the importance you attached to them decreased significantly. And if no one reminds you, even if you see these things, you will subconsciously ignore their existence. Even if someone reminds you, as soon as that person leaves, you will quickly continue to ignore these things, just waiting for the right person to come. Fortunately, the influence of this intelligence-reducing aura didn't last too long. It only lasted for a fraction of a second before it completely disappeared. Or strictly speaking, it's less than 1,000th, and it has no power to affect you. Don't ask why. The question is, in a sense, the aura of intelligence reduction is also harmful to you. Being under the influence of the aura of intelligence reduction for a long time will damage your brain. Your 99% damage reduction talent discovered this, and combined with your mastery of the eternal and indestructible golden body, it reduced the impact of this intelligence-reducing aura by 999% of its original value. After reducing the influence so much, even if the intelligence-reducing aura is very powerful, it will have no effect. After learning this through your talent, you immediately stood up in ecstasy. In this situation, talents are useful. This talent is simply too strong. As long as there is damage to him, even if it's just plucking one of his armpit hairs, it can reduce 99.9% of the damage. This talent is so strong that it's simply unreasonable. The golden talent is so powerful that you can't help but desire those more powerful talents, especially the strongest chaos talent. Looking at those three words, chaos color, you get the feeling that this talent is incredibly impressive. Without the influence of the aura that lowered your intelligence, you left this secret realm and returned to your Chu family. You greeted Chu Qingtian and told him that you were back. Chu Qingtian, welcome back, old man. You glanced at him and asked, has anything big happened recently? After hearing this, Chu Qingtian thought for a moment and immediately responded, Old Master, I heard not long ago that a demon cultivator in the middle stage of the Yuan Dan realm was killed by some powerful individual. I heard the battle was intense, and the area within a few thousand miles was reduced to dust. Besides this incident, there's also the neighboring Yu Kingdom, where a peerless genius has emerged. Someone named Yan Huohuo competed in last year's Eastern Wilderness Prodigy competition. He made it into the top 30 and was named the most promising genius of the current generation on the True Dragon ranking. Ranking 30th. Chu Qingsheng of our Chu family also participated in this competition and ranked 356th, a huge gap between us. After returning, the emotional pain seemed to have become a bit of an obsession. Every day, he stayed in his secret room, either washing his face or practicing, hoping to break through the realm of heaven and man as quickly as possible. Yan Huohuo? Or is it the genius who suddenly appeared from the neighboring Yu Kingdom? Why does this person feel a bit like the protagonist? No, he is 100% the protagonist. If he wasn't the protagonist, how could a figure who could rank in the top 30 of the True Dragon ranking appear in that remote and impoverished country of Yu? I never imagined that in just a few decades since I started simulating him, he'd already reached the peak of Grandmaster status. Perhaps he's even reached the celestial realm by now. If I continue to go down at this speed, how long will it take to reach the Yuandan stage? By then, the other party might come and fight me to the death. After all, I'm the early stage villain boss. If the opponent doesn't come and kill me, wouldn't that be unworthy of the title of villain? I just don't know when I've ever offended him. Hearing this news, you narrowed your eyes slightly, already imagining a scene in the near future where the protagonist will come at you with invincible power and kill you. However, what puzzled you was how your family had offended the other party. Thinking of this, you prepared to think about it, but you didn't wait to ask. Chu Qingtian took the initiative to bring up this topic, his face filled with shame as he spoke, Grandpa, when Yan Huohuo became the top 30 on the True Dragon ranking, I checked to see if our family had ever offended him. After all, with his talent, he will definitely be a Yuandan level expert in the future. Our family has just become a Yuandan family, so it's not enough to establish someone of the same level just yet. But it would have been fine if we hadn't investigated. Once we did, we were shocked. The other family was wiped out by those who wanted to curry favor with ours. I don't know what happened at the time. The news spread in Tishi city that the Yan family had offended our clan. A dozen Xiantians went to destroy the Yan family. Finally, a member of the family admitted responsibility. Our family knows the details of the situation, but we can't blame the family member entirely. They didn't do anything wrong. It's all just a bunch of coincidences. If you want to punish someone, old man, please punish me. It's me, the clan leader, who didn't resolve the problem immediately, leaving a major family crisis unsolved. The Chu family's tradition is to protect their children. If a member of the Chu family did something wrong and it had an impact on the family, then the Chu family would naturally punish the member. However, if a member of the Chu family did nothing wrong but instead offended a powerful individual, and this had an impact on the family, even if the impact was significant, it could be a crisis of genocide. The Chu family will not punish this family member, not only because they want to protect their own children, but also because they want to avoid setting a bad example. If everyone is punished even if they haven't done anything wrong, then the family will be completely ruined. The younger generations in the family may not even bother to do anything for the family. I always think about whether what I am doing is right or wrong, but in the end I think that no matter whether it is right or wrong, I will be punished. So what's the point of doing it? The reason this younger generation of the family initially offended Yan Huohuo was because he had a crush on a woman, but upon learning that this woman, Lu Ruyan, had a fiancé, he rejected her. After all, with the Chu family's status, there's no woman they can't get. There's no need to force it. It would only bring bad reputation if it got out. However, in order to enter the Chu family, Lu Ruyan used the Chu family's name when she broke off the engagement, which caused Yan Huohuo to mention the Chu family when he said that classic quote. This is why the Yan family is in danger of extinction. During this process, the Chu family member did nothing wrong. In the end, the other party did not even take the Lu family member as a concubine. He only disliked the fact that the other party was using the Chu family's name to do things. Without the Chu family's consent, they used the Chu family's name to do things without authorization. This is something that all families hate. Once they find out, they will definitely take strong action. If I had to say, there were only two things he did wrong. One was that they hadn't investigated Lu Ruyan's situation clearly, and hadn't found out whether she had a fiancé, which gave rise to hope in Lu Ruyan's heart. Another reason is that since someone was using the Chu family's name to do things, which led to someone coming to destroy the Yan family, why not completely eradicate the problem, kill Yan Huohuo, and destroy the Lu family at the same time? This is another mistake made by this family member. It is very important to eradicate the weeds at their roots. It is very important to eradicate the weeds at their roots. I must say this 3 times. Post views, 16. 023 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 023. Alright, even though this incident wasn't our fault, the other party will think it was us who caused the extermination of his family and will blame us for it. You didn't investigate thoroughly, so I'll fine you 3 years of cultivation resources. Knowing the whole story, you know that the reason your family got into trouble with Yan Huohuo was 100% your fault. If it weren't for that junior villain aura, how could that family member have provoked a protagonist? If it weren't for you, whether the protagonist would have been born would be another matter. After all, the protagonist Yan Huohuo didn't appear in the last simulation. At least you haven't heard of him in the memories you've acquired. If he truly made it into the top 30 of the True Dragon ranking, you would definitely have heard of him. So the source of this matter isn't with that family member, but with you. But, even if I know the cause and effect, you didn't fail to punish Chu Qingtian, because you knew that as the patriarch of the family, he believed that under his leadership, the family had not provided any help to you, the ancestor. On the contrary, not long after becoming a member of the Yuandan family, they brought a great enemy to the ancestor. He's a complete failure as the clan leader. If you haven't punished the clan leader yet, he'll only feel more guilty and remorseful, thinking he and his clan are a burden. They would think that their family had brought a great enemy upon the old ancestor, and that the old man hadn't punished him yet. This was truly unacceptable. Even if you say that you are the one who caused the offense, Chu Qingtian will never believe it. Even if you didn't know the reason, you wouldn't believe that your appearance would bring about the birth of a protagonist. After punishing Chu Qingtian, his guilt was noticeably relieved, but only slightly. In his opinion, such a bad thing happened. The old man only punished him with 3 years of cultivation resources. This was clearly the lightest punishment of the lightest. If he were the old man, not giving him hundreds of years in prison would have been a great favor to him. After learning more about Yan Huohuo's situation, you have a deeper understanding of the protagonist Yan Huohuo. After achieving brilliant success in the Eastern Wasteland Prodigy competition, he gained numerous powerful individuals who offered him olive branches in recognition of his potential. He also knew that his fame would inevitably be discovered by your Chu family. If you investigate, you will find out that your family's demise is related to the Chu family. Then the ancestors of the Chu family might even come out to kill you. So, Yan Huohuo was very smart and immediately joined a powerful Yuan Shen force, Tianzu Palace, after the competition ended. With the protection of a powerful Yuan Shen power, even if the other party does not take the Yuan Shen realm expert in that power as a master after joining, they will directly become a true disciple of that power. Given the identity of the other party's true disciple, your Chu family has no chance of attacking him. Even if they did it secretly and removed all traces, with the magical power of martial arts, there are still many ways to find the murderer. By then, before Yan Huohuo could come and seek revenge, the Chu family might have already been wiped out by the Tianzu Palace. So I haven't taken any action until now, just patiently waiting for your return to see what to do. At the same time, they also secretly sent some of the family's direct descendants to some more remote countries to serve as backup branches of the family to prevent any major crises in the future. They were directly wiped out by others, and not even a bloodline was left. Chu He, Haki number 2 Chu He, what should you do in this situation? Looking at the situation in the simulation, Chu He outside felt a little tricky. With his strength, he couldn't defeat the Yuan Shen, so it was naturally impossible for him to run to someone else's doorstep. Or he could just run to someone else's house and kill Yan Huohuo. If he did that, he would definitely be the first to die. Yan Huohuo is fine. In this situation, it is impossible for the other party to run out and wander outside waiting for me to kill him. With the support of Tianzu Palace and a powerful person at the peak of Yuan Shen as a teacher, the other party can just hide slowly and achieve Yuandan step by step, and then come to take revenge. This situation made Chu He feel very familiar. This kind of plot appeared in many novels he had read before he traveled through time. The villain clearly knew where the protagonist was and was clearly very powerful and could easily kill the protagonist. But there is a strong man behind the protagonist, and the other party cannot move. He can only wait step by step for the other party to become stronger and come to kill him. The feeling of watching the other party become stronger and come to kill you is really unpleasant. Damn, if I can meet a protagonist like this again in the future, I will kill him every time I see him. How could such a creature that defies nature appear in this world? Such a creature shouldn't exist. Of course, I am an exception. Knowing the specific situation, you felt it was a difficult situation, but after thinking it over with your supreme wisdom, you realized that there was a way to resolve this Yan Huohuo situation. But after it is resolved, you will surely die. Creatures like the protagonist possess a mysteriously strong self-confidence, believing themselves to be invincible against opponents of their own rank. They particularly enjoy fighting opponents of higher rank, and feel uncomfortable if they don't do so for a single day. It's very different from someone like me who also enjoys fighting against opponents of higher rank, but only at a lower level. So once the opponent reaches the Yuan Dan realm, they'll absolutely come over and kill me immediately. They've waited so long to avenge their family's annihilation, and now that they have the strength to take revenge, they won't be able to wait any longer. Plus, in the eyes of others, I've only just broken through to the Yuan Dan realm in the last few decades. Furthermore, his potential has almost reached its limit. Even after decades of training, his strength will inevitably remain at the early Yuan Dan stage. The other party's confidence is absolutely abundant. I don't need to go over and kill this protagonist. I just need to wait patiently here, waiting for them to come over and kill me, and then discover that their defenses are indestructible even with their full strength. If you show a desperate expression again, I'll slap you to death. And when I'm slapped to death, the powerful Yuan Shen realm masters of Tianzu Palace will see that I killed the Yuan Shen seeds of their sections. He'll definitely slap me to death in the next second. This simulation is over. This is what number 2 Chuhi is thinking right now. It's a very good idea, and it has a very high probability of success. As expected of someone who read tens of thousands of novels before crossing over, he has thoroughly understood the thinking and thoughts of creatures like the protagonist. I don't know which idiot wrote this novel, but they put someone as smart as you on the early stage villain boss. They simply don't want the protagonist to complete the game and want him to die in the early stages. Post views, 14,024 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 024. Although the cost of doing so is a bit high, by the time Yan Huohuo reaches the Yuan Dan realm, there will still be at least 100 years left, so you won't have any problems. With the help of so many natural resources and treasures over the past 100 years, your strength has been enough to break through to the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of your initial idea at the beginning of the simulation. At least this simulation wasn't too bad. Here, sincerely pray that you didn't draw any villain halo in the last simulation. Don't draw any at the elementary, intermediate, or advanced levels, if you really want to be given any halo. Please give him the aura of a protagonist. He also wants to feel like a protagonist in the simulation. There's no other way. If the entire family could be spared from being wiped out, the protagonist would be so happy. You might find treasures just by walking down the street, and you might find fragments of a top-tier treasure just by browsing the black market. But you won't find a peerless magical skill just by jumping off a cliff. Isn't this too bad? On the other hand, while you are already waiting for the protagonist to arrive, the other party has no idea that all his thoughts have been guessed and is still in the Tianzu Palace. Using a large amount of natural materials and treasures, he continuously improves his own strength, striving to reach the mid-stage of the celestial being in the next 4 years, and achieve a breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm within 100 years. To avenge his family. Decades have passed. I've wiped out all the families that attacked my Yan family. Only the Chu family remains. I believe the Chu family has long known of my existence by now, and they're eager to destroy me. It's almost there, almost there. With my cultivation speed, I'll soon reach the early stage of Yuan Dan. Then we'll see who will defeat whom. I want to see how someone with exhausted potential can defeat a peerless genius like me. Watching the enemy grow stronger step by step, I'm sure the Chu family must be feeling very uncomfortable and tormented. Feeling his own strength, Yan Huohuo's eyes were filled with indifference, as if he no longer cared about anything in the world. Only when the Chu family and the Yan family were mentioned did his emotions fluctuate. Xiao Yan, your heart is in turmoil again. I've already told you not to be too concerned about a small Yuan Dan family. With my help, your future is limitless. Once you reach the Yuan Dan realm, your strength will be great. Just wipe out that family casually. Alternatively, you can ask Tianzu Palace to send out a few Yuandan realm cultivators to go with you and destroy the other party. Seeing his apprentice's emotions fluctuate violently again, a soul emerged from the jade pendant on Yan Huohuo's waist, its eyes filled with helplessness. Decades have passed, and that family has long since become Yan Huohuo's inner demon. If this demon can't be dealt with soon, it will likely grow stronger. A cultivator with this inner demon will never get far in their cultivation. Several times he wanted to ask the people from Tianzu Palace to directly wipe out the Chu family, but who could blame Yan Huohuo for having his own ideas? Master. That's not necessary. I want to handle family matters myself. There's no point in asking others for help. Yan Huohuo shook his head and refused. After saying this, he continued to strengthen his resolve and began to refine the natural treasures before him to enhance his own strength. Take a look, the protagonist is different, his thinking is different from that of normal people, and he has to rely on his own hands to solve the enemy. If it were someone else with this kind of background, they would have already had the powerful person behind them kill the enemy. Allowing your enemy to live even one more second would be disrespectful to yourself. That would be disrespectful to the forces behind you. What are forces used for? They help you defeat your enemies, provide you with shelter when you're weak, provide you with resources, and help you grow faster. It's not for yourself. Time flies, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. After spending decades refining natural materials and treasures, your strength has reached the peak of Yuandan. Especially after reaching this realm and refining some natural treasures, you can be said to have reached the limit in this peak Yuandan realm. All that is missing is the understanding of the power of rules and the transformation of one's own soul, and one can break through the realm of the primordial spirit. You don't have to worry too much about the transformation of your soul, because you are a time traveler. Your soul is naturally more special than that of ordinary people and has already transformed. It can be said that one foot has stepped onto the threshold of the primordial spirit. The only thing missing is an understanding of the rules. In this world, there are many rules and forces: earth, water, wind, fire, the 5 elements, devouring, destroying, creating, destroying, life, space, time, and so on. A world must have at least 3,000 rules to be considered complete. If it doesn't have these rules, it's an incomplete world, or a cave world. Incomplete worlds and cave worlds do not have the potential for growth. If the power of rules is not completed, the upper limit is equivalent to being fixed. Among these 3,000 rules, some are powerful and are called superior rules, while some are weak and are naturally intermediate rules and inferior rules. The strength of the rules you comprehend determines how powerful your subsequent realm will be among those of the same level. It also represents your potential in the future. Everyone wants to comprehend the higher rules, but only one person in a million can actually do so. Over the past billion years of the Tianyun realm, only 3 people have comprehended the higher rules. Yes, there are only 3 people. One of these 3 people comprehended the rules of space, one comprehended the rules of death, and one comprehended the rules of yin and yang. All 3 of them became powerful Dharma aspect masters of their respective time periods, suppressing their eras. While others at the Dharma aspect realm were called heavenly sovereigns, they were called divine sovereigns. Among them, the one who comprehended the laws of space has already surpassed the Dharma realm by half a step. If he is given another tens of millions of years, perhaps the highest realm in the Tianyun realm will no longer be the Dharma realm, but something above the Dharma realm. At the same time, if a being above the Dharmakya is born, all living beings in the Tianyun realm will be affected. Their future development may not be limited to the small Tianyun realm. They are expected to go beyond this small world and see a much larger world. Post Views, 15.025 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 025. There are realms above the Dharma, and there are worlds outside the world. Chu-He outside the simulator knew it. Putting aside other things, his existence alone explains everything. If there is no world outside this world, where is the world before he crossed over? It can't be here, right? If there was no time, how did he travel through time? If there is no powerful person above the Dharma phase, who created his golden finger? It can't be created by a powerful person at the Dharma phase level. It is impossible for a strong person in the Dharma realm to have such supernatural powers or such means. All of these things represent that there are existences in the world that are more powerful than the Dharmakaya, and there are other worlds. It's just that no one in the Tianyun realm can go to other worlds, so some people think that the world they are in is the only one, and they are the central world. But what Chu-He didn't expect was that in the past years of Tianyun realm, someone had actually taken half a step into the Dharmakaya. It's just a matter of tens of millions of years, and maybe you can create your own realm and achieve something above the Dharma. Although tens of millions of years is equivalent to the total lifespan of dozens of Dharma images, it takes tens of millions of years to create a realm, which seems very impressive. But creating something out of nothing and establishing a realm of your own based on your own accumulation is already pretty awesome. At least he doesn't have the talent. Even if he were given hundreds of millions of years, he wouldn't know if he could create a new realm. According to the historical records of the Tianyun realm, there were indeed 3 invincible beings known as Divine Lords. The one who comprehended the laws of space should be the one from 30 million years ago, respected by the world as the Lord of Emptiness. After just thinking about the history of the Tianyun realm, Chu-He soon figured out who the powerful existence was. When it comes to understanding rules, you naturally tend to comprehend higher level rules. Nonsense, they're already cheating, and they're using a simulator. If you don't comprehend the higher rules, you'll be nothing more than trash. The other masters will come in and beat you to death. Even if this simulation fails, use the time of the next simulation to comprehend. If it doesn't work the next time, try the next time. If it doesn't work the next time, try the next time. You really can't believe that you spent so much time and still couldn't comprehend the rules of the upper level, especially when you have a reference. Your reference point is naturally your talent. You discovered that your 99% damage immunity talent contains the power of rules, and at least a higher level rule. No, it can't be called a rule. It should be said that it is a special force that is even more powerful than the rules. You may call this power the superior power of rules, or the superior of the superior. With this reference, your chances of comprehending the higher level rules are much greater than others, and it won't take as much time. This is especially true if you have the help of natural treasures like the Enlightenment Spiritual Flower and the Enlightenment Tea Tree that can help others achieve enlightenment. You may even be able to achieve the Yuan Shen in just 1 year. It's a pity that you don't have this kind of natural treasure. Most of the Yuan Shen forces don't have this kind of thing either. Only the old Yuan Shen forces and Dharma phase forces have this kind of thing in their treasure troves. However, you think you are so lucky. If you go out more in the remaining time, you might find a treasure that can help you gain enlightenment. After all, you still have the identity of a boy who brings wealth. Perhaps due to this identity, you will obtain this type of treasure, just waiting for the protagonist to help you solve it next. This treasure will become the other party's possession, helping them to break through the soul. This possibility is not impossible. In many novels, the protagonist obtains a breakthrough treasure from the villain by killing him. If you can obtain a treasure that can break through the soul through this method and achieve the soul realm, then the offense and defense will be transformed, and that will be the end of Tianzu Palace. Although you will eventually die, it only took about 100 years for you to go from someone who had just broken through the Yuandan realm to a powerful Yuan Shen. Anyone would know that there is something wrong with you. Those above the primordial spirit realm will definitely attack you and seek out your secrets. With this thought, after 30 years, you once again left the Chu family and wandered aimlessly in the land of the world in search of secret places and opportunities. Also, walk around and see if the treasures that have been revealed in the future can be considered as important deeds by the simulator through your own dedicated search methods. Let it be exposed. Let the main body outside know so that in the next simulator, I can bring this treasure to him in the past. For example, 10 years from now, there will be an auction held by the Yuandan Xian family, one of the top 10 major nations in the land of 10,000 nations. Several Yuandan masters will be present at the auction. The other party also sent you an invitation, but you didn't go. At this auction, a special seed that was not favored by others was auctioned off by a grandmaster ant for dozens of yuanqi. Decades later, this grandmaster level cultivator achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the celestial realm at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. It turned out to be a Yuandan level plant demon beast. If one can swallow the seed of origin condensed before death, one can obtain all the origins of that plant monster. An origin of the Yuandan realm is enough to allow a normal person to achieve the peak of the celestial being from an ordinary person. If the celestial being swallows it, the chance of breaking through to the Yuandan realm will increase by 30%. In addition to this, 30 years later, a large secret realm appeared in the East Sea next to the East Desert. It was rich in sangsu and heavy water, a natural treasure that could allow water-based martial arts practitioners to achieve breakthroughs. A few drops can allow a grandmaster to break through to the celestial realm. In addition to helping others break through, if a pool of water can be gathered, it can also increase the chances of breaking through to the Yuandan realm. It can also be used to forge weapons, including Yuandan weapons. Everyone who entered this mysterious water secret realm became rich, but most people were robbed shortly after they became rich. It works. It actually works. I didn't expect that Chuhi number 2 could find a loophole in the simulator. He could actually use this method to store some opportunity information without choosing to remember it after the simulation is over. It was revealed in the simulator. Seeing that the information could actually be transmitted by deepening the impression, Chuhi's eyes lit up and he immediately took note of this situation. After finally finding a vulnerability in the simulator, you must exploit it vigorously in every simulation. Post Views, 15. 026 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 026. If the self in the simulator can discover the opportunity of the soul, even if he does not choose the memory reward, it will probably be deeply impressed in the eyes of the simulator and can be directly displayed on the panel. Let the outside self know. Walking around like this, time flies by again. Time in the simulator is worthless. Other people's time, every minute and every second is very precious. But time in the simulator is free. Just playing a random text can mean years, decades, or even centuries have passed. Look, several decades have passed. During these decades, you have wandered all the more famous places in the entire eastern wasteland, always looking for opportunities. Although you found some, most of them were useless to you, which made you a little annoyed. I think the primary villain halo is too rubbish. Why didn't I draw a mid-level villain halo? With that level of halo, I would definitely encounter this kind of opportunity. This is your true face. When you first acquired the aura of a primary villain, you didn't think so. Can't he find what you are looking for? You also decided not to search any further, and to use the remaining little time to comprehend the power of your own higher level rules. The more you can comprehend, the better. After such a long time, you already know what rules you will need to comprehend in the future. The immortal rule is eternal, immortal, and everlasting. This is the purpose of this rule. Very powerful. Most worlds, even the most complete ones, have 3,000 rules, but they rarely give birth to the power of immortal rules. The Tianyun realm you are in does not have immortal rules. If you didn't have this talent, even if you had a strong understanding, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it, because there is no such rule in the world, so how could you comprehend it without it? The power of the immortal rules is incredibly powerful. In a world with complete rules, they also have a lifespan, but their lifespan is extremely long, spanning at least hundreds of billions of years from birth to destruction. Although the Sky Cloud Realm's age of over 1 billion years may seem ancient, compared to his lifespan of over 100 billion years, a few billion years is nothing. Using your words before you traveled through time, he's just a little over a year old. A child over 1 year old? You're telling me he's only 1 year old, 6. Whose 1-year-old child is so big? Whether you admit it or not, he is indeed only 1 year old, but hundreds of billions of years are nothing in front of a world with the power of immortal rules. A world with the power of immortal rules normally has a lifespan over 100 times that of other worlds. While the lifespan of an ordinary world is hundreds of billions of years, they can exist for over 10 trillion years. This is a number you dare not imagine for the time being. If you can successfully comprehend the rules of immortality in the future, your lifespan will increase dramatically, more than 10 times that of people at the same level. If you can master the rules of immortality, your lifespan will be more than 100 times that of people at the same level. Before you achieve the next realm, you already have the life of the next realm. To some extent. The immortality rule is also somewhat related to the time rule. The subordinate rule of the time rule is the longevity rule. The immortality rule can help life have a longer lifespan. Isn't this related to the longevity rule? If it's related to the longevity rule, then it's naturally related to the time rule. Although this relationship is very complicated, it is no less complicated than that of your aunt's nephew's aunt's nephew's aunt's aunt. While you were comprehending the rules of immortality, you took a trip to the Bitter Sea, a desolate place. After years of searching, you finally found the bitter sea whale that had killed you in the first simulator. You're quite the vindictive person. If it weren't for this bitter sea whale, your first simulator wouldn't have ended so dismally at only reaching the middle stage of the Yuan Dan stage. It's possible that you're in the late Yuan Dan stage or even the peak Yuan Dan stage. If the opponent kills you in advance, what kind of grudge does he have against the real body outside and the you in the simulator? This is the vengeance that blocks the path. Similarly, the self in simulator number 1 can be said to have been indebted to Chuhi for his enlightenment. After all, without his efforts, the strength of his external self would not have been able to improve so quickly. The great whale of the Sea of Bitterness killed the person who had helped him achieve enlightenment. What kind of vengeance was this? The mere fact that someone blocked your path is no less vengeful than the murder of your father. Adding this to the mix, it makes people even more indignant than Yan Huohuo's family annihilation. There were no unexpected circumstances. You easily defeated the giant whale of the Sea of Suffering, but when the little golden man appeared, you only used one punch, a fraction of a second, to end the fight. Everything felt so easy, like a crushing victory just like before. The first time in the simulator, the image of being hunted for 5 years and in such a state of disarray, gradually reappeared. However, even though they have the same face, they no longer have any similarities. After 3 days of not seeing each other, one should look at each other with new eyes. All past enemies no longer pose any threat to you now that you have the simulator. You will keep advancing, 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 but those enemies will be easily surpassed by you in each simulation, still existing in the past years. This is the scariest part about simulators. This is the power of time, the power of years, the power of 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years. You've sat in the heart of the Chu family for decades, yet even with your innate talent as a guide, you've only gained a limited understanding of the rules of immortality. Understanding what immortality is, that is, immortality without any blind spots, eternal life, immortal soul, immortal body, immortal mind, immortal heart of Tao, immortal power, and every trace of one's own existence is immortal. Even if the heavens destroy you, you are indestructible. Even if the heavens decay, you are immortal. Even if the heavens and myriad worlds are destroyed and decayed, you will always stand tall above them, an unparalleled being that is indestructible and invulnerable to all laws. But this is still not enough for you to realize success. At this rate of understanding, it will take you at least several thousand years to realize success. Fortunately, this time makes you feel quite satisfied. Even if you don't find any opportunities, you can just simulate thousands of years next time and slowly practice and comprehend. It is enough for you to achieve the realm of the primordial spirit. Post views, 15.027 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 027. That day, you looked up at the sky above the Chu family, your gaze filled with calmness and a hint of mocking smile. You spoke calmly, 100 years have passed. It should be almost time. Don't tell me that after giving the protagonist 100 years to grow, he still hasn't achieved the Yuandan realm. Or perhaps, this protagonist isn't the impulsive type, but rather the shrewd type. He's not 2 or even 3 realms ahead of others. Then I won't do it. I think the risk is too great. I'll easily be killed. When you hoped that Yan Huohuo would quickly reach you and be defeated by you, in the Tianzu Palace, which was very far away from you, in a retreat place piled with a large amount of yuanqi. An astonishing aura and devouring power emanated from it. All the yuanqi within the retreat were completely absorbed in just a few minutes. When these yuan stones were completely devoured, all the spiritual energy within the entire Tianzu Palace was also drawn in by Yan Huohuo. This breakthrough scene was much more spectacular than the scene when you first broke through the Yuandan realm. But this is inevitable. The opponent's strength in the heavenly realm is stronger than yours, their potential is greater than yours, and the treasures they use to break through are more numerous and better than yours. If their strength after breaking through is not stronger than yours, then that would be unjust. After spending an hour absorbing all the vital energy from the surrounding thousands of miles, Yan Huohuo's realm officially broke through from the peak of the heavenly man realm to the early stage of the Yuandan realm. In the secret room, Yan Huohuo slightly opened his eyes, feeling his own strength, his face filled with surprise and excitement. Is this the power of Yuandan? Too strong, truly too strong. No wonder from the beginning to the end, no one has been able to cross the barrier between the heavenly man and Yuandan realms, no one has been able to cross the realms and defeat the enemy. Even the most talented Lord of Emptiness in the entire world, past and present, hasn't achieved this. His greatest achievement at the peak of the celestial realm was to survive a single glance from a Yuandan realm expert. This alone astonished countless people. I used to think this was too exaggerated. No matter how huge the gap between the two realms was, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. But now, after reaching this realm, I can only say that this is not an exaggeration at all. Thank goodness my master stopped me back then. Otherwise, when I reached the peak of the celestial realm, I might have gone to fight that Chu family patriarch to the death. And then, in the end, he was casually slapped to death by the other party, ending his miserable life. Speaking of this, Yan Huohuo felt a wave of fear when he thought of that scene, and his gratitude towards his master became even greater. If he has the chance in the future, he will definitely avenge his master and deal with that vast sea heavenly monarch. Unfortunately, none of his 3 wishes came true. Having a chance in the future didn't come true, revenge for my master didn't come true, and dealing with the vast sea lord didn't come true either. Master, my strength has now reached the early Yuandan stage. My strength is several times greater than that of a Yuandan mid-stage cultivator. I don't know if I can go and deal with that Chu family ancestor now. After getting a bit excited, Yan Huohuo finally managed to contain his excitement. He turned to look at his master, who had appeared at some point, and asked. True Lord Xuanyu, that's enough. The Chu family ancestor is just a Yuandan whose potential has been exhausted. Even if more than 100 years have passed, he might have just created his magical powers. It's highly likely that there will be no progress in your realm, and the magical powers you create won't be very strong. They pose almost no threat to you. Before, when you didn't have the strength, I wouldn't let you go, and you almost developed a mental disorder. Now that you have the strength, and I still won't let you go, I'm afraid you'll resent me. So go if you want to. But before you go, you must first call a supreme elder at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm in Tianzu Palace to accompany you and provide you with protection. I'll teach you another lesson. When facing any enemy, even if they appear weak, you must use all your might, like a lion fighting a rabbit. You must use absolute power to crush them. Yan Huohuo nodded, yes, Master, I understand. No, neither of you understand. It's said that even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, but you still haven't used your full strength. You haven't even shouted at the Yuan Shen realm. How can this be called a lion fighting a rabbit with all its might? A mere peak Yuan Dan cultivator would be courting death if he went there. Xuanyu Zhenjun, isn't this enough strength? If you want to deal with someone who has just broken through to the Yuan Dan stage, you have to use your Yuan Shen. That can only mean that this warrior is too cautious, to the point of being sick and incurable. The two of them chatted quickly, and soon Yan Huohuo emerged from his retreat. After chatting for a while with the current Tianzu Zhenjun, the palace master of Tianzu Palace, he brought with him a grand elder who was at the peak of the Yuan Dan stage. Continuously tearing through space, crossing it and rushing towards the land of 10,000 nations. With the terrifying speed of the Yuan Dan realm, it took less than a day. Yan Huohuo crossed tens of thousands of countries and arrived in Shun country, the ancestral land of the Yuan Dan Chu family, above Tianchu city. After more than 100 years of development, Tianchu city has become a prosperous city in hundreds of surrounding countries, an economic and political center, and a sacred place in the hearts of many warriors. The permanent population has reached hundreds of millions. Can you imagine a city with hundreds of millions of people living in an environment similar to ancient times? This is a country in its entirety. Only if there were supernatural powers in this world, food, water, and so on, could all be solved with supernatural powers, otherwise such a large city would not have existed in ancient times. There is no possibility at all. Usually, many people in Tianchu city would practice, sleep, and eat. But today, I'm afraid there is no such opportunity. Boom! The aura and power of a Yuan Dan expert erupted from Yan Huohuo's body, instantly enveloping the surrounding land for thousands of miles and all life in Tianchu city. All the martial arts masters felt this aura immediately, and their entire bodies trembled involuntarily. Post Views, 16. 028 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 028. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. What's going on? How could a powerful being burst forth from within Tianchu city? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Tianchu city is home to a powerful force led by the Chu family's ancestor, a Yuan Dan realm master. This aura is so powerful. It's countless times more powerful than the aura of a heavenly man realm expert I witnessed in Ye country decades ago. The owner of this aura is definitely more powerful than a celestial being. This is a martial arts Yuan Dan. When did the Chu family's ancestor provoke an existence of this level? This Yuan Dan expert has just arrived and has already unleashed such a powerful aura. It's obvious that he has come with ill intentions. I hope these two Yuan Dan realm masters won't continue to fight in Tianchu city. Otherwise, hundreds of millions of lives in Tianchu city will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Including me. Many nameless passers-by, sensing this aura, no longer knew what to say. Those who were at the Grand Master Heaven realm and more knowledgeable were planning to flee, but they thought about the range of their battle if the two beings really fought. They would often envelop the surrounding area, with battles covering tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles. There was no escape at all. A sense of despair surged within me, and I could only pray in my heart, praying that I could fight somewhere else. Chu He, over 100 years ago, other families wiped out our Yan family in order to curry favor with your Chu family. Today, I, Yan Huohuo, have achieved the Yuan Dan realm and returned. Come out and fight me to the death. I've waited so long for this day. Please don't be a coward. As passerby prayed, Yan Huohuo's voice spread throughout Tianzhu city, ringing in the ears of everyone, including the many descendants of the Chu family. The Chu family's top brass finally put their worries to rest. He really came. That's right. In his eyes, our Chu family is the one who wants to destroy his entire clan. It would be strange if he didn't come after he became powerful enough. But achieving Yuandan in just over 100 years? Is this something a normal person can achieve? Even this peerless genius wouldn't be able to be stopped by our ancestors. If we can't stop him, then... Chu Qingtian and Chu Zhongtian, father and son, looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with worry and regret. He was worried that his ancestor wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. After all, this was a prodigy who had made it into the top 30 of the True Dragon ranking, and a true disciple of the Yuan Shen faction. His ancestor really might not be able to defeat him. Regret not eradicating the problem completely. Eradicating the problem completely is extremely important. This point needs to be emphasized again. If it were those dozen Xiantians who wiped out the entire family. If we wait a few more days, maybe we can wait for Yan Huohuo to emerge from the tunnel and solve this future trouble directly, and then there won't be any problems like now. Coward? Are you talking about you? I've been waiting for you for over 100 years. It's been so tiring. Why couldn't you come earlier? Ever since the beginning of this life, I've always carried the aura of a junior villain, waiting for the protagonist to come and kill me. As I wait, my strength grows stronger and stronger. You, the protagonist, have never been here. Thank goodness, now that you're here, let's put a perfect end to this life. A streak of light streaked across the core of the Chu family. Your figure and your calm, emotionless words appeared above the horizon of Tianzhu city. Regarding your references to this life, the protagonist, and the villain's halo, Yan Huohuo and the others who heard it expressed confusion and didn't understand what you were saying. Those ordinary grandmasters and grandmasters thought this was some earth-shattering secret and immediately wrote it down in their notebooks. If I can survive this time, I will pass it on as a family heirloom to my descendants, so they can explore these astonishing secrets. I don't know what you're talking about. But since you're ready to fight, let's go to a deserted place and have a fight between real men. After all, you don't want to get into a fight in this land that your Chu family has built for over 100 years, and have everything and everyone reduced to ashes. You don't want to either. Seeing you, Yan Huohuo's anger and excitement were almost uncontrollable, and he wanted to start a big battle right here. But he stopped the thought. I have to say, the reason the protagonist is because he is a creature with a relatively strong sense of justice. Although there are some dark protagonists, most of them have good personalities and values. They will not attack ordinary people unless their own interests are involved. Yan Huohuo is this type of protagonist. Under normal circumstances, Chu He still hopes to become friends with this kind of person. Everyone wants to be friends with people with good personalities and values. Even bad people want to be friends with good people. Let them be enemies. No matter how good Yan Huohuo's personality is, even if he has been a good person for 10 lifetimes, number 2 Chu He must kill him today. He said so. If we have different standpoints, everything will be in vain. The butt determines the head. No, it won't take that long, and it won't affect such a large area. It will be over in a moment. Besides, they'll all disappear after I die. It doesn't matter if these people die now. Everything is fake. Shaking his head, Yu didn't accept Yan Huohuo's advice, but instead said these words in a very pretentious manner. After saying this, you used your eternal and indestructible golden body great divine power, and the terrifying golden light illuminated the vast land for thousands of miles around, in front of the lives of hundreds of millions of Tianzhu city. After more than 10 seconds, the golden light slowly dissipated, and a towering golden giant appeared where Chu He had stood before. Two pairs of eyes, as dazzling as the sun, stared silently at Yan Huo. Eternal, immortal, timeless, and undying, all these words are hard to describe this golden giant. The aura of the peak Yuandan realm was released without any concealment at this moment. He fiercely crushed the aura released by Yan Huo, the opponent's momentum and aura. In front of Chu He at this moment. Like a lone boat in the ocean, weak and vulnerable, it could be overturned by a wave at any time. Post views, 15:029 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 029. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Not good, disciple. This Chu family ancestor isn't even in the early Yuandan stage. He's at the peak Yuandan stage. No, this aura is infinitely more powerful than that of an average peak Yuandan stage cultivator. Who said she was in the early stage of Yuandan? We were deceived. From Yan Huo's jade pendant, a desperate voice came. It belonged to true Lord Xuanyu. He originally thought that he had learned his lesson from a surprise attack tens of thousands of years ago, and that he had become more cautious. He then sent a newly promoted Yuandan cultivator and a peak Yuandan cultivator to suppress the situation. There is absolutely no risk. In the end, he was still inferior in skill. Who could have imagined that the Chu family's ancestor, who had just achieved a breakthrough over 100 years ago, was actually a powerful being above the peak of the Yuandan realm? He couldn't imagine it, Yan Huo couldn't imagine it, Tian Shui Zhenren, the guardian behind Yan Huo, couldn't imagine it, and all the members of the Chu family couldn't imagine that Chu He was so powerful. Fug! Yan Huo's expression turned extremely ugly, and he was speechless. He felt like his cultivation over the past 100 years had been like being a clown. I've practiced so hard for so long just to get revenge, but when the time comes and the person shows up, the one I'm seeking revenge on is so strong that he can easily kill me with a single slap. My fellow deist, I am Tian Shui Zhenren. What our sect's true disciple Yan Huo just said was just a joke. On behalf of the Tianzu Palace, I am willing to offer you 30 plants of the same rank as heavenly materials and treasures to make amends. Can we both pretend that what happened today never happened? In the future, we at Tianzu Palace can also guarantee that what happened today will not happen again. Sensing the aura of the Overlord Heaven and Earth, the hidden Tian Shui Zhenren immediately appeared, his face showing a solemn and slightly flattering tone as he spoke. His heart was a little numb now. When he came, they had agreed to let him deal with an early Yuandan. He came here to please the future Yuan Shen seed. In the end, before he could even try to please her, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Looking at the golden figure and the huge fist gleaming with golden light, Tian Shui Zhenren had no doubt that the opponent's punch could crush him to pieces. Even though he had the power of the Yuan Shen behind him, he no longer dared to speak with the arrogant attitude he had in the past towards others. Arrogance comes at a price. Being arrogant with ordinary people is fine, but being arrogant with such a powerful person is courting death. Even if there is a spirit behind him, it doesn't matter. He is so far away that he can't come over instantly. If they beat him to death now, his death would be in vain. What do you think? I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't deserve to hear it. I've waited so long for you to come here. Take my punch first. Only if you catch it will you be qualified to talk to me. If you were to act like an ant to Tian Shui Zhenren, there would be no ripples. He's already going to kill the protagonist today, no matter who tries to stop him. Boom. You are too lazy to speak to these people in front of you. Just a straight pun. The fist's speed was so fast that even beings at the celestial realm, including Yan Huo, couldn't detect it. Only Tian Shui Zhenren and Xuanyu Zhenjun, who was in a residual soul state, could see a shadow. But seeing it is one thing, and whether the brain and body can react and resist it is another. You first dealt with the protagonist Yan Huo, and did not deal with the strongest Tian Shui Zhenren. If you are affected by the aura of reduced intelligence, you will definitely deal with Tian Shui Zhenren first, but after you deal with him, Yan Huohuo will turn around and run away. It will probably take several seconds to catch up. By the time you catch up, I'm afraid that the powerful Yuan Shen behind the other party will descend on this area at a very fast speed, appear in front of Chu He, and easily solve Chu He's problem. Let the protagonist escape danger. This is the power of the protagonist's aura. Even if the situation is extremely dangerous, there is always a solution. What is a life or death situation for others is a life or death situation for him. Maybe you predicted the power of the protagonist's halo in advance. Or maybe your attack speed is too fast. It makes the protagonist's halo numb. I feel like this villain is different from the villains I've encountered before. Those villains before were so silly, so cute, but why did this villain set his sights on the protagonist as soon as he came? And he doesn't hold back when he strikes, he's all about power. Which villain is like that? If all the villains are like this, how can the protagonist grow? Can the protagonist survive? Report, someone is cheating. There's a snap. The 1,000-meter-long fist directly smashed Yan Huohuo's 1.8-meter-tall body into a bloody mist, and his soul was instantly obliterated, leaving nothing behind. This process went surprisingly smoothly, and the protagonist did not experience any sudden changes. Nonsense, the protagonist has just broken through. It's not like he's been in the early stages of the breakthrough for a long time. How could he possibly break through suddenly when he's on the verge of a breakthrough? Even the protagonist needs some logic. Furthermore, even if it is a sudden breakthrough, the strength will only increase threefold, from the early stage to the middle stage. The protagonist is 3 small realms away from him. The strength gap in realm alone is 30 times. Moreover, Chu He has reached the limit of the Yuan Dan peak, and his realm is slightly stronger than that of an ordinary Yuan Dan peak. The gap in realm between me and him is 50 times, and that's just the realm. The gap in magical power is another 30 times. With a 30-fold increase in all attributes, that's a 1,500-fold gap in strength. Who could overcome a 1,500-fold power gap and defeat the enemy in such a situation? Before dying, even the protagonist could only reveal a look of despair and self-blame for dying on the road before avenging his family. I didn't avenge my master, wasting so much of his energy and expectations, and I didn't resolve the guilt of Master Han Hai. If only he could be a little more cautious, practice diligently for another 100 or 200 years, raise his strength to the peak of Yuan Dan, and return to the secret space of the Enlightenment Tea Tree that Master discovered in the Tianyun secret realm tens of thousands of years ago. With Master's help, I might be able to secretly take out the Enlightenment Tea Tree and break through to the Yuan Shen realm. Then, revenge will be a breeze. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. As expected of the protagonist, he has so much inner drama in the moment before his death. Seeing that the protagonist of this simulation was killed by Chu He, the second one, Chu He, laughed. Smiling happily. Post views, 15. 030 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As for the protagonist, he believes it in reality, but he doesn't believe it in the simulator. Yan Huohuo is the protagonist, so what am I? Others said that the protagonist was immortal, but it just didn't believe it and insisted on killing the protagonist. To put it more abstractly, the simulated world where Chu He number 2 exists because of Chu He number 2. It is because his original body outside has a simulator that he can be born. If he does not exist, the false simulated world will disappear directly. Then think about it from a more unique angle. Isn't this equivalent to saying that the entire world was created by Chu He? The world exists because of him. In the world he created, he is the master of the world. He really doesn't believe that the protagonist of destiny chosen by the world he created can turn against Tian Gang. You can't kill his creator. He doesn't believe it, very loud. But this inner drama is good. I never thought that this immortal man called Xuanyu Zhenjun, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, would actually discover a tea tree for enlightenment in the Tianyun secret realm. This item was prepared for the protagonist. It must not have been discovered and taken away by others. Let's wait and see if we can find this location from this old man's soul. If I can find it, then I can go there directly in the next simulation and break through to the realm of the primordial spirit. After killing the protagonist Yan Huo, and with the jade pendant on his waist shattering, a soul stared blankly at the blood mist before it. She yelled, "No! I want you to die! I want you to be buried with my disciple! Die, die, die!" Turning his head, the remnant spirit of true Lord Xuanyu looks at you with red eyes. Over 100 years of companionship, coupled with the fact that he's the protagonist, have naturally combined to create a bond between him and Yan Huo, like father and son. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. As a father, seeing his son beaten to death, his rage is enough to rival those 897 office workers before he traveled through time. Without any hesitation, he launched a soul attack on you. Even if it was a remnant soul, it was the remnant soul of a peak-level Yuan Shen master. After Yan Huo found some natural treasures to restore it. His soul power, when fully activated, is enough to wipe out a cultivator at the middle stage of the Yuan Dan realm, but when this soul power covers your huge body, but it's like a breeze blowing by. Leave you feeling nothing. 99.9% damage immunity, plus strength attributes far exceeding those of its peers. I'm not kidding you. Raising your hand, your massive palm grasps the frantic Xuanyu Zhenjun, squeezing tightly and slowly crushing his soul into powder. From a remnant soul, to a truly dead person. Ha 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 ha, now that we've dealt with these two, you're the only one left. After killing both the master and the disciple, you finally turned your gaze towards Tian Shui Zhenren. A smile formed on your lips because you had killed the protagonist. I couldn't help but laugh. But this laughter, at first glance, shows that he's not a good person. The invisible black halo of a primary villain above your head occasionally lights up, flashing with bursts of black light. My fellow deist, you are still young. And you have such a large family. You still have thousands of years of life left to live. Don't walk on. No, don't continue to be stubborn. If you kill one of these two, I can even speak well of you back at Tianzu Palace. After all, they were the ones who provoked you first. It wouldn't be a pity if they died, right? But if you kill me, you'll definitely attract the spirit behind me. I'm only here to protect Yan Huo, I haven't provoked you yet. For a nobody like me, you're risking your life. It's really not worth it. His entire body was icy cold, but Tian Shui Zhenren displayed his peak acting skills, forcing a smile and moving the audience with both reason and emotion. It only took 0.1 seconds to briefly explain to Chuhi the difference between killing the two people on the roadside and killing himself, and also said that there was really no hatred between him and the other party. If you hadn't used some subtle tricks to notify the Tianzu Palace earlier, I'll actually give you a decent one. But if something is done, then we must be responsible for it. Boom, Tian Shui Zhenren, die. When the three powerful men who came rushing over were all killed by you in just a few seconds, everyone in Tianchu City, including Chu Qingtian and Chu Zhongtian. It all feels like a dream. Chu Qingtian had never imagined that his ancestor was so powerful, and his strength had actually reached the peak of Yuan Dan. No wonder the ancestor didn't take any action after learning about Yan Huo. It turns out it wasn't that the ancestor didn't dare to take action, but that the ancestor was too powerful. So powerful that there's no need to take action. Just wait for the other party to come and die. However, if the ancestor killed so many people from the Tianzu Palace at once, it would definitely offend the Tianzu Palace. Perhaps the powerful Yuan Shen behind them has already received the news and is coming here. Thinking of this, Chu Qingtian's expression changed. The ancestor is the pillar of their family, more important than all the other members of their family put together. He absolutely cannot die here. Fortunately, after he learned about Yan Huohuo's existence, he spent a large amount of yuanqi to purchase a long-distance teleportation formation. As long as the ancestor enters this teleportation formation, we will instantly reach the East China Sea, hundreds of millions of miles away. As long as we are careful and cautious when we get there, we shouldn't be discovered by that powerful Yuan Shen master. Chu Qingtian, who didn't know what methods a powerful Yuan Shen master had, thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Chu Qingtian was ready to tell his ancestor to run away. However, the speed of a powerful Yuan Shen is too fast. From the time Tian Shui Zhenren sent the message to the present, and the battle to the present, only 5 seconds have passed. In just 5 seconds, Tianzu Palace's powerful Yuan Shen master, Tianzu Zhenjun, traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers and descended upon the land of Shun Nation. A majestic voice, like the voice of heaven, resounded in my ears, and the boundless land of millions of kilometers surrounded me. A mere peak-level Yuandan cultivator actually dared to kill my Tianzu Palace's true disciple, the Grand Elder. Court Death. Post Views, 17. 031 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hearing this voice, you, knowing who it belongs to, look up at the sky. Your gaze penetrates tens of thousands of miles and sees a towering figure enveloped in vital energy appearing above the Shun Kingdom's sky. You can't see the face clearly, only a rough outline. Just one glance gives you the feeling that you are facing a god, and your soul is pierced. Even if this feeling was reduced by 999% of its original value, it was still very clear in Chuhi. The gap between Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen is too huge. The gap between realms is really difficult to cross. This becomes increasingly true as time goes on. Those who have reached a higher realm were all once invincible geniuses, and they all dominated an entire era. You are a genius, and so are others. You emerged from among millions of people, and so did others. You have a top-level offensive treasure, and so do others. You have a top-level teacher, and others also have one. You have comprehended a top-level magical power, and others have also comprehended it. When everyone is a genius, your advantage of being invincible at the same level as you at a lower level will disappear. After all, everyone has been invincible at the same level. With so many invincible people of the same level in the same realm, the strength of this invincible realm is the norm for this realm, and is what this realm should be like. Not much better than others. In this situation, you must be a genius, a freak, and a godlike person to be able to leapfrog a major level in front of so many geniuses. Overcome the gap of thousands or even tens of thousands of times and defeat the enemy. This being at the Yuan Shen realm lightly raised his hand and clapped his hands towards the entire Shun kingdom. It started out as a small palm print, but as it got closer to Shun country, it grew larger and larger. 1 mile, 10 miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, until it covered all of Shun country, truly blocking out the sky and the Sunday. The entire Cisplatin sky has become completely dark. When this enormous palm print completely wiped out the entire Shun kingdom, the mountains and rivers were all smoothed out, and the landforms within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were completely changed. You also feel dizzy. Yes, you are dead. However, at the moment of your death, this Tianzu Zhenjun, who had originally planned to leave after resolving everything, could no longer leave. Because his vision also went dark. He is dead too. This world exists because of you. If you die, everything will cease to exist. The person who killed you will also be taken away by you. Ding! This simulation ends. Reward 1, Peak Yuan Dan Strength and Eternal and Indestructible Golden Body Supernatural Power. Reward 2, Primary Villain Aura Talent. Reward 3, Memory in Simulation. Master Tiansu, I will remember you. I can't beat you in the simulation. But, the you in the simulation is fake, the you in reality is real. When my strength reaches the Dharma realm, you'll be finished if I don't do it. Ending my second sim's life prematurely is a vengeance that is no less than the revenge for killing my father. A cold light flashed in Chu He's eyes. Even though I already knew what my ending would be, this ending was exactly what I had imagined. But thinking about it is one thing, and actually appearing is another, although this Tianzu Zhenjun did not provoke him in reality, and did not even recognize him. But who told him to block his own way? He is not a good person and has never admitted it. He doesn't care whether the other party has provoked him in reality or not. He just cares about the cause of his appearance in the simulation. Then use him in real life to repay this consequence. That's fair. After all, the cause of one's own death in the simulation results in the self in the simulation being unable to continue to become stronger, and it is the real self who has to bear this consequence. Simulator, choose your strength. Turning his head and looking at his panel, Chu He naturally chose strength without hesitation among the three options. He had a problem and didn't choose the Peak Yuan Dan strength plus that extremely powerful supernatural power. He must be sick to choose the talent and the useless memory. If he had chosen the talent of the primary villain's aura, God knows whether a protagonist would be refreshed in reality. In that case, there would probably be a protagonist who would go against him in every simulation. Wouldn't that make him feel awkward? After all situations in the simulation are simulated according to the real future. If you are a villain, then the protagonist must appear in reality. Then there will definitely be a protagonist in every subsequent simulation. He was really fed up with creatures like the protagonist. It is enough to have yourself as the protagonist in this world, there is no need for another person. Buzz. With Chu He's choice of strength as his own reward. Next second. The power in his body, which was already extremely terrifying and could easily destroy the land within a radius of thousands of miles, suddenly became dozens of times stronger. And there are no side effects, no discomfort, and no sense of unfamiliarity. It's absolutely true that I have improved my strength step by step, without any sense of vanity. In the memory of his brain, the great magical power of the eternal and indestructible golden body that he had been constantly comprehending for dozens or hundreds of years also appeared, allowing Chu He to master it successfully in one go. He completely possessed the terrifying strength of Haki No. 2 Chu He, which was completely unlike the power of the Yuan Dan realm. Very good. With this strength, I will have a better start in the next simulation. I hope that in the third simulation, Chu He No. 3 can be a little more powerful. His two predecessors have set an example. Each of them has raised me by 2 levels. He doesn't need to work so hard. Just 1 level will be enough. The pleasure of improving his strength made Chu He intoxicated and comfortable, and he couldn't help but sigh. He knew what a hard life he had lived through in the past 500 years. Practicing horizontal training was very torturous for the body. It was extremely painful when he first started practicing horizontal training. The improvement in strength is so slow. Although compared with those people on the roadside, his cultivation speed was already extremely fast, but compared with now, it was really slow. His strength improvement is now calculated on a monthly basis. Every month, he becomes a different person. In a few months, he will bring a big surprise to everyone in the Tianyun realm. There is no need to explain this big surprise. That means everyone in the Tianyun realm will have a big daddy above their heads. He doesn't want to eat beef. He wanted to protect his Tianyun realm and make everyone in the Tianyun realm grow leeks for him. Those who don't like leeks will be given the ultimate insult. He wants to stand above everyone. Is this surprising enough? Post views, 14. 032 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. This is such a pleasant surprise. Chu-hee just thought about his invincible figure and the scene of not eating beef. I feel like I'm filled with surprises. Calm down, calm down. You're an immortal who has lived for 500 years. How can you be so excited just because of a fantasy? This doesn't fit your personality. When I think of those scenes, I can hardly control the smile on my lips. Chu-hee forced himself to calm down, otherwise he would become a crooked-mouthed god of war in a moment. But the curved corners of his mouth still did not lower. Shook his head. Chu-hee took out the jade pendant of the residual soul of Swanyu Zhenjun from the space ring, and some anticipation flashed in his eyes. I couldn't help but say. I learned from the narrator that this old immortal has information about the Enlightenment Tea Tree in his hands. Since the protagonist is able to know this information and will later try to seize it, it must still exist. Otherwise, if something doesn't exist, the protagonist won't know about it. This is a truth that anyone who has read the novel knows. So, I hope this old immortal doesn't forget where the Enlightenment Tea Tree is. Otherwise, I'm afraid his future days will be a bit sad. As he spoke, Chu-hee injected his soul power into the jade and pulled out a sleeping soul inside. There was no time for the other party to react. Chu-hee was afraid that the other party would have some tricks up his sleeve after waking up, and would try to search his memory when he saw him, so he would forcefully erase his own memory. That's it. The opportunity to break through the primordial spirit disappeared from his hands. This is not impossible. A powerful person at the peak level of Yuan Shen has lived for tens of thousands of years, and you don't know what kind of methods he has. Even if it is the current Chu-hee, if he wants to delete his memory, he can do it, even a cultivator at the Grandmaster level can do it. This is not a very difficult thing. It's just that it's a little difficult to delete one's memory under the attention of a peak Yuan Dan powerhouse. A big hand directly grabbed Master Swanyu's head, and Chu-hee closed his eyes and began to look through the memories in Master Swanyu's mind like watching a movie. Chu-hee did not start looking through the other person's memories about the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The other party has been knocked unconscious by me now. As long as I don't agree, he will never wake up. Without my consciousness, he will not be able to delete his memory. Then there is no need to be so anxious. It's better to look through the other party's cultivation memories more often, as this is also a serious matter. The memory of a powerful master at the peak level of Yuan Shen will be of great benefit to him now. True Lord Swanyu broke through the realm of the primordial spirit and comprehended the power of the rules, which are the rules of water. Among the many rules, it's just a low-level rule, but this is also the norm for spiritual practitioners in the Tianyun realm. Among a million souls, there may be only one who can comprehend the upper rules, and among thousands of people, there may be only one who can comprehend the middle rules. Most people are of the lower rules, including the few Dharma phase level practitioners now, all of them are of the lower rules. Not a single one is of the middle rules. In his memory, if one comprehends 10% of the power of the rules and allows one's soul to undergo a transformation, one can achieve the state of primordial spirit. If you comprehend about 30%, you can achieve the middle stage of the Yuan Shen, 60% is the late stage of the Yuan Shen, and 90% is the peak of the Yuan Shen. Once you have comprehended about 100%, that is complete comprehension, and you can control the rules. One is comprehension and the other is control. The two are different. Mastering a rule is the Dharma. There are two thresholds to Dharma. One is to master the rules, and the other is to build a body of rules. The reason why the Dharma phase level experts don't call this realm the rule level is entirely because this realm can create a rule-based body similar to the law of heaven and earth. The appearance of this ruled body is somewhat similar to the gigantic golden figure unleashed by the eternal and indestructible golden body divine ability at full power. A Dharma realm expert who doesn't use the rule body is tens of thousands of times more powerful than a soul realm expert. If he uses it, his combat power will increase by more than 10 times. This is the ultimate cheat. The gap in realm is incredible. With these memories, Chu He's understanding of the Yuan Shen realm and the Dharmakya realm increased a lot. Nothing else to say. He finally realized how big the gap was between the Yuan Shen realm and the Dharmakya realm. It was a gap of hundreds of thousands of times. A strong person in the Yuan Dan realm can destroy an area of several thousand miles with a single move, and a strong person in the Yuan Shen realm can destroy an area of tens of thousands of miles with a single move. Remember, this distance is measured in squares. A strong person in the Dharma realm can destroy the land of hundreds of thousands of miles in a single thought, and can destroy even an ancient star that is millions of miles in size in a single move. This is just normal combat power. By using the body of rules, the combat power increased by more than 10 times again, and the destructive power was even more incredible. No wonder, the strong men at the Dharma realm never fight. More than 1 billion years have passed, and he has never heard of the strong men at the Dharma realm fighting. No one has recorded it. Because a strong man of this level could destroy the land of millions or even tens of millions of miles in radius in just one move. The range can extend to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of miles. You should know that the area of the land of all nations plus some barren land is only about hundreds of millions of miles. The entire East Wilderness covers an area of only tens of billions of miles of vast land. If we add the 4 major sea areas, the East Wilderness, the northern border, the western region, the southern sky, and the central plains, there are several other places. It's only about 100 billion miles in radius. A battle that spread over billions of miles had the power to truly harm the world. The power that harms the world. What an exaggerated description. If a Dharma phase level battle really happened, it would be no less than a devastating disaster for the entire Tianyun realm's ecology and all life. The number of lives will be reduced by more than 90%. No one dares to fight like this unless there is a huge hatred. Otherwise, if someone dares to fight like this, the other beings of the same level will definitely explode with them. It's only that big, and if we have a fight, the whole place where we live will be destroyed. Of course, it is possible that there were actually battles at the Dharmakya level, and the reason they were not recorded was simply because all the people who recorded them were dead. Afterwards, this group of humans, including Chu He, were the descendants of those who survived the battle between some Dharma phase level powerful beings. This is also possible. You must become a Dharmadhatu. This is a truly powerful person. All those at the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms are shattered in front of this person. Perhaps in front of those grandmasters, and celestial beings, I am a truly powerful person, someone who can make a name for myself in the world, not just a bystander. But in front of an existence of this level, what is my strength worth? With a single thought, I might be able to kill millions of them without any difficulty. The more you understand, the more you realize how terrifying the truly strong are. That's right. If you don't practice, you will see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you practice cultivation, seeing me will be like an ant seeing the sky. This describes Chu He's current mentality. If he doesn't read Xian Zhenjun's memories, he will be like a frog in a well. He knows that the Dharma image is powerful, but he doesn't know how powerful it is. I can only roughly guess the gap between the two sides. But now that he understood, he found that the gap was even bigger, so big that there was no limit to it. After strengthening his belief and looking at his own golden finger simulator, Chu He suddenly felt extremely confident that he could achieve the Dharma realm in the future. After getting this golden finger, he never doubted whether he could break through the realm of Dharmakya, even though he knew the gap was so huge. All he cares about is when he will break through. What matters is when you can transcend the realm of Dharmakya and achieve a more powerful existence. A more majestic existence. The existence of not eating beef. After looking through Master Xuanyu's memories again, Chu He also saw where the enlightenment tea tree was. In the Tianyun secret realm, there is a special space. That space was entered by Master Xuanyu when he was at the Yuandan realm. It is filled with extremely rich yuan qi. Moreover, these vital energies also contain a certain power that can make one's brain feel clear. If one lives here for a long time, one's comprehension will be improved a little bit. Although the improvement is not much. But it can be said that this space is an excellent place for cultivation. There are treasures in the Tianyun realm that can improve one's talent for cultivation, but Chu He has not yet heard of anything that can improve one's understanding. This can only be achieved by nature. This special space is also called the Enlightenment Space by True Lord Xuanyu. In the center of this space, there is a young Wuodao tea tree. It takes 10,000 years for the Wuodao tea tree to grow, 10,000 years for it to take shape, and 10,000 years for it to mature. It can produce hundreds of pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. Practicing under the enlightenment tea tree can greatly increase the success rate of comprehending supernatural powers and rules. This thing was of no use to Master Xuanyu at that time as he was just a child, so he had to give it up. Only through the soul can you find other treasures. But he still memorized the location of the treasure in his mind, hoping that if he had descendants in the future, they would be able to enter and take the treasure down. Then hand it over to several Dharma forces outside to obtain some cultivation resources that may be helpful to them. Yes, you read it right. After you get this treasure, you don't use it yourself, but hand it over to the Dharma forces outside so that you can get cultivation resources from them. Tianyun Secret Realm is not a secret realm that ordinary practitioners can enter at will. The origin of this secret realm can be seen from its name. It has existed since the birth of the Tianyun realm. Its area reaches billions of miles, and it can be said to be the largest secret realm, with countless natural treasures. There are a lot of Yuandan level treasures in it, some Yuanshan level ones, and even in the past years, some Faxiang level cultivation resources have appeared. But only practitioners at the Yuandan realm can enter. For more than 1 billion years, a large number of Dharma forces have jointly controlled this secret realm, which opens once every 1,000 years. When it opens, they will send people from their own sect in, and will also give some places to Yuandan level practitioners from outside. This is not out of kindness on their part. It's just to make these Yuandan practitioners work for them. There are a large number of monsters and ferocious beasts in the secret realm, and the people they send will not enter some dangerous places because it is too dangerous. At this time, let other wandering cultivators go in and help them explore the dangers inside and get out the treasures inside. After obtaining these treasures and coming out of the secret realm, more than 99% of the treasures need to be handed over, and the remaining 0.1% still belongs to this person. Post Views, 14. 033 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Don't think that you only get 1%, the other 99% belongs to others. This is rare. Actually, this is already a lot. Just this little bit is what an ordinary Yuandan realm cultivator would gain in dozens or hundreds of years in other places. If you are lucky, even if you reduce 99% of it, it will still be equivalent to what you would gain in hundreds of years outside. Moreover, the master of the Dharma sect took away 99% of your gains. What? You don't accept it? If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Although cultivators at the Yuandan realm are considered high-level experts in the entire Tianyun realm. However, altogether there are still tens of thousands of people. Only 1,000 people are allowed in each time. If you don't go in, someone else will. The Faxiang sect does not directly recruit cultivators at the Yuandan level from all over the world to enter, leaving you working in vain. You all have to thank God. It's still about 200 years until the next Tianyun secret realm opens. During the third simulation, let Chuhi number 3 go and take a look to see if there really is this enlightenment tea tree inside. Just swallow it directly in the Tianyun secret realm, refine it and break through the realm of the soul. Then, with the strength of the Yuan Shen realm, search the Tianyun secret realm and see if you can take another step forward from the Yuan Shen realm. If that's possible, everyone will be happy. If that doesn't work, then commit suicide before the secret realm closes. Otherwise, if you don't commit suicide before the secret realm closes, you will be expelled from the secret realm. And once he comes out with the strength of the Yuan Shen realm, he will definitely be beaten to death. Of course, the greater possibility is that he will be captured by others for Risir. After all, a Yuan Dan whose potential is almost exhausted in the eyes of others has gone from just breaking through the Yuan Dan realm to breaking through the Yuan Shen realm in just a few hundred years. This will definitely attract the attention of powerful people in the Dharma realm. After understanding all the memories he needed, Chu He already had an idea of what to do in the next simulation. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to break through to the realm of the primordial spirit in the next simulation, and it will be a primordial spirit that comprehends the higher rules. A spiritual practitioner who has comprehended the higher rules is more than 10 times stronger than those at the same level. This increase in strength, combined with his talent and the magical powers he controls, is the result. By then, even if he faces an opponent at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm at the early stage, he will be confident that he can easily defeat the opponent. Thinking of this, Chu He was in a good mood. Looking at Master Xuanyu who was sleeping like a baby in front of him, he also felt a little more favorable towards him. The other party gave him such a big gift, and he had a good impression of it, so what's the problem? Because of this good impression, Chu He did not plan to kill the other party with his own hands. He let the other party live a few more days. He planned to use the other party to exchange for some cultivation resources. Squeeze out the remaining value from the other party. Doesn't the other party have an enemy of Hanhai Tianjun? Although Hanhai Tianjun's strength is now at the top of Tianyun realm. But the other party probably doesn't want an enemy with a residual soul at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. Moreover, he once had the hope of breaking through the Dharma realm. If the other party discovered a genius, they might create an enemy of the Dharma realm for him. Just like Yan Huohuo before. When his strength breaks through the realm of Yuan Shen one day, he will sell this Xuanyu Zhenjun to some Yuan Shen forces. Not to mention whether these Yuan Shen forces will gain favor from Hanhai sect by giving Xuanyu Zhenjun to Hanhai sect, just the cultivation memory possessed by a peak Yuan Shen. It is a huge wealth. It can definitely be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. As for why he didn't go to Hanhai sect to exchange it himself, it was of course because he didn't plan to contact a Dharma phase level strong man for the time being, and was afraid that the other party would see through his simulated identity. Tisk tisk tisk. I'm such a ruthless person. I have a very dark heart. It's the worst bad luck for true Lord Xuanyu to have met me. I gave a thumbs up to my own idea. Chu He sealed the sleeping Xianyu Zhenjun with the sealing method he controlled, preventing him from waking up for a short period of time, and then put him back into the storage ring. Stand up from the recliner. Chu He stretched his body slightly and began to walk towards the Chu family's martial arts training hall. With his strength improved so much, he was in a good mood and was ready to give some guidance to the younger generations in his family. Hello, Ancestor. Hello, Ancestor. Grandfather, this is the cloud tea that the royal family of the Song Kingdom gave me when I was developing my family business in the land of Song Kingdom a few days ago. A crude person like me will not comment on it. I don't feel the beauty of it. Only a tea connoisseur like you, old Ancestor, can appreciate the wonders of this tea. Please help me taste it. If you think it's good, please tell me. The cloud tea in your hand is only a third-level spiritual tea. How dare you take it out? Grandfather, I have 10 boxes of Tongyun Kingdom's royal tribute wine. They are all made from 4th-level wine vanilla that has been aged for thousands of years, extracting its essence and removing the chaff. It has the effect of improving qi and blood, and clearing away distracting thoughts. When our ancestors had nothing to do, they would lie on the recliner and watch the lotus flowers by the lake. You can have some wine, eat a few delicious dishes you want, and enjoy the gentle breeze. Just thinking about that scene makes me happy. That's the real enjoyment in life. Along the way, they met many descendants of Chu-He. Every family member who saw Chu-He showed respect and excitement on his face, and stopped to bow slightly. Some family members immediately took out some of their treasured wine, tea, and other items from their storage rings. It's not some precious treasure from heaven and earth, because they don't have any treasure from heaven and earth that can be useful to Chu-He, so there's no need to take it out. It's better to take out some things that are not so precious but relatively rare. He returned some smiles and accepted all the things that were given to him. Of course he would take the things these people gave to him as a tribute to their ancestor. He protected the entire Chu family and made it bigger and stronger. What was wrong with accepting some things? Isn't this what should be done? Moreover, he has practiced for more than 500 years and finally got a golden finger. Shouldn't he enjoy it? The fact that he didn't continue playing music or dancing showed that he still had a little self-control. Yes, you two are very good and have great potential. Come with me to the training grounds. I'll give you two some pointers and see how your martial arts skills are going. Are you slacking off? I collected the Yunwu tea, the tribute wine, and some powder-like medicinal powders that can greatly enhance the aroma and deliciousness of dishes. Post views, 17. 034 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 034. Chu-He saw that the two younger generations of the family who gave him gifts were on the verge of breaking through, so he decided to see if he could help them break through by giving them some guidance. Hearing this, Chu Qingxun and Chu Qingtian, the 26th generation descendants of the two families, had ecstatic expressions on their faces. Thank you for your guidance, old ancestor. Being able to receive guidance from an old ancestor at the Yuandan realm was no less than a great opportunity for both of them. The entire family has achieved the Yuandan realm since the ancestor, and has never guided others. This is the first time. The first time is more likely to be remembered by others. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to have their names remembered by their ancestors, perhaps their status in the family would rise sharply. For a moment, the two followed Chu-He closely, and other families around saw these two people. There was an expression of envy on their faces. If they had known that the ancestor would come out today, they would have prepared these things. Come to the martial arts training ground. The Chu family's martial arts training ground had been expanded a month ago. The place for warriors to practice martial arts was very large. There was no way around it, their destructive power was too great. A warrior at the innate realm has street-blasting combat power and can blow up an entire street with a wave of his hand. Even if these people are not fighting or practicing martial arts at full speed, every move they make will have great destructive power. If it is a little smaller, it will not be enough for them to exert their power. Therefore, the training ground must be large. Previously, the martial arts training ground occupied 1/3 of the Chu family's area, covering tens of thousands of acres of land. 1 acre of land is equal to 666 square meters. Now it has expanded almost tenfold. Don't ask why. The only thing is that the fighting power of everyone in the family has increased by several levels. If this thing is not upgraded, it still cannot be released. If Chu-He can achieve the realm of Yuan Shen in the future, there will be no need for such trouble and no need for repeated expansion. A cultivator at the Yuan Shen level. They are already able to create secret realms of their own. When the time comes, they can create a secret realm directly within the family. If they want to practice or fight, they can go directly to the secret realm. No matter how hard you hit, it won't affect the outside world. If it is broken, that doesn't matter. Just create one and then replace it with the next. Creating a secret realm doesn't require any rare materials or treasures anyway. As long as you have enough physical strength, you can keep creating. When Chu-hee arrived at the martial arts training ground, thousands of people were already standing quietly waiting for him. When he was walking over slowly, some family members saw that the ancestor was going to the martial arts training ground. They guessed what the ancestor was going to do and came to inform the family members in the martial arts training ground in advance. Being instructed by a strong person in Yuandan realm, the thousands of descendants of Chu-hee present were all very excited. Very excited. Ancestor. Be well. Good. There's no need to elaborate on these things. Martial artists shouldn't dwell on these tedious and humiliating formalities every day. Just know it in your heart. I'm coming over here, and I believe you're ready. Well then, first, practice all your unique skills in groups of dozens and dozens, unleashing your full potential. I'll see how your progress is. He spoke with the dignity of an ancestor. Chu-hee has never been fond of giving an opening speech. He likes to be straightforward. All the Honglian people are like this. Horizontal training of people, horizontal training of souls, horizontal training of people are all superior to others. Yes, ancestor. Everyone nodded. Dozens of people came out first, without any hesitation. As soon as they came out, they burst out all their unique skills and all their cultivation. The third level of Xiantian sword. The sword roars to the 9 heavens. Boom! Chu Fansheng, the 25th generation descendant of the Chu family, picked up his 9-weight sword and chopped it fiercely at the ground in front of him. In an instant, a sword light dozens of meters long flashed across the ground. The training ground, which was several hundred meters in front of him, suddenly became dilapidated, with countless knife marks on it, and the one in the middle was more than 100 meters long. In other words, the Chu family's martial arts training ground was mixed with some third-level repair metals. No matter how much damage was caused, it would be able to repair itself in just one night. Become whole again. Otherwise, the cost of repairing the site alone may take up more than half of the Chu family's finances. The 4th level of giant wave staff technique 100 waves sweeping. Crash. A descendant of the family who was skilled in stick fighting raised his 2-meter-4 meter long stick and swung it forward. In an instant, everyone present heard the sound of huge waves hitting the ground. A large amount of water attributed energy gathered in an instant and turned into small waves one after another, hitting the ground in front of them. The 5th level of wind steps. There is wind but no sound. The 3rd level of the fiery whip technique. 1,000 flames set the prairie on fire. 3 Zhang golden body minor completion. 8 Zhang. The 4th level of the heaven swallowing technique swallowing everything. The cultivation methods of each family member were constantly practiced in the training grounds. Every method used by these family members who are at the innate realm has immense power. Any attack from the practiced attack method can cover a radius of several hundred meters. Those who practice the method of running can reach speeds several times faster than the speed of sound, and can cover a distance of 1 or 2 miles in the blink of an eye. Those who practice the horizontal training method, such as the simplified version of the 8 Zhang golden body, the 3 Zhang golden body, which Chu-hee practiced before, have a physical strength that is like a nightmare in the eyes of people of the same level. Even a layer of skin cannot be broken. Each of them seems to be loaded with several meters thick steel, like a heavily armored tank walking on the earth. Regarding these cultivation techniques and these attack methods, Chu-hee knew everything. It cannot be said that he has complete control over everything. But at least he is proficient in it, and his level of proficiency is better than anyone else present. It is completely different for a high-level practitioner to practice attack methods and for a low-level practitioner to practice attack methods. Even if everyone has the same understanding. If you look at low-level exercises from a higher perspective, you can still see many problems at a glance, and you can learn them by looking at them a few more times. Not to mention that his comprehension is much stronger than these people. Without this comprehension, he would not have been able to create the 8-foot golden body, a horizontal refining method that reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. It is also impossible to create such a powerful magical power on one's own. Chu-hee gave instructions to everyone one by one. It took him 3 days just for this instruction. Everyone who has been instructed by Chu-hee will gain some insights and understand their own shortcomings and loopholes. These will be revealed when they practice the skills. Chu-hee saw through it all with his divine sense. Post views, 21. 035 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 035. Once they have made up for their shortcomings, their combat effectiveness will be raised to a higher level. At the same time, in addition to guiding them to practice their own attack techniques. For some future generations who are on the verge of a breakthrough, Chu-hee also used his own strength to directly condense the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles at once, making the entire trial site filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was dozens of times richer than before. This allows them to continuously break through and reach a more powerful realm in such a rich cultivation environment. Those at the early stage of the innate realm broke through to the middle stage of the innate realm, and those at the early stage of the Grand Master realm broke through to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. There were even some people at the peak of the innate realm who took this opportunity to break through to the Grand Master realm and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Now, the family is really full of masters who are not as good as dogs, and it has only been a month. The number of practitioners at each stage has directly increased by more than 10 times. The number of Grand Master level practitioners has directly increased to 1 or 2,000. In addition to those who have just started practicing and those who have not yet started practicing, there are only those in the Xiantian realm. Almost all of them. There are tens of thousands of Xiantians. In the outside world, each of them can dominate an entire city and surpass hundreds of thousands of people. After 3 days of instruction, Chu-hee did not show any tired expression on his face. As the ancestor of a family, how could he be tired of instructing the younger generations of his family? He is very happy every time he sees someone make a breakthrough. He seemed to have seen that under his leadership, the Chu family would develop into a terrifying family beyond everyone's imagination. The Faxiong family? Dominating the entire Tianyun realm? No, 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 this is far from the limit of the Chu family. It's just the limit of what other people in this world can imagine. There must be a world outside this world. It is only a matter of time before the Chu family leaves the world. It is just a matter of how many simulations are done. Ancestor, when will you take us out of the world? Every descendant will enjoy endless glory because of Chu-hee's existence. This honor. He won't keep it to himself. He wants to lead the entire family, step by step, to the highest position. He wants to. Pooh. 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 No, no, that's a bit too advanced. Shaking his head, Chu-hee stopped the thoughts in his mind. He had been prone to hallucinations recently, which was not the case before. This is only the case in the first few years after traveling through time. Until he realized that he didn't have a golden finger, but only had a natural talent that could be said to be beyond the reach of normal people, and also had a handsome face. There is nothing left. No longer constantly fantasize about a better future. I can only say that people just can't see hope. After instructing everyone, Chu-hee returned to his recliner under the reluctant gazes of many of his family's descendants. Basking in the weak sunshine, looking at the lotus flowers. Feeling the slight cool breeze, and rocking on the lounge chair. He drank the tribute wine brewed with fragrant herbs by the descendants of the family, whose names were unknown, and occasionally moved his chopsticks to eat some of his favorite side dishes. I just feel this artistic conception. How to say it? Just one word, wonderful. It's wonderful. It's still the younger generation of that family who will enjoy it. This scene, just thinking about it makes me feel happy. When you have nothing to do, you feel light and free from worries. Just do what you want to do. Of course, at this time there should be some classical beauties dancing in front of Chu-hee. Play music and dance at the same time. That would be even more wonderful. Unfortunately, those unfilial descendants did not know the suffering of their ancestors and only gave them useless things. He was also very angry. I never gave him any of the really good things, but enjoyed them all secretly. In the blink of an eye, time flies by, day after day passes by. Soon it was time for the third simulation. During this period of time, Chu-He practiced for a few days, wanting to see how difficult it would be for him to comprehend the power of the immortal rules. He really couldn't believe that it would take so long with his intelligent brain. Needless to say, the difficulty was great. It was so despairing that it made him realize for the first time how stupid he was. He practiced for several days, but there was no progress at all, if you used a progress bar. He is currently at the level of 1% comprehension at best, and this is the result of his own practice over the past few decades in the previous simulation. He has been trying to improve even 0.0001% on this basis these days, but he has failed. This is the difficulty of comprehending the rules of immortality. I can only say that it is worthy of being a superior rule. It is difficult to comprehend even with a reference object. There are only 3 gods in the history of Tianyun realm who can comprehend the superior rules without a reference object. His talent is truly terrifying. Among them, the Lord of Emptiness is the strongest. Not only has he comprehended the rules of space, which is considered the top rule power among the higher rules, he has also taken half a step towards the realm of Dharma. No one can match the other person's talent. It cannot be said that there will be no one to surpass him in the future, but it is definitely unprecedented, and there will be no one to surpass him in the next hundreds of billions of years. But the pity is that I was born in the wrong era and the wrong world. You can't raise a real dragon by diving. Without the help of external factors, how can life nurtured by the world transcend the world? Lord Kongwu wants to rely on his own talent and ability to take that half step and leave the Tianyun realm. How difficult! Only in other larger worlds with richer resources could his talents and abilities be fully realized. It will not end with regrets and despair. But fortunately, Chu-He does not need to consider these problems because he has the external help of the Golden Finger. Can you get out of the real dragon by diving? If one simulation doesn't work, then try 2, 3, 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000 times. He just doesn't believe that it won't work after so many times. Every simulation is a refresh of all the resources in the entire world. After he reaches the peak of the Dharma realm, no one in the entire world can stop him. By then, all the resources in the world will belong to him. Time and time again, all the resources in the simulated world were used to refine and improve his strength, even if by that time, those resources could only have a little effect on Chu-He. But after hundreds or thousands of simulations, the accumulation of these little effects can allow Chu-He to break through the constraints of the world. Ding! Time has expired. Please ask the host if he would like to start the third sims. Weather. Yes. Hearing the electronic prompt tone, Chu-He clicked yes very skillfully. Simulation begins. Entering a new simulation, you no longer have the excitement and joy you once had, and instead calmly accept your identity as a simulated clone. I just cursed in my heart. The real person outside is really a dog who won without doing anything. Opening your own panel, you begin to draw the talent from your simulation. You pray in your heart that this talent is high level and does not require that villain talent. That villain's aura talent is truly beyond words. After a few seconds of drawing, you got a golden legend. Yes, 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 you read that correctly. You've drawn another golden talent, the same level as the 99% damage immunity talent. You're very lucky. But it's a pity, because the effect of this talent does not apply to you. It's aimed at the easy winner you just mentioned. Chu-He, the dog that won by doing nothing, me. No, 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 I don't want to win without effort. You can't just see the clone in the simulation working hard. If I hadn't obtained the simulator, would the clone in the simulation be able to simulate? It's great to be able to start with such strong strength and enjoy such a good life in the simulation. He didn't even have a chance to try. You can't just see the main body resting. You have to see the main body's contribution to this matter. Otherwise, when the simulation ends, the main body will get the MVP award. All the efforts of the original body have been alienated. Can it be counted like this? Answer me. The effect of this talent is you can choose a reward at the end of each simulation and can be used 10 times. You can now choose 2 rewards at a time, instead of just 1. In the future, if you encounter a good talent or the memory you need, you can directly obtain it. Chuhi Simulator number 3, I'm sure my real self is laughing out loud out there. What a foolish winner. This simulator is also a piece of shit. It actually swallowed up all my talent. Well, this talent is indeed a bit unfair to the third brother and number 3 Chuhi. I am a dog that wins without doing anything. I am a dog that wins without doing anything. Post views, 15. 036 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 036. Before seeing the effect of his talent, Chuhi still felt that he was not a dog that won easily, and he refused to admit it. But seeing the effect of the talent, it was of no use to the clone in the simulation. Only useful to the main body. Chuhi himself felt that he was a winner without any effort. This talent is too targeted. It was too unfriendly to the simulated self. Not only did it have no effect on the simulated clone, Chuhi even felt that this simulation had just begun and might be about to end. Because, Chuhi's choice after the simulation this time will definitely be talent. After all, if you don't choose this kind of talent, it would be unforgivable and would be the utmost stupidity. You can only choose one, after choosing your talent. Then no matter what level of strength the simulated self reaches, it will not be reflected in the real body in the end. In this case, is there any need for simulation? It would be better to commit suicide at the beginning so that I can acquire this talent sooner when I am outside. As if sensing Chuhi's thoughts, Chuhi number 3 in the simulation also immediately thought of this. You cursed the main character for being a lazy winner in the simulator, then fell silent. You looked at your own hand, unsure whether to put it on your neck to hit yourself, or put it on your neck. Just as you were about to do it to yourself, fortunately, your simulator reminded you in time, and this simulation can also make this talent work, allowing you to choose again when you can choose a reward. There is no need to commit suicide and end this simulation early. This result not only made you feel relieved, but also brought a smile to the face of the main body outside. In the heart of the Chu family, Chuhi number 3 lowered his hand, a smile on his face. It's okay, it's okay. Although the simulator's core is towards the main body. But not too much. After saying this, Chuhi number 3 tore open the spatial rift in front of him and began to rush towards the direction of the Sky Corps Jedi, since a new simulation had begun. Then, as usual, whatever treasures the previous seniors obtained must be taken back. The Illusion Heartgrass and the Earth Emperor Treasure Lotus, these 2 treasures cannot be let go, especially the Earth Emperor Treasure Lotus. Although you don't need it, the people in your family do. After respawning the Earth Emperor Treasure Lotus, you gave this treasure to your son, Chu Zhongtian, whose strength has been elevated to the peak of the celestial realm due to the large amount of treasures he has acquired. But Chu Zhongtian refused. Dad, although I really want this, you need this kind of breakthrough treasure more. With this, and with more practice, I believe you will be able to break through to the middle stage of Yuan Dan. By then, perhaps after another 1,000 years of cultivation, you, Dad, will be able to reach the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. One more step from the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, and the Yuan Shen will enter. Even if you don't need it, you can give it to future generations. If our family still hasn't produced a new Yuan Dan in 2 or 3,000 years, we can use this treasure to continue the supply. This can definitely be considered a family legacy. Chu Zhongtian, dressed in a green robe, looked at the lotus in front of him. which exuded a rich yellow earth power, and calmly refused. Although he really wanted it, after all, with this thing, he would have a great chance of breaking through the Yuan Dan realm and living for 3,000 years. For someone like him who practices the eternal youth technique, his lifespan can be increased to 4,000 years. Who wouldn't want a treasure like this? But when he thought about his potential, being able to break through to the heavenly man realm in this lifetime was already a blessing in disguise. It was only with his father's help that he was able to achieve this. He could no longer expect help from his family, and could no longer burden his father. Some things his father didn't need were fine, but things like this were not. You didn't say anything about your son's rejection, but pretended to be an expert by showing off your peak Yuan Dan realm and telling him that you had already broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. It's just that you're too cowardly. You only revealed your breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm after you broke through to the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. This thing is completely useless to him. He told Chu Zhongtian not to feel any pressure and just eat it himself. Given his strength, it would still be a bit difficult to obtain this thing. But it's not too difficult. It's not like he can't get it at all. Once he reaches the realm of the primordial spirit, this thing won't be a rare thing anymore. Compared to this, your breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm is more important. After all, you don't want to die without seeing this old man break through to the Yuan Shen realm. You don't want to either. Chu Zhongtian took several minutes to process the fact that he had concealed so much of his father's strength and deceived so many people. But after digesting it, Chu Zhongtian quickly put the Earth Emperor Lotus in front of him into his storage ring, a dreamy smile on his face. Imagine myself achieving the Yuan Dan realm, terrorizing hundreds of surrounding nations, doubling my family's territory, and being admired by countless descendants. I can only say that you two can't be father and son. The imaginary expressions are exactly the same, as if they were hereditary. You didn't care about Chu Zongtian's fantasy, but only instructed him not to tell anyone about his cultivation level. You also instructed him to use the Earth Emperor Lotus to break through only when he was prepared and confident, and not during this period. After a breakthrough in 1 or 200 years, I will prepare to begin my closed-door training. This time, you plan to go nowhere else but stay here in seclusion to comprehend the power of the immortal rules. Wait quietly for 200 years for the Tianyun secret realm to open, then enter and take the enlightenment tea tree to break through to the Yuan Shen realm. In this simulation, nothing is more important than your breakthrough to the soul realm. During the first year of closed-door training, your understanding of the rules of immortality has improved by 0.01%. It's hardly progress. You can't feel this progress either, because you don't have the same cheat code as other novel protagonists, which allows you to watch your progress in real time. And once you get it, you will never regress. One proof of eternity, this is a method that only those who are 6 or 7 realms higher than you can master. To reach this level, you need to go through many simulations before you can achieve it. Post views, 12. 037 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 037. 10 years later, your understanding of the immortal rule has improved by 0.23. At this point, you've finally begun to notice the improvement in your understanding of the rules. Because you have noticed your own progress, you are very excited and want to practice harder to see if you can achieve greater progress. However, at this moment, I remembered the information Senior Number 2 Chu He had given me during the last simulator session, so I decided to go get it. You originally wanted to inquire about the time of the Yuan Dan Xian family's auction, but after discovering that your family had already obtained a purple gold VIP invitation from the Xian family. 3 days after the confirmed date, you arrived in Xianyuan City, where the Yuan Dan Xian family was located. The Yuan Dan Xian family warmly welcomed the event and attached great importance to it. For such a grand event as the auction, their family had sent invitations to many Yuan Dan experts, but they had no idea how many people would come. After all, this was just an auction held by a Yuan Dan family. The only items that could be auctioned were 1 or 2 6th-tier treasures, and the rest were 4th and 5th-tier treasures. For experts of this level, the attraction is really not that great. The fact that a few people were able to come in the end can be considered a face-saving gesture for the Yuandan Xian family. They didn't expect you to come. Your presence here is a sign of honor for their family, so naturally, they will also honor you. Xian Sheng, the current patriarch of the Yuandan Xian family, even came out to greet you and invite you to taste their family's specialties. 5th level spiritual fruit, original spirit fruit. A natural treasure that is of great benefit to those at the heavenly realm. Taking one pill can save them 30 years of hard training. In the outside world, it's impossible to buy one without thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan worth of stones. Just releasing one is enough to attract hundreds or even thousands of grandmasters and dozens of heavenly realm experts to scramble for it. It was enough to stir up a country's turmoil, causing countless people to die tragically. Usually, only the direct descendants of the Yuandan Xian family could enjoy it from time to time, but for you, it is just a normal fruit. Using fruit of a lower grade to entertain a powerhouse of the same level would be considered disrespectful and would easily cause anger in a Yuandan powerhouse. While tasting the fruit, the two of you also started to discuss with each other. At first, it was just a discussion between the two of you, but after a while, a few more fellow Daoists at the Yuandan realm arrived. Seeing you two discussing Dao, they joined in. They waited a full 3 days until the auction began before stopping. This discussion has also yielded some benefits for you. Although your strength is at the peak of the Yuandan realm, this strength does not represent your knowledge. You did not choose things like memory before. You are just a powerful person, someone who can easily kill several people of the same level here. Other discoveries you haven't made. If you insist on not choosing to remember, you may suffer a significant loss in this regard in the future. However, even if they knew this situation, the main body outside would definitely not listen to this advice and would choose to pretend not to see it. Nonsense! When someone starts simulating with a simulator, they won't choose strength or talent, but instead choose something like memory. Can you? I won't anyway. At the auction, you witnessed some things that were previously extremely precious to you, at the celestial realm, but that you could not protect even at the cost of your life and every effort. But now these treasures are worthless to you. Just beg your finger, and the Yuandan Xian family can give these treasures to you for free. Just to make friends with someone of the same level. This is the status of a Yuandan master. Perhaps in front of those Dharma image beings, this status is only slightly higher than that of a person on the side of the road. But in the land of 10,000 nations, a Yuandan realm expert is a regional overlord, dominating hundreds of surrounding nations, millions of acres of vast land, and trillions of lives. During the auction, I successfully obtained an origin seed from a Grandmaster cultivator. This seed increases the chances of an ordinary celestial realm cultivator reaching the Yuandan stage by 30%. Although Xian Sheng was somewhat curious about your auction of this unknown seed, he did not express his curiosity, nor did he explore the unknown seed. Even if this seed has a history, it's at most a Tier 6 item. A Tier 6 item isn't enough to warrant asking. Take the initiative to explore and offend a being of the same level. In my heart, I was planning to put this seed on the auction item when I got back, to marginalize the younger generation of my family. After you got what you wanted at the auction, you returned to the Chu family and gave the Yuandan realm plant and monster origin seed to Chu Qingtian. If the other party wants to break through one day, he can use the huge energy in the origin seed to break through. Chu Qingtian already had good talent, and now with the support of his family's numerous cultivation resources, his chances of reaching the Yuandan stage have already reached a normal 20%, with this 30% help. There's at least a 50% chance of a breakthrough. Just like you did before, you believe the other party will be able to succeed through this. If the breakthrough fails, forget it. It's just a simulation anyway. As long as there are no problems with the main body, Chu Qingtian's failure to break through is a failure. Anyway, there are still countless opportunities to start over. We simulate people like this. There are countless opportunities for breakthroughs, countless chances, and each one will be randomly refreshed. Chu He nodded when he saw the words in the simulation. After returning to your family, you continued your ascetic life. Sometimes you felt that this life was quite boring, as you spent every day either practicing or cultivating. I have no life of my own, and all the results I get in the end are given to that lazy winner. But you know, all of this is for a better future. Although this better future is for the main body, but forget it, I won't say any more. You can't even make up stories anymore. What's the point of a bright future? You're just enjoying your true self. You're just born to be a slave. A bright future. It is right to spend your whole life as an ox or a horse. No, there is no cow or horse more powerful than him. Cows and horses at least have 2 or 3 days of rest every month, can go home to sleep, and have time to eat. As for you, you've been practicing for decades. Because you're so energetic, you don't even need to sleep, and there's no one to chat with you. Is this a cow or a horse? Post views, 10:038 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 038. When you think about this, you feel like this world has no meaning anymore, so you take a year off. During this year, after you have enjoyed all the things you haven't enjoyed before, you can continue your cultivation. Only then did your heart feel balanced. After all, you helped him enjoy the things that his original self didn't enjoy, and you helped him enjoy the things that his original self enjoyed. Feeling relaxed, you once again try to comprehend the law of immortality, discovering that your understanding of it has actually increased a bit. You feel that this is somewhat similar to the novels you've read before. The situation where the protagonist realizes it. Some protagonists in novels practice very hard, especially very hard, and their strength continues to improve as they practice. However, after reaching a certain level, the protagonist's strength improvement slowed down. Just when the protagonist was anxious, a supporting character took him out to relax. When he came back, the protagonist found that his strength had increased rapidly. At this point, the protagonist will realize that cultivation requires a balance between effort and relaxation. While hard work is fine, it's also important to relax appropriately. Your situation may be similar. After all, you are also a protagonist. The protagonist's clone is also the protagonist. Year after year passed, and when time allowed you to start the simulator for the 30th year, you went to the East China Sea and entered the Xian Shui secret realm, one of the places where the news of Chihi No. 2 was spread, before anyone else entered. I packed dozens of pools of triple profound heavy water at once. A pool of 3 mysterious heavy water can greatly increase the chances of a person practicing water-attributed techniques breaking through from the Heavenly Man realm to the Yuan Dan realm. Dozens of pools are enough. It's enough for dozens of people to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. It can be said to be a very important fortune. In addition to these 3 mysterious heavy waters, there are also 9 drops of the even more precious 9 elemental heavy water, which is an advanced version of the 3 mysterious heavy water. The effects of this treasure are helpful to powerful Yuan Shen masters. It can greatly improve the souls of those at the Yuan Shen realm. According to what you learned from True Lord Xuanyu's memories, these effects are enough to elevate your soul from the early stage of the Yuan Shen realm to the middle stage of the Yuan Shen realm, as long as you comprehend the rules. Then you will be able to naturally break through to the middle stage of the Yuan Shen realm. You think that in this simulation, there is a high chance that you will be able to break through to the realm of the primordial spirit. Once one reaches the realm of the primordial spirit, even if some ordinary secret realms cannot be opened by themselves, practitioners at the primordial spirit realm can forcibly tear open the secret realm. So, you deliberately recorded the coordinates of this mysterious water secret realm in your mind hundreds, thousands of times, hoping that this special action would be effective. It can be recorded by the simulator, and then even if the main body outside chooses not to remember it, the coordinates of the Xian Shui secret realm can be known, and it can be directly obtained in reality. Due to your previous experience, you think you can succeed this time as well, and obviously, your action has successfully exploited the simulator's vulnerability again. The coordinates of the Xian Shui secret realm 30 years ago were located in the west of the East China Sea, on a hulu island only a dozen miles in size. Millions of years ago, Huladao was originally a massive island, or perhaps a continent. It was over 100,000 miles long and 50 to 60,000 miles wide, much larger than the tiny, broken ball you traveled through before. Several medium-sized nations were born there. The reason such a large island was later reduced to a small, broken island was entirely because a powerful Yuan Shen was born there. The other party calls himself Xian Shui Zhenjun. Previously, this Huladao was destroyed by a fierce battle between true Lord Xian Shui and a fellow enemy. A continent larger than a planet was destroyed. Xuan Shui Zhenjun also thought he was beaten to death by others. Chun Chun is just a noob. But all of the other party's treasures were left behind. The Xian Shui secret realm was where the other party hid their treasures. It was very well concealed, and a 7th level concealment formation was used. This is why the enemy who killed him was unable to find this secret realm. They sent people to search for it over the next tens of thousands of years, but they still couldn't find it. Millions of years passed like this. No one remembers that a primordial spirit ever existed here. Even if a primordial spirit possessed immense power, its lifespan would only be tens of thousands of years. Compared to millions of years of history, it's insignificant. Compared to the billions of years of history of the Tianyun realm, no one remembers it, even in such a long history. Only those powerful Dharma images can be remembered by the world. Even if countless years have passed, there are still countless people who remember them. Yes, I remember. Please continue. At some point, Chu He outside had already taken out a small notebook and memorized the coordinates on it firmly. I have been thinking about taking those treasures away after this simulation. I will take them once in simulation number 3 and then take them in reality, but I won't need them. After refreshing this treasure through repeated simulations, and using it 6 or 7 times to make sure it is of no use to you, you can leave it to future generations. According to Chu He's estimation, after using it 6 or 7 times, his soul power is estimated to be able to reach the peak of the soul, which will directly solve his soul cultivation problems. Not long after you left the Xian Shui secret realm, a large number of martial arts masters rushed over here, but when they entered, they saw nothing. The entire secret realm seemed to have been looted. Nothing is left. Some of them were just some spiritual soil with spiritual energy. In this case, these people naturally knew that someone had gotten there before them, but they didn't know who it was. He could only grab a handful of spiritual soil with a gloomy look on his face, put it into his storage ring, and then leave. Those who venture into secret realms never come back empty-handed. This is a saying that has been circulating among East China Sea martial arts practitioners since who knows when, even if they enter a secret realm and get nothing. When you leave, grab a handful of grass and take some soil with you. Prove that I've been here. After returning to the land of 10,000 kingdoms, you did not go to the Chu family first, but instead went to the neighboring Yu kingdom. I want to see if Yan Huo, the protagonist who was killed by the previous senior, will be born. Without the aura of the primary villain, will he still be the protagonist? Above Yu country, Chu He arrived at Black Iron City, his face showing a hint of anticipation. I'm hoping Yan Huo will appear, and even be the protagonist. But I don't want him to appear, and to appear as the protagonist. Post views, 11:039 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 039. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chu He, number 3, wanted the protagonist to appear because he wanted to see if, after losing True Lord Xuanyu's help, the protagonist would obtain a jade pendant from somewhere else, and what True Lord's help he would receive. Or perhaps they obtained some treasure from an ancient powerful being. If so, wouldn't the main body outside be able to just go and grab it? Just like before. Treasures belong to the virtuous. That's right, Haki-san. Your words fully reflect my thoughts and will. For a virtuous person like me, all the treasures in the world should belong to me alone. The others are people without virtue. Chu-hee outside agreed very much with the saying that treasures belong to those with virtue. But for a person as virtuous as him, in addition to the treasures and resources that he encountered one after another because of this golden finger. In the past 500 years, I have only encountered a few ordinary opportunities. This goes against the grain of this statement. Besides, your current incarnation isn't a villain. What does the protagonist have to do with you now? Unless the Yan family is truly unlucky and they've provoked your Chu family again. Otherwise, an ordinary Xiantian family would have no right to provoke your Chu family, and they would not provoke you, because they simply cannot afford to provoke you. Besides this reason, there's another reason for wanting the protagonist to appear. This is because Chu-hee number 3 wants to study the protagonist creature. Although you are also a protagonist yourself. You think so? However, Chu-hee number 3 can't study himself, so he can only be placed on other protagonists, if there is a protagonist that can be studied by him. Perhaps he could figure out why the protagonist is so bizarre, and why he's favored by the world's good fortune. Could he possibly extract this good fortune and bring it to himself? Strengthen your own luck. These two are the reasons why number 3 Chu-hee wants the protagonist to appear. As for why he doesn't want the protagonist to appear, it is of course because the protagonist's appearance will cause a series of troubles for his future. Perhaps 200 years later, the opening of the Tianyun secret realm will have some impact. After all, the protagonist will definitely enter this secret realm. A protagonist who doesn't open dungeons is not a good protagonist. Who knows what will happen after the protagonist enters it? For this simulation, Chu-hee number 3 is just playing it safe, at least until he achieves his soul. But after searching around, Chu-hee number 3 couldn't find the Black Iron City he remembered. No, where are the people? Why is there only one unknown Xiantian family? This situation puzzled you for a moment. When you spread your divine sense to the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles, you discovered that the Yan family had already fled to Shuequa town, thousands of miles away. It turned out to be several decades ago. You destroyed the Lu family, and after you reduced the black iron ore outside to a level where even Grandmaster cultivators couldn't dig it out, the Yan family saw that they had no more resources coming in, and their cultivation resources were dwindling. I couldn't hold on any longer, so I quickly moved out. If they move to other places with more abundant resources, this Black Iron City will be given to other families. However, no matter where they move to, the Yan family will come to compete with them for food. So, the local families banded together and frantically suppressed the Yan family, using various means to reduce the number of Yan family warriors. Not to mention that the Yan family had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, and hadn't yet established a firm foothold. Even if they had, 2 fists would be no match for 4 hands. Several major families joined together to violently beat him up. The only innate talent was killed by someone else. The family changed from a new Xiantian family to an acquired family. In the end, only a small number of people escaped the resource-rich city and could only run to places without any resources. They were only able to make it to Shuequa town and become the largest family in a small rural town. It took only a few decades for them to go from a city-based family to a small town family. It's so miserable. Alas, I had guessed the ending of the Yan family a long time ago, but I really didn't predict it. This Yan family actually has so many idiots. Only one Xiantian dares to run to areas with rich resources to grab food. I can only say that the black iron mine really made life comfortable for this family back then. Now that they've gone from being wealthy to being poor, they can't accept the reality, so they've lost their minds. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to FR. Seeing the miserable state of the Yan family, Chu He had no mercy on his face, and he did not kill the family directly. It was his greatest mercy. If the protagonists of those dark genre novels were replaced by those of this family, all the members of this family would have to enter the Human Emperor anime. They were lucky to have met such a good protagonist like themselves. What makes you speechless is that Yan Huohuo's father, Yan Xing, did not become the head of the family. Because when his family was fighting with others, he was killed by others first. Who made him so fierce? The youth's passion turned him into a fool. In every battle, he always rushed to the front. Furthermore, with his status as a figurehead, he was easily noticed by others. Even a tree that stood out in the forest would be crushed by the wind. You solved the birth of Yan Huohuo directly from the source. No, it should be said that after you dealt with the Lu family and the Black Iron Mine, you had already dealt with the war god Yan Huohuo at the source. From a biological perspective, if it's 1 second late, the other tadpole won't be born. That makes sense. Although seeing this situation, you think the protagonist should be 100% not to come out, but in order to prevent this family, talents such as Yan Xiaohuo, Yan Dehuo, and Yan Penhuo appeared. You have infused a trace of your divine power into every member of this family. Shaanxi Construction can monitor their every move at any time. If a person similar to the protagonist appears, you will be notified immediately. As for how to identify the person similar to the protagonist, this is easy to confirm. The protagonist possesses many excellent qualities, hardworking, tenacious, and possessed a strong heart since childhood. He has a firm faith in the way, is passionate, and impulsive. He is easily ridiculed and offended wherever he goes. You possess most of these qualities. In addition to using this method to determine the protagonist, if someone's divine consciousness disappears, that person is definitely the protagonist. Only the protagonist has this ability. Post views, 9.040 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 040. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As for the protagonist, he definitely can't let others find out about his affairs. I've never seen a protagonist grow up under the watchful eyes of others. That's not called a protagonist, that's called a puppet. After dealing with the Yan family's affairs, you returned to your family's residence and began to continue your secluded cultivation. Every 10 years, you should prepare to take a year off. During this year, enjoy yourself to the fullest, be happy and cheerful, and experience all the things you haven't experienced in your external body. At the same time, from time to time, I use some intelligence forces to keep an eye on everything happening in the Tianyun realm. The last time, Senior Number 2 was just trying to confirm if there were any loopholes in the simulator. So, I only paid attention to the affairs of the Eastern Wasteland, and didn't care about what was happening in the entire Tianyuan realm. Now that you've re-simulated this time and know the simulator does have vulnerabilities, it's natural for you to start paying attention to what's happening within the Tianyun realm. It would have been fine if I hadn't paid attention, but once I did, I saw some major events. For example, in recent years, someone in the neighboring western regions saw the Buddha descend to the world. The western regions are those bald men you saw before you traveled through time. You traveled through time, but I didn't expect to see these people in this other world. I can only say that these people are not simple. The Taoist priests and Buddhist monks you met before crossing over can now be seen in this world, and the two have developed into a powerful Dharma phase force. Buddhist monks occupied the western regions and founded the Wanfo sect, while Taoists founded the Daoxuan sect and occupied the central plains. In addition to the 4 seas, the Tianyun realm has 5 major regions. However, in the past, new Dharma phase forces have emerged in other places, or old Dharma phase sects have been destroyed because the lifespans of the Dharma phase masters have been exhausted. Even the Wanfo sect and Daoxuan sect have fallen into decline in these two places. The ruling and leadership of these two places are still the Buddhist and Taoist sections. It's just a change of Buddhism and Taoism. It has been like this for the past billion years. These two places have changed owners 100 or 200 times, but these two have always been in control. It's as if there's some unknown being behind these two sects, ensuring their eternal prosperity. The Dharma phase masters in the other three regions were also very curious about this matter. There were even 3 Dharma phase masters tens of millions of years ago who joined forces to attack the Buddhist forces of the time. The purpose was simply to explore whether these two forces were truly indestructible, but in the end, those 3 Dharma phase level beings were easily killed. These are just a few newly born Dharma phase powers. How can they possibly rival their powerful sect that has flourished for over a billion years? You can't even begin to imagine the depth of their hidden secrets. In fact, even if they really destroyed the Buddhist sect, they still couldn't figure out the reason. Because even the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect themselves couldn't figure out the reason. They also don't know why their own lineage is so difficult to destroy. They themselves really want to understand the reason, if only these people could help them figure it out. Both Buddhism and Taoism will probably be grateful to them. Haha, if this isn't a coincidence, then there must be some really cool people behind these two. To be able to cross boundaries and create a Taoist school in both worlds, this person must be considered very powerful outside the world, and there are probably more than 1 or 2 such people. Of course, these two people are probably not as powerful as the existence behind the human race. The two forces only exist in this world, but humans also exist in both worlds, and there are countless of them. Looking at the information, Chu-He couldn't help but think of some myths and legends in the small broken ball before crossing over, as well as the 2 super powerful religious forces. Suddenly I felt speechless. He has already traveled to another world, and these 2 are still chasing him. Is this going to end? If one day I can get out of this world, I must find out who is behind these 2 people. This method can only be obtained when one reaches a certain level, or it is some kind of special method. If it is possible to have it at a certain level. He also planned to give it a try and have some fun. In Buddhism, they have their own names for the realms of the celestial being, Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen. The celestial beings call it the Golden Body Realm. Yuan Dan, Arhat, Yuan Shen, Bodhisattva. Dharmakya, Buddha. The meaning of the descending Buddha is that some Buddhas who had broken through the realm of Dharma in the past have returned to be resurrected. Buddhism has some methods that can allow some deceased Dharma image masters to reincarnate into their disciples, carrying with them some of their memories and souls, similar to reincarnation. With the memory of a powerful Dharma image master, the disciples of their sect only need 200 to 300 years to transform from ordinary people. Become a high and mighty Dharmakaya master, and continue to guide the Buddhist sect forward. When there is no need, the Buddhist sect will only have 1 Dharmakaya master in charge. 1 is enough. However, if necessary, they could take all the powerful Dharma phase masters who had died in the past and transfer them to the Buddha's disciples, spending hundreds of years recultivating them, and produce dozens of Dharma phase level beings at once. The Taoist sect next door also has similar methods. It can be said that the longer the 2 forces of Buddhism and Taoism exist, the more invincible they become, and the more solid their position becomes. Unless an oversized entity appears. A few hundred years later, will a powerful Dharma image master appear in the 10,000 Buddha sect. It's worthy of the Buddhist sect's heritage. But this has nothing to do with me. A few hundred years is enough for me to simulate thousands of times. By then, I'd have no idea where Woody had gone. If the Buddhist sect hadn't clashed with me, it would still have existed. If it had, it would have been destroyed in reality. It's impossible that he still has hundreds of years to develop. Aside from the news of the Buddha's arrival, approximately 100 years into your simulation, your 26th generation descendant, the contemporary Chu family's unrivaled genius, Chu Qingsheng, confidently embarked on his own journey. The Eastern Wasteland Prodigy Competition has begun. In the Tianjiao competition, all the clans and sects in the Eastern Wasteland will fully unleash their talents, show off their genius, and tell everyone how awesome they are. A genius is someone who is always trying to show off. Even Grandmaster level forces actively participated, not fearing that their own prodigies would be killed by hostile forces if they performed too well in the prodigy competition. You can easily enter those major forces. If you can enter the top 500 of the True Dragon list, you will be guaranteed to have a Yuandan seed in the future. If you are willing, you can enter the Dharma-like power of the Hanhai sect. Post views, 10.041 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 041. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the last simulation, Chu Qingsheng only ranked around 350th. Although this ranking was considered good for a newly promoted Yuandan family, it was not bad at all. However, because he was from an ordinary Xiantian family in the neighboring country, and a Xiantian family that was destroyed, he was just a peasant with no support behind him. He actually achieved a top 30 result in this Tianjiao competition, and his strength far exceeded that of him who was vigorously trained by the Chu family. This made Chu Qing feel very happy after he recovered from his injury. He developed a kind of inner demon, and his Daoist resolve suddenly lost its steadfastness. In order to surpass Yan Huohuo as soon as possible, he stayed in the secret room all day, practicing madly. If it were the talented children of those Yuanshen aristocratic families, Yuanshen sects, or top-level Yuandan forces who surpassed him, Chu Qingsheng would not feel confused, but would instead feel that this was the way it should be. If someone's power is greater than mine, their talent is greater than mine, then isn't it natural for them to be stronger than mine? There's nothing to be confused about. Just work hard in the future. It's not certain who will achieve greater success in the end. But a peasant among peasants, a peasant who was only slightly better than a commoner, actually surpassed him in strength. This made people feel very unbalanced. He wasn't the only one who felt it was unfair, everyone involved in the competition felt it was unfair and that it wasn't right. How can a mere peasant, after 100 years of hard work and practice of martial arts, compare to their family's thousands of years of heritage? 10 years of hard study is no match for his family's 3 generations of business and government service. This is what you, a descendant of the future generation, think. Although you may not agree with this, because you have such strength but no one to support you, you still achieved achievements that others can hardly imagine. But this idea can't be said to be wrong. This is the most real reality of this world. Without good talent, no training resources, and no one to support you, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. You are a peasant, and your descendants will be peasants from birth because of you. They will be several levels lower than others from the moment they are born, and they will all be peasants for 10 or 100 generations. Born as an ox or a horse, you will be an ox or a horse for the rest of your life. Born a peasant, always a peasant. From the beginning, we are all in this together. Of course, don't get me wrong, the term mud legs here refers to anyone below the Yuandan family without Yuandan bloodline, not just those who dig for food in the ground. All forces above the Yuandan level discriminate equally against all forces below them. In their eyes, and in the eyes of the current Chu family, the Tianren family is also a piece of dirt. The people digging for food in the fields are all inferior to those of the Tianren family who frantically fight for the little food they get from their Yuandan family. Only a small number of peasants can achieve nirvana and transform into a dragon, leaping over the dragon gate, and single-handedly shouldering the responsibility of supporting the entire family. Like me. Luckily, this time, thanks to your talent for the primary villain aura, and the fact that you resolved the birth of the protagonist from the source ahead of time. Until now, the protagonist has not appeared yet. So this time, your family's younger generation, Chu Qingsheng, went through a series of difficult battles, and during your annual rest period, you occasionally gave Chu Qingsheng some guidance, helping the opponent achieve a better result than last time, 254th place. I returned to my family with great joy. This result was already very good. When the news came back, he was hailed as one of the 10 most outstanding geniuses in the world. Countless Tianren Yuandan families believe that your Yuandan Chu family has a deep foundation and a strong successor, and your family has only been a Yuandan family for 100 years. And thus we have such outstanding and talented descendants. 254, not bad. This potential has a high chance of breaking through to the Yuandan stage, so it's worth cultivating. However, there's no point in cultivating it now. With my growth rate, if it really takes hundreds of years for him to reach the Yuandan realm, I wouldn't know how strong he is anymore. If he wants to be trained, let the simulated self do it. Shaking his head, if Chu He knew that there was such an outstanding descendant in his family before he got the simulator, even if his talent was improved to a higher level because of the Yuandan bloodline. That's why he is so outstanding. He would also be filled with joy and would train the other person greatly, so that the other person would have a greater hope of achieving Yuandan in the future. If he himself could not break through, he would let his descendants break through. It's also a kind of comfort to myself. But ever since he obtained the golden finger, it was destined that no one in the family would be able to catch up with him. He was destined to be alone, invincible in the world with terrifying speed, like a sun hanging high in the sky above the Tianyun realm, illuminating everyone. Sitting on top of everyone's heads. Maybe in the next simulation, he would draw a talent that was better than the gold talent, or another gold talent with better effects, and then become invincible. Who can say what luck is? Who says he is the protagonist? The protagonist is lucky, isn't that natural? Can someone who is unlucky be called the protagonist? That's called a supporting role, that's called a passerby. That's called a punk. After one of the most prosperous periods in the eastern wasteland, the entire Tianyun realm fell into tranquility. At least no major events involving the soul or above have occurred. This world does not revolve around one person, and it won't change just because one person has a golden finger. All kinds of trouble will appear around this person. There won't be any alien enemies appearing. A powerful enemy suddenly appears in a world that has been peaceful for over 1 billion years, and there won't be any unrest or anything like that. This peaceful situation makes you doubt the reality of this world. How can the world still be so peaceful when the protagonist has already appeared? This shouldn't be the case. Where's the villain? Yan Huohuo only has such a crappy cheat code, yet he has this one primary villain, and there's also an ultimate villain target. He's such an awesome protagonist. And there's no villain. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Therefore, you strongly suggest that the external entity should not trust the contents of the simulation. The contents of the simulation, even those in the future, are not necessarily true. Perhaps it's because the villain is too strong, and the simulator can't simulate the villain's strength, so the future is peaceful. Never trust what you see in a simulator. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Don't believe it, don't believe it, don't believe it. Imagination is indeed the most speechless thing in the world. Chu-He number 3 in the simulator must have gone crazy. He's so imaginative that he actually had such an idea. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the Tianyun secret realm to be opened by the joint efforts of several major Dharma forces. It opens once every 1,000 years, and a Yuandan level cultivator can only participate twice. Although they have a lifespan of 3,000 years, the time spent on cultivation beforehand still takes hundreds or even thousands of years. Unless you have reached the Yuandan realm, you cannot enter. Entering is courting death. Post views, 10.042 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. So when the time was almost up, many cultivators at the Yuandan realm turned their attention to the central region. The Tianyun secret realm will open over there. However, among the numerous Yuandan cultivators, only those at the early and middle Yuandan stages would be more interested in entering, while the others would be at the late and peak stages. Basically, there is no thought of entering. As for the reason, I've already said that Master Faxiong was too ruthless to take this thing. 99% of it belongs to Master Faxiong, and only 1% is yours. This 1% gain is quite attractive to high-level cultivators in the early and middle stages of Yuandan, but it is not so attractive to those in the late and peak stages. There is no appeal anymore. At their level, their thoughts are all about breaking through the realm of the primordial spirit and understanding the power of rules. There are treasures in the Tianyuan secret realm that can help them break through to the Yuan Shen realm, but what does this have to do with them? After they obtain them, the treasures will be inspected whenever they come out. Under the watchful eyes of a powerful being at the Yuan Shen realm, they simply couldn't keep it secret, unless they had refined a treasure in the secret realm that allowed them to break through to the Yuan Shen realm. But what's the point? That's pointless. Once you break through and come out, others will know what you did inside and kill you right away. If you only pursue the thrill of a breakthrough without thinking about the future, you are stupid. Only idiots and true seekers would do such a thing. Hearing the truth in the morning, dying in the evening. A seeker like me is willing to die in order to break through the soul realm. The true meaning is to hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening. A smile appeared on Chu He's lips. He thought of himself as a seeker of truth. He had died several times in order to break through the realm. The self in the simulator died. That is also death. How can you say that the self in the simulation is not your own? They were all killed by others when they were trying to break through to a higher level and collect resources. This is the true seeker of truth. Also because the strong ones at the peak of the late stage will not take action, so people like you who have just broken through have the opportunity to obtain the admission ticket to the Tianyuan secret realm. Otherwise, if tens of thousands of Yuandan realm masters from the entire Tianyuan realm want to enter, you will only be able to gain the opportunity by revealing your true strength. But when you are exposed, your death is imminent. Chu family, the core area. It's finally time. Unfortunately, the next simulation will begin right after I enter. I hope that in the next simulation, Old Four can draw a good talent. Though in the end, the easy winner will still get the upper hand. Number 3 Chu He stood up slightly from his recliner, unconsciously looking up at the sky, his entire body filled with sadness. The sadness of leaving and never being able to see this world again. In this situation, he couldn't help but want to recite a poem, but because his literary talent was too low, he couldn't recite it, so he could only express his feelings in his heart. I have to say, being a hipster is indeed a disease and needs to be treated. Let's go. Breaking through to the soul realm, and feeling the power of the soul before dying, that's not a loss. Welcome to the landing. Chu He number 3 used his own powerful strength to tear open the void crack in front of him, and appeared outside Shun Kingdom in the next second. Basically, every second passed. Chu He crossed the distance of several countries and traveled freely in the land of all nations. At his speed, it took less than a day. After crossing countless billions of miles, they arrived at the central region. It must be said that the central region is worthy of being under the jurisdiction of the Dao sect and is also worthy of being the most prosperous area in the entire Tianyun realm. The density of experts and the prosperity here are incomparable to those in the eastern wasteland. Although the Yuandan realm is still an absolute powerhouse here, after all, there are only tens of thousands of them in the entire world. But there are so many ants in the celestial realm. There are almost millions of them in the entire eastern wasteland, but here there are at least 10 million. As for the general population, it is several times greater than that of the eastern wasteland. It can only be said that as a Taoist sect that has been passed down for over 1 billion years and still standing, its foundation is strong. You couldn't help but gasp. You've made an outstanding contribution to the greenhouse effect in the Tianyun realm. After a brief moment of amazement, you headed to Daoxuanmen. On the way there, Chuhi No. 3 saw many Taoists, the lowest of whom were at the Grand Master level. Those who are not at the Grand Master level will not be allowed out by Daoxuan sect. Inside Daoxuanmen, Chuhi only saw millions of peaks hanging above the sky, each of which was thousands of feet high and hundreds of miles long. This kind of mountain weighs hundreds of millions of tons. Only cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm can lift it with their bare hands without exerting too much effort. A cultivator at the Tianren realm would die of exhaustion and still not be able to lift it. But now, there are millions of identical, massive mountains, or more accurately, mountain ranges, hanging above the sky, and they have been there for over 1 billion years. Each mountain has its own unique shape. Some resemble enormous alchemy furnaces. That's where the Taoist alchemy lineage resides. Some peaks are filled with the aroma of herbs. Even a single breath from a Grand Master would increase their cultivation by the equivalent of an hour's practice. Breathe here for a while, don't practice, and you will naturally become a Grand Master. Some peaks stand like giant swords between heaven and earth, filled with sharp power. They are the lineage of Taoist swordsmanship. Some peaks are bathed in sunlight all day long, even when other peaks have entered darkness. This is the lineage of the Taoist Dharma protector Vajra. Similarly, some peaks are illuminated by sunlight, while others are filled with darkness. Chuhi felt the cold and eerie aura of corpses in the heavenly corpse absolute land. This is the Taoist lineage of raising corpses. In addition to these, there is also the Taoist Kexia lineage, the Taoist master lineage, the Taoist weapon refining lineage, the Taoist supernatural power lineage, the Taoist punishment lineage, and so on and so forth. This is the essence of Taoism. Yes, it is not Daoxuanmen, but the essence of Taoism. The leaders of every lineage here have a cultivation level of at least Yuan Dan. The leaders of more important lineages, such as the Dan Ding lineage, are all Yuan Shen. However, although there are many cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm here, no matter how many there are, cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm can still have a great influence here, and can become intersect elders by joining. With a little effort, you can become the head of a lineage. Therefore, Chuhi was not treated coldly, but rather received a warm welcome by a leader of the Kexia lineage of Taoism. Post Views, 14. 043 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Amidst the warm hospitality, you waited for about 2 days until thousands of other cultivators in the early and middle stages of the Yuan Dan realm arrived at Daoxuan sect. Among them, you also see the disciples of the high-ranking Dharma Appearance sect, the Hanhai sect, the Wanfo sect, the Tianya Pavilion, and the Tianjiao Palace. These are the other 4 Dharma Appearance sects. Disciples of the Hanhai sect wore a water blue robe with several white wave-like patterns in the middle. The more wave patterns there were, the higher their status. A disciple of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, holding a staff in his hand and wearing a cassock, has a large Buddhist string around his neck and a small Buddhist string in his hand that he occasionally swings. Everyone in Tianjiao Palace has a dragon under their feet. The stronger their strength, the purer their bloodline. Tianya Pavilion. Of these 4, the Hanhai sect has the shortest existence and the weakest foundation. The other sect was founded tens of thousands of years ago when Hanhai Tianjun achieved the Dharma realm. When these 4 great powers had all arrived, the millions of peaks that towered over the central regions heaven and earth all emitted a mysterious light. A pillar of light appeared on each mountain peak. When millions of pillars of light appeared collectively and were closely connected to each other, if one mountain peak rotated, hundreds of thousands of peaks would also begin to rotate and shift position. After spinning straight for hundreds of times, there was a crisp click, as if some mechanical lock had been unlocked before Chuhi No. 3 crossed over. A massive portal, tens of thousands of feet tall, appeared in the center below. Seeing this scene, a hint of fear flashed across your eyes. He had long known that Deoxuanman's millions of mountains hanging in the sky were not just for show. It's not just to intimidate others. This is because each of these millions of peaks is the foundation of a large formation and the key to opening the Tianyun secret realm. When encountering external enemies, these millions of peaks will connect with each other. It transformed into an ancient sacred mountain 1,000,000 feet high, eternal and indestructible. Even a Dharma phase level expert could not cause any significant damage by attacking it hundreds or thousands of times in a row. So cool! Chu-He took a deep breath. He really didn't know anything about this kind of thing. After all, his knowledge was at most due to the memory of the first simulation, which was at the mid-Yuan Dan level. In this realm, who would want to know what kind of trump cards the Dharma forces far away in the middle domain have? This has nothing to do with him. It is impossible for him to offend the other party at such a long distance. And no one can understand things that have nothing to do with him. Fellow deists, please come in. I hope everyone has a satisfying harvest, but I'm going to be frank here. Please don't hide it in front of me and so many Dharma appearance sect members. You can't hide anything. Once discovered, you will face a thunderous attack from the 5 Dharma phase forces present here, and the family and sect behind you will also be destroyed. We need to think everything through. Don't make your life more difficult. You still have a lot of life ahead of you. And you can enjoy it for a long, long time. Before entering the Tianyun secret realm portal, a cultivator from the Hanhai sect at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm walked up to all the Yuan Dan cultivators and spoke in a calm tone without any directive. After that, he also revealed his strength and told everyone not to hide their thoughts in front of him. It was meaningless. Seeing this scene, none of the thousands of Yuan Dan practitioners showed any signs of panic or fear of having their secret plans exposed. Except for Chu-He, none of them had such thoughts in the first place. Under the gazes of so many people, in front of a Dharma appearance sect with a long and rich history, they truly had no such thoughts. And even if there were, they'd be old foxes who'd lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. There's no way they'd show that kind of expression just because of a few words. That's too unreasonable. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Although there are no Dharma phase level experts, there are 7 or 8 peak level Yuan Shen cultivators and more than a dozen Yuan Shen realm cultivators present. Who could possibly hide something in this situation? That's why Yan Huohua wanted to come here and get the treasure that would help him break through to the soul realm. That is, the protagonist, and he has a remnant soul at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, who can use secret techniques to help him hide, so it is possible for him to hide. This way, perhaps there will be some unexpected plot twists. Someone will discover them, and then a huge fight will break out among those present. The protagonist will be sucked into the spatial rift torn open by the aftermath of the battle. He wandered into a forbidden area, discovered some opportunities there, and raised his strength to the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. He then used the Enlightenment Tea Tree to reach the Yuan Shen realm, and finally escaped secretly. Just when he was about to break through to the Dharma realm, he fought another battle and achieved the Dharma realm in an extremely thrilling way. Chu-He, the king of imagination, is indeed the one who can imagine everything that the future protagonist Yan Huohua will experience. Thrilling, reversal, more thrilling, and another reversal. Wonderful, really wonderful. Chu-He, who was full of inner drama, thought this way. Yes, Deoxian Zhenjun, we understand. Everyone nodded slightly, indicating that they had no ulterior motives and would not let such a thing as this make them and those behind them panic. Okay. Deoxian Zhenjun nodded. At this moment, without any hesitation, the thousands of people present, including Chu-He, all entered the portal and experienced a spatial teleportation. When Chu-He opened his eyes again, he found himself in a wilderness of green mountains and clear waters, like a fairyland on earth. The concentration of vital energy here was 1,000 times higher than outside. A normal person living here can naturally achieve the Xiantian realm even without practicing any cultivation techniques. With cultivation techniques, it is also easy to achieve the Grand Master stage. Thousands of feet tall spiritual trees can be seen everywhere. The flowing river water is the spiritual fluid of heaven and earth, and the rain is spiritual rain. Even a random weed here is a 4th level spiritual flower or herb that attracts Grand Master cultivators and is extremely valuable. But here, it's like free. Just use a sickle to cut down more than 10 or 20 plants. A sweep of the mind can reveal a large number of 5th and 6th tier natural treasures. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm really rich. It would be great if all of this stuff was mine. When my original body outside reaches the level of Dharmakya, I will definitely seize the Tianyun secret realm for myself. This secret realm has been occupied by those Dharmakya forces for over 1 billion years. It's been too long. They need to move on and let go. Looking at the scene in the Tianyun secret realm, number 3 Chu He's eyes revealed a greedy look, wanting to take everything around him for himself. Post views, 12:044 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. No, let alone seeing the simulated clone in the picture, even the real body Chu-He outside. Seeing this description, his eyes were filled with greed. If he had the strength now, he would have wanted to take his place. Take all those Dharma forces and treat them as dogs. Greed is human nature. There's nothing wrong with having this personality. It is because of human beings' greedy nature that civilization can advance step by step. Without greed, humans wouldn't have the desire to expand their territory. Without expansion, there would be no wars. Without war, how could civilization develop? Without greed, human beings would not have any ideas about wealth, and without ideas, there would be no prosperity in business. Therefore, greed is a bad character of human beings and a bad character of all races in the heavens and the worlds. But at the same time, it is also the most indispensable catalyst for civilization, and nothing can be missing without it. After more than 10 seconds, Chu-He number 3 finally suppressed his greed and didn't pay too much attention to these 4th and 5th tier treasures. These treasures have no effect on him, nor on the families outside, because he can't get out at all. If he does, he will die. These things will never reach the hands of the family members, so there is no need to focus on them. The most important thing is to achieve the Yuan Shen first. With a touch of excitement, Yu transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the location of the enlightenment space. The Tianyun secret realm was huge, almost as big as the area outside. It's over 10 billion miles in radius. That is, we cannot allow those above the Yuan Dan realm to enter here. Otherwise, the cultivation resources here are sufficient to accommodate dozens of Dharma phase level forces. After spending dozens of minutes, you finally arrived at a secret place that was no different from any other place. If it weren't for what you had read in the memory of True Lord Xuanyu, I know the exact coordinates of the location. Otherwise, you really wouldn't believe it. There is a treasure here that can help you break through the Yuan Shen realm. The opponent was also fighting with a powerful person of the same level when he broke through the space and happened to discover this place of enlightenment space. Number 3 Chu-He raised his fist and punched forward. This simple punch carried an incomparably terrifying force and a powerful aura, without adding any vitality. But he suddenly created a black space hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Chu-He went straight in. As soon as he entered, an extremely rich energy rushed towards him. It was more than 10 times richer than the energy outside. And within this energy, there was a power that made Chu-He feel refreshed. This is the power of enlightenment. In the memories of Xuanyu Zhenjun, it was mentioned that the enlightenment space is filled with a large amount of enlightenment energy. Living there for a long time can improve people's understanding a little bit. And it can increase the chance of enlightenment to a certain extent. From this, we can see how powerful the enlightenment tea tree is. Just a little bit of its power can improve others' enlightenment. If the enlightenment tea tree is fully refined, Chu-He No. 3 estimated that he would not only be able to achieve the realm of the primordial spirit, but his comprehension would probably increase by more than 10 times, although his comprehension was much stronger than that of an average person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create his own technique, but he can't compare to those who have achieved the realm of Yuan Shen Faxiang. This is his weakness. He looked straight ahead at the 10-meter-tall Wuodao tea tree surrounded by hundreds of Wuodao tea leaves. He was a little worried about Chu-He, who might encounter an accident at the most critical moment. He immediately arrived at the base of the enlightenment tea tree. A vast and immense energy enveloped the entire tea tree, and the refining process began. As soon as he began refining, Chu-He felt a sudden clarity and coolness in his mind. His sea of consciousness, his soul, and his brain were all undergoing transformation. Your astonishing wisdom has become even more astonishing. Some of the problems that I couldn't figure out before are now as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. No, even simpler. Chu-He No 3's understanding of the immortal law began to improve by leaps and bounds. In the previous 100 years, he had only been able to improve his understanding by a few %. This is still based on the premise of having a reference object. Now, with a reference point, Chu-He No 3's understanding of the immortal law is improving by about 1/10,000% every second. In the blink of an eye, in just over 10 minutes, Chu-He's level increased from a few % to over 10%. When his comprehension of the immortal rule reached 10%, your eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power has become even more powerful. After releasing it, all attributes will be increased by more than 50 times. An hour later, his comprehension of the immortal rule reached 30%, and his eternal golden body supernatural power became even stronger, with all attributes increasing by over 60 times. After 2 hours, the level of comprehension of the immortal rule reached over 50%, and all attributes of the eternal immortal golden body great divine ability increased 70 times. After 5 hours, the comprehension of the immortal rule reached 100%, and the effect of the eternal golden body great divine ability was increased to a 100-fold increase in all attributes. Successfully comprehended the rules of the higher immortality, the true transformation begins now. Boom! After Chu-He had been trying for who knows how long to comprehend the power of rules, he finally succeeded. With his eyes closed, Chu-He No. 3 could clearly feel his body, soul, and vital energy constantly changing. In terms of physical body, it has advanced to an immortal body, which is tens of thousands of times stronger than before. Normally, someone who has just entered the Yuan Shen realm has a physical body thousands of times stronger than a peak Yuan Dan realm cultivator. However, you have broken through the immortal rule, making your physical body 10 times stronger than those at the same level. And this isn't the strongest point of the immortal body. The strongest point is that its indestructibility is 100 times greater than that of its peers. You can withstand attacks 100 times greater than those of the same level with just your physical body. If you also unleash the eternal golden body supernatural power and the 99% damage immunity talent, and combine these two with your physical strength, this is 100 times 1000. Only an attack that is more than 100,000 times more powerful than your physical body can cause the same level of damage to you. Yes, it's so exaggerated. This doesn't make sense at all. How can these numbers even be multiplied together? But you are a time traveler, you are the owner of the system, you are a cheater. Do cheaters need to be justified? Time travelers only need to cheat relentlessly, and the system will take care of everything for you. Although your cheat is more powerful than those used by other travelers, it is only enabled and not disabled. If it is not disabled, it is not enabled. Post views, 10.045 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hiss. 100,000 times the power? The number 3 Chuhi in the simulation shouldn't have to die. This kind of strength should be enough to withstand the Dharmakaya. Chuhi took a deep breath and couldn't believe it when he saw this exaggerated data. 100 times 1000 equals 100,000. Can it be calculated this way? Can it be so exaggerated? It seems possible. The self in the simulation is not talking to you about rationality, but about absolute values. Absolute mechanism. An attack 100,000 times more powerful than that of the early stage of Yuan Shen could only cause damage, which made Chuhi feel that he was invincible for a moment. Even the Dharmakya cannot kill him. However, Chuhi soon returned to reality. If he had not explored the memory of Master Xuanyu and did not know how powerful the Dharma realm was, he would really have had this idea. He really thinks he is so awesome. After all, he was just a frog in a well before, but after searching his memory and knowing how powerful the Dharma realm was, Chuhi naturally would not think so. After a simple calculation, he knew that he could not defeat Dharmakya. There is a gap of 3 small realms between the early stage of Yuan Shen and the peak of Yuan Shen. The difference in strength of each small realm has been mentioned before. The difference is at least 3 times, and after 3 realms it is 30 times. The gap between the peak of the Yuan Shen and the Dharmakya is tens of thousands of times. 30 times multiplied by tens of thousands is millions. The strength gap is millions. This does not include the tenfold increase in strength brought by the body of rules of a Dharmakya level strongman. If this is counted, the increase will be tens of millions of times. Even so, Chuhi did not dare to say that this was the ultimate combat power of an ordinary Dharma phase warrior. He had the eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power as a means to improve the team. Don't others have it? Although his supernatural powers were ranked among the top 3 or even first in the past, others who could achieve the Dharma image could still improve their combat effectiveness even if their supernatural powers were not as good as his. Chuhi's combat effectiveness is calculated according to multiplication. The combat effectiveness of others is also calculated by multiplication. He had said before that the gap in strength would become bigger as time went on, and this was really not a joke. It's really getting bigger and bigger. The basic combat power gap between Tianren and Yuan Dan is thousands of times, the basic combat power gap between Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen is several thousand times, and the basic combat power gap between Yuan Shen and Dharmakya is tens of thousands of times. This is the basic combat power. When you reach the realm of heaven and man, don't think about fighting across higher realms anymore, that is impossible. I can't even dream of such an exaggerated thing. Those who can transcend small realms are all outstanding talents among men, and they are the most outstanding talents among all geniuses. The changes in your physical body make you and your external self very excited, but this is not the end. This transformation is a transformation of the 3 essences, energy and spirits. Your soul, due to the immortality rule, has become an immortal soul. Immortal before heaven and earth, immortal before heaven and earth. Soul power is tens of thousands of times stronger than before, more than 10 times stronger than the same level, and 100 times stronger than the same level of immortality. Others' soul power must be at least 100 times stronger than yours. Only then can it cause the same level of damage to you. In terms of vital energy, it has also been infected with a large amount of immortality properties. The capacity of vital energy has increased by tens of thousands of times, the concentration of vital energy has increased by hundreds of times, and the immortality properties have increased by hundreds of times. What does this mean? It means that your mana bar has become thicker. At the same time, you and a peak level Yuan Dan expert use the same amount of Yuan Qi. Because of the degree of concentration, 1 strand of your energy is equivalent to 100 strands of the other person. However, due to your indestructible nature, the difficulty of erasing it has increased 100-fold. If others want to erase even a trace of your vitality, they will have to expend at least 10,000 times the same amount of vitality. It can be erased. One thread is better than 10,000 threads. In terms of lifespan, it also possesses a bit of immortality. A Yuan Shen of the same level only has a lifespan of around 30,000 years. Once that time is up, even a Yuan Shen as powerful as him will die. But your lifespan is 10 times that of someone of the same level, exceeding 300,000 years. In a sense, this is no less than what some people consider immortality. This breakthrough, this transformation, took about a month in total. When the transformation was complete, Chu-He No. 3 slightly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils, a terrifying immortal power, and a terrifying aura. Center yourself. Instantly, the enlightenment space, which was several hundred miles in radius, was enveloped. The sound of the space shattering continuously rang out. At this moment, any cultivator below the Yuan Shen realm, anyone who appears in this space will be unsurprisingly crushed to the ground, their face rubbed harshly. No matter how many Tianren Yuan Dan appeared, it was useless. Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands were useless. Under this pressure, they would all fall to the ground. I can't even do something as simple as looking up at you. Ha 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 ha. This is the primordial spirit achieved through the higher rules. Too powerful, truly too powerful. How can I be so powerful? I'm so powerful that there's no reason to argue. How can the span of a realm be so vast? This doesn't fit with the novels I read before I traveled through time. The difference in strength is probably tens or hundreds of times at most. How could it be so outrageous? Some are only a dozen or so times. Gently raising his hand, Chu-He No. 3 couldn't help but burst into laughter. After this simulation, no one in the Tianyun realm could stop him from becoming stronger, and no one could kill him. The next generation of simulated beings, even if they don't draw high-level talents, as long as they practice casually for 300,000 years, they will definitely be able to achieve the Dharmakya. By then, who will be able to kill him? Just one question. Who else? No one can kill him. He will become the sun above everyone's head, blinding their eyes. The Tianyun secret realm lasted approximately 5 years from its opening to its closing. This breakthrough went very smoothly, taking just over a month. There are still more than 4 years left. During this time, I will try to collect enough treasures in the Tianyun secret realm to see if I can raise my realm to the middle or even late stage of the Yuan Shen realm. If you can achieve the late stage of the Soul realm, go out and fight those Dharma appearances. If you win, then this simulation won't end. If you lose, wait until the next time and take them in as your dogs. Post Views, 11. 046 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations. Chapter 046. However, I'm unlikely to win. I can only withstand attacks 100,000 times greater than mine, not that my attack power is 100,000 times greater than that of an opponent of the same level. Our fighting power is still no match for those old immortals. After laughing wildly for dozens of seconds, Chu-He No. 3 forced himself to suppress all the emotions in his heart and prepared to go outside to test his strength. It just so happened that this secret realm still had a few years left, so he also wanted to see how many treasures were there, waiting for him to pick. This secret realm is large enough to support dozens of Dharma appearance sects. Even if one cannot gather all the heavenly materials and treasures above the level of Yuan Shen within, it would only take a few years to gather them. It is also enough for him to break through to the late stage of the Yuan Shen realm or even the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. This is because the treasure requires a certain amount of time to digest and refine. If one can grasp it and refine it instantly, even achieving the Dharmakya will be no problem. Picking time, start. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu-He instantly crossed hundreds of kilometers and walked out of the enlightenment space. As soon as he emerged, he exuded the power of the Yuan Shen level. An undisguised outburst, with a divine power 10 times greater than that of its peers, recklessly scanning the surrounding natural treasures. A secret place covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Scanning over and over like a radar, any natural treasure above the 7th level cannot escape the discerning eyes of Chuhi no 3. It didn't take long to survey the surrounding area of tens of millions of miles. Within this area, they discovered more than a dozen Yuanshan level treasures, most of which were useful for the newly broken through number 3 Chuhi. For example, heavenly spirit essence that can enhance soul power, flower of rules and eye of rules that can enhance the understanding of rules. One of the Yuanshan level treasures was given to Chuhi number 3 by a cultivator at the Yuandan realm. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't Chuhi who stole it. It was Chuhi's divine consciousness that enveloped it, and the other party was so frightened that he took it out of his storage ring and gave it to him personally. This Yuandan realm ant is named Sing Xiun. If the real body outside encounters it in the future, please take care of it. Tisk tisk tisk. Yuandan ant, that's a very easy thing to say. I'm still just a cultivator at the Yuandan realm, so I'm also an ant. Sure enough, that's the first thing people do once they achieve something. That is, forget your roots. Third brother, you are such a person. I am so disappointed. By the way, is that person called Sing Xiun? He's quite good and very sensible. He's a great man of the time. Since the Tianyuan secret realm is quite large, and you need to carefully inspect every inch of it, you should be careful not to miss any treasures like the Enlightenment space. So the exploration of Chu River number 3 took a year. During this year, in the Tianyuan secret realm, the thousands and tens of thousands of Yuandan realm cultivators were all in an uproar. Everyone gathered together to discuss. What were they discussing? Of course, they were discussing Chuhi number 3. Everyone who saw the undisguised pressure of the soul of Chuhi number 3 in the sky, their first reaction was to be stunned. This is so confusing. How could someone be so arrogant? How can there be such a stupid person? How can someone be so determined to seek the truth? This is what many people think. Never before, since the Tianyuan secret realm was discovered and controlled by numerous Dharma phase forces, such an outrageous thing has never happened. Every dozen or so times that the Tianyuan secret realm is opened, there might be some foolish people who think they have the means to find treasures and want to secretly take them away. But no one has ever been so arrogant before, not even bothering to act, and directly breaking through the soul in the secret realm. This situation means that this person has no intention of leaving alive. Either someone as stupid as a pig, or someone who has been stuck in the Yuandan realm for who knows how long, dreaming of breaking through to the Yuanshan realm, and whose heart of seeking the Tao is so firm that they are no longer afraid of death. Of these two possibilities, the second one is definitely more likely. Someone who can cultivate to this level cannot be as stupid as a pig. So, after being stunned, most people's unanimous thoughts were one of admiration and pity. I admire those who are so determined to seek the truth. It's a pity that such a determined person cannot escape the fate of death. This is the true meaning of hearing the truth in the morning, dying in the evening. This is the kind of person that practitioners like me aspire to be. Of course, this majority does not include the disciples from the numerous Dharma phase forces who have entered. They are extremely angry with number 3 Chuhi and wish to kill him. Because, all the resources you plunder in the entire world belong to them. The stronger you are, the more resources you will use, which means you are cutting flesh and sucking blood from them. If they still admire you, then they are idiots. Your solution to these people is still very quick. If your divine sense detects anyone looking at you with hatred, you will slap them to death. Take away all their treasures. It took you almost a year to finally collect most of the treasures above the Yuanshan level in the Tianyuan secret realm. There are thousands of different Yuanshan level treasures. Among them, there are more than a dozen Dharma phase level treasures. If these treasures were to be known to the cultivators at the Dharma phase realm outside, it would definitely cause a war. It was fought over by several powerful Dharma image masters. I've made a fortune, I really have. There are still more than 3 years left. I should take advantage of this opportunity before those powerful Dharma image masters can get in. The news here hasn't spread yet because it can't get out. We'll refine as much as we can. That place has been used as the home base by number 3 Chuhi. In the enlightenment space, number 3 Chuhi looked at the dazzling array of natural treasures before him. The eyes are shining. Just breathing the air filled with these heavenly materials and earthly treasures made him feel refreshed, and his understanding of the rules of immortality improved slightly. It's nothing special. There are hundreds of treasures here that can enhance enlightenment. The power generated by these combined is unimaginable to ordinary people. He was certain that even a Dharma phase level expert wouldn't be able to see so many Yuanshan level enlightenment treasures in a lifetime of 1,000,000 years. Post Views, 11. 047 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 047. I've never even seen the original one outside. Without the simulator, I'd never see one of these, and I'd never get one. I can only say that when his true form was at the heavenly man realm, he still claimed that he was no ordinary person, but in front of a truly powerful being, he was inferior to the Dharmakya. All of them are on the roadside. The Yuandan Yuanshen level forces look down on the Tianren and those below them, considering them to be dirt-legged and inferior people, but they are also no match for the Dharma phase forces. There is no difference, it's just that we don't say it under normal circumstances, and it's just that there is no need to say it. Mobilizing your vital energy, you began to continuously refine the natural treasures around you. In order to refine them faster, you pursued the ultimate speed. At the same time, he refined 10 enlightenment attribute treasures at once. This type of refining process will directly lose half of the effects of the natural treasures, but in the face of thousands of natural treasures, you no longer care. These are just empty words, if only those at the Yuandan realm could enter. You will definitely come again next time. Of course it has to be. With so many treasures, only an idiot wouldn't come. If those powerful Dharma image masters outside couldn't get in, we would have already implemented the 3 alls policy here. Kill all the monsters inside, grab all the treasures, and burn all the useless things. The most beastly of beasts. Chuhi nodded, agreeing very much. As you continue to refine a large number of enlightenment attribute treasures, your mind becomes increasingly clear. When you think about any problem, it's like you've transformed into the mind of another person. From the mind of an ordinary person, it was transformed into the mind of a person with an IQ of over 300, and into the mind of a scientific research giant who could change the future of a century. With your understanding of the immortal rule, you continue on your path to success. You only recently grasped the immortal rule. Others want to continue to make progress at this time. The time required must be calculated using units of hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years. But you only need to use the sky. Now, we only need to use seconds to calculate. Every second brings visible progress. However, if the Yuanshen outside and the powerful Dharma phase masters know about this situation, I will definitely be so envious that my eyes will turn red. Those who are strong in the Dharma phase also rose step by step from the bottom. They are not born so strong. Although they are very talented, they also need the help of natural resources. Natural resources are needed by everyone. If they want to obtain them, they have to fight and grab them, and fight with others desperately. Unlike you, fighting Yuandan at the Yuanshen level, you only fight against those at higher levels, and fight against those at lower levels. Without any risk, I obtain so many treasures. I can refine and improve my strength peacefully without being disturbed by anyone. Of course, if they knew that all your efforts would allow the entity outside to easily take everything away, without having to pay anything, they would reap all the rewards for free. I guess my eyes will explode with envy. 2. But there's no way around it. This is a cheater. This is one of the 10 taboos in the endless universe. This is the awesomeness of travelers. There's a saying that goes, in the myriad worlds, it's no problem if you offend some of the protagonists who are the sons of destiny, but in the small world, the protagonists are just like a sidekick. Who among those who can reach the outer worlds can't destroy a small world with their bare hands? Wouldn't that be easy to suppress? All we need to do is avoid offending the protagonists of the top worlds. There's nothing much to say about those protagonists. The only thing to fear is the top-tier experts who manipulate everything behind the scenes, treating them like puppets and quietly plundering their luck. But many people would rather offend these top-tier children of luck and the powerful people behind them. I also absolutely do not want to offend travelers because they have backgrounds, are incredibly strong, and develop very quickly, developing before you have time to react. I haven't even left this world yet, and there's already a backer behind me? Could it be that it's those big guys who sent me through time and gave me the golden finger? Seeing the words on the system panel, Chuhi frowned slightly and couldn't help but think. Don't get me wrong, he's not wondering if there's any conspiracy theory behind this, there's absolutely not. Being able to send it outside the world and giving him such an awesome golden finger, there is really no need to have any ideas about him, because he was just an ordinary person before he traveled through time. He was very sure of this. For an ordinary person like him, there are as many as he wants, not to mention the world outside, even in the Tianyun realm where he is. Is there any need for him to plot? Why go to all this trouble? If he really has something, wouldn't it be easier for him to just grab it and refine it in an instant? So this is definitely not a conspiracy. But he is the lucky guy, there is someone behind him, or behind the world before he traveled through, there is someone behind everyone. As for why he was able to get this opportunity, a big reason may be luck, as it was picked randomly. Background skills are very useful not only in this world before traveling through time, but also in the myriad worlds. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of your fighting? To survive in the myriad worlds, you need power and connections. Who is the powerful one behind you? Oh, it's the little punk. 10, 20, 50, 100. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Over the past 6 months, Number 3 Chuhi has been working tirelessly to refine natural treasures at the fastest speed. In just 6 months, he has refined over 50 spiritual treasures that have enlightenment properties, as well as those that increase soul power. A body full of strength. There has been a huge improvement, even if half of these natural treasures were wasted during the refining process. But you still underestimated the effects of these treasures. After all, you have never eaten this kind of fine bran. You only know that these treasures are very powerful, but how powerful are they? You've only experienced them once. So you can't be sure how powerful they can make you. But now you are sure. Just by refining such a small part, your strength has been raised to the late stage of Yuan Shen, which is 2 small realms higher. More than 10 times more powerful than before. In other words, your current physical strength is able to withstand attacks that are 1,000,000 times more powerful than those of an early stage Yuan Shen, and a Dharma phase level existence. Even without using the rule body or any other means, their basic attack strength is 1,000,000 times stronger than that of an early stage primordial spirit. You can already withstand their basic attacks. Post views, 13. 048 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 048. If a Dharma phase master doesn't have a body of rules, not only will your defense be 100,000 times greater than that of the same level, but your attack speed will also be 100,000 times greater than that of the same level. I'm afraid that after you break through to the peak of the Yuan Shen realm and become more powerful by more than 3 times, you will become the first person in the history of the Tianyun realm to overcome a power gap of tens of thousands of times. Defeat a peerless figure who is 1 level more powerful. There is no one before, and there will definitely be no one after. Even the most powerful genius and the most powerful warrior in the past 10 years, Lord Kongyu, was only at the Heavenly Man realm when he received a few glances from someone at the Yuan Dan realm. Even so, he was still praised by the world. You should know that the difference in strength between the celestial being and the Yuan Dan realm is only about 1,000 times, while the difference between your Yuan Shen peak and the Dharma realm is about tens of thousands of times. One was just a few glances, the other was a head-on defeat. There's absolutely no comparison. In front of you, Lord Kongwu is just a piece of trash, the smallest piece of trash among the small pieces of trash, a small character not worth mentioning. Lord Kongwu's talent is the best in the Tianyun realm for over 1 billion years. He is a monster among monsters. Others are geniuses, but genius is just the threshold to meet him. And even the most evil of evildoers hasn't reached the point of meeting you. This is the roadside. 100, 200, 300, 400. Once your strength reaches the late stage of the Yuan Shen realm, your speed in refining natural treasures will also increase significantly, and you can refine more than 20 different natural treasures at a time. In half a year, 200 can be refined. In the remaining 3 years, you refined nearly 1,000 artifacts, and later began to refine those dozen Dharma phase level treasures. His strength had long since risen to the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, and with the help of more treasures later on, his comprehension of the immortal law had reached a level that even those at the same level could not even imagine. Although due to lack of time, I was unable to refine all the Dharma phase level treasures, and my strength did not break through the Dharma phase realm, and I did not progress from comprehending the immortal rule to mastering the immortal rule. But it also faintly surpassed the peak of the soul realm by a small realm, if there is a small realm above the peak of the soul. His strength is now more than 30 times that of a peak-level Yuan Shen cultivator. After all, his combat power is already 10 times greater than that of a peak-level Yuan Shen cultivator due to his understanding of the higher-level rules. Add to that the fact that he surpassed a small realm. The difference in a small realm is 3 times. Multiplying them together, that's 30 times the combat power, right? The combat power of the Yuan Shen peak is 30 times, and the indestructibility of the physical body is 100 times that of the same level. In other words, without relying on other things. Even a blank slate can withstand attacks with a strength of more than 3,000 times that of the peak Yuan Shen. 3,000 times the eternal immortal divine power plus the 99% damage immunity talent, only 1,000th of the attack can land on me, that's a full 3 million times the effect. Now, only an attack with a strength more than 3 million times that of an ordinary peak spirit can cause damage to you. The gap between the peak of the Yuan Shen realm and the Dharma realm is only tens of thousands of times. Using the rule body, it is only hundreds of thousands of times. Adding some other means, the combat power can only reach about 1 million times that of the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. It definitely won't reach 3 million times. That is to say, from now on, ordinary Dharma realm practitioners can no longer cause any harm to Chuhi. Only Chuhi can harm them, and they cannot kill Chuhi. Offense and defense have changed. What the hell? My ability to withstand their attacks has only reached its upper limit. It doesn't mean my attack power has reached its upper limit. My attack power is only dozens of times greater than that of a peak soul. Even if I used the eternal undying divine abilities 100-fold bonus to all physical attributes, it would only surpass the peak of the Yuan Shen by a few thousand times, and still not reach the tens of thousands of times the attack strength of a normal Dharmakya. It's 10 or 100 times worse than others. Because the Tianyun secret realm was about to end, Chuhi number 3, who had already opened his eyes from cultivation, carefully estimated his own strength. When he estimated the strength of his physical body defense, a little excited. I thought this simulation wouldn't be over, but after calculating the difference in combat power, I'm speechless. Although the immortality rule is very powerful, and can overcome such a huge gap in combat power and still maintain indestructibility, but isn't this just a sitting duck? Wouldn't it be great if next time I could draw a talent that increases combat power 100-fold? Then I could add the bonus of the eternal and indestructible golden body. I'm becoming invincible. Don't think too much about it now. Let's go to bed and fight those powerful Dharma aspect masters first. Escape is impossible, so let's have a good fight before we die. Shaking his head, Chuhi number 3 stood up and without hesitation, headed towards the entrance to the Tianyun secret realm at a speed faster than light. The speed of light is 300,000 km per second, but Chuhi no 3's current speed is definitely over 300,000 km. When Chuhi number 3 walked out of the exit, the others in the Tianyun secret realm had not yet left. The people outside did not know what had happened in the secret realm. Several major Dharma phase level forces were unaware that all the outstanding disciples in their secret realms had been killed by themselves. But, this doesn't need anyone to say. When the dozen or so Yuanshan level masters outside saw the first one to come out, number 3 Chuhi, with his undisguised aura that seemed even stronger than that of a peak Yuanshan, they saw the aura that was even stronger than that of a peak Yuanshan. You don't even need to think about it to know what's going on inside. These Dharma phase level forces had long suspected that this situation might occur. But it had never happened before. They had thought it wouldn't happen this time, but it still happened. Over a dozen powerful Dharma aspect masters from different factions exchanged glances, each seeing the thoughts in the other's eyes. Daoxian Zhenjun, who was at the peak of the Yuanshan realm, took the initiative and said, "Fellow Daists. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to survive. Otherwise, if others see him survive, they will follow suit. I don't know how many people trapped in the Yuandan realm will do the same. If you can't deter those who come after you, after the first time, there will surely be a second, third, and fourth time." Boom. Post views, 12:049 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 049. An explosion sounded. It is said to be late, but it is fast. The big, round head of Daoxian Zhenjun, who just spoke, was blown apart by your big golden fist. And he, who had just raised his hand, mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth, intending to attack, remained in the same position. In an instant, you defeated a peak level Yuanshan. I just started talking, and you're already telling me to leave. What kind of words are you talking about? Is this reasonable? In the simulation, I let him finish his words before I killed him with one pun. This was the highest respect I could show him. If there is something that is not right, for example, if he punches everyone present to death without showing up, then I'll apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry for delaying your death experience. I hope you will forgive me. Seeing this scene, seeing the blood foam splashed around by Daoxian Zhenjun, the other cultivators at the Yuanshan realm present froze. Even if he was seen by this blood foam, he didn't move. Until one person makes the first move, the others begin to tear open the space in front of you, trying to escape. It's horrible. It's truly horrible. Daoxian Zhenjun, who had just been discussing the Dao with them with great interest, was gone in an instant. With just one punch, he was gone. He was beaten to death by the man whose whole body was shining with golden light. This is a peak level Yuanshan. Who among the same level can kill another of the same level with one punch? Only a Dharma phase level being can do that. Apart from this, only a peak level Yuanshan who has comprehended the higher rules can do this. However, compared to comprehending the higher rules, the others present are more willing to believe it. This person has achieved the state of Dharma. As for the Dharmakya matter, they can't interfere. The other party won't die this time, but will negotiate with other powerful people. No one wants to be in the entire Tianyun realm. A battle of the Dharmakya level occurs. But unfortunately, they can't run away, not even a little bit. The only response they get is a punch. Only a huge fist flashing with huge golden light appeared in their eyes. Chuhi version killing punch. Lord of Heavenly Fire, die. Master Wan Mu, die. Master Kyungsuan, die. Master Yuan Sheng, die. Master Dai Nguyen, die. All of them died, no one escaped. The deaths of many peak-level and powerful Yuan Shen masters occurred in just a few seconds, as more than a dozen Yuan Shen masters were beaten to death by Chu He No. 3 like a roadside stray animal. The entire Daoxuan sect, and the millions of 10,000-foot-high mountains hanging high above the sky, all trembled violently. Numerous rocks and objects from the mountains trembled and fell from the sky. An aura far exceeding the current aura emanating from Chu He, far exceeding the aura of the Yuan Shen realm, permeated the land within a radius of tens of millions of miles. All the Yuan Den level warriors and above in the central region, as well as the Dharma phase warriors in the other 4 regions, were able to sense this aura that dominated the world even across the vast distance. What happened? How could the Daoxuan sect's current Daoxing Tianjun suddenly burst forth with the aura of a Dharmadhatu? Let's go take a look at what this fellow Daoist is doing. Considering that today is the day when the Tianyun secret realm closes, some Dharma-level treasures have appeared in the Tianyun secret realm before. Could it be that a Dharma-level treasure, or perhaps a higher-level treasure, has appeared this time? Otherwise, he wouldn't have unleashed such a powerful aura, nor would he have reacted so violently. After receiving information of the same level, the Dharma aspect powerfuls in the other 4 realms immediately thought about what had happened, and then thought of the Tianyun secret realm, the largest secret realm in the Tianyun realm. When it closes today, his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up his own weapon and immediately rushed towards the central region. If there really was any benefit, he would see if he could get a piece of it. But they didn't know that this time, they would meet someone so invincible that they would never see again in their lifetime. A person so invincible that the word invincible can no longer be used to describe him, once made them doubt the reality of this world. A mere ant at the Soul Realm actually dared to attack the Soul Supreme Elders of the 5 major factions. He truly has no idea of his own limitations. You don't really think you're invincible just because you can kill a few souls, do you? Today, God will show you just how vast this world truly is. How narrow is my vision? Above the Daoxuan gate, the current Daoxing Tianjun, an old immortal with an aged appearance, wearing a Taoist crown and a white beard like hair, appeared. His eyes were filled with anger, and all the surrounding pressure were due to his emotional outburst. As soon as the words fell, without any hesitation, Daoxing Tianjun casually slapped Chu He No. 3. Seeing this, you also unleashed all your skills. 99% damage immunity talent, immortal rule, eternal indestructible golden body great supernatural power, all the armor on his body is fully stacked. When these armors are stacked together, your entire body becomes even larger, your height becomes taller, your muscles become bigger, your strength becomes stronger, and that too. Big and powerful, commonly known as the Big Muscle King. Muscle of muscle. A giant golden light towering over 1,000 miles tall, like a sun, illuminates the vast land of 1,000,000 miles around it, with power thousands of times that of a peak-level Yuan Shen. It collides fiercely with Daoxing Tianjun's attack. The explosion caused by the collision of 2 powerful vital energies was beyond imagination, even if it was the millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of giant mushrooms you had traveled through before. Even an explosion produced at the same time would not be as powerful as the explosion produced by these 2 streams of vital energy. Not even 1/10,000%. After all, hundreds of millions of mushroom eggs can only give your little ball a superficial bath before you traveled through time. They couldn't even shatter a small ball with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, but the damage caused by these 2 attacks covered an area of over 1,000,000 miles. When the 2 attacks collided, you retracted your fist. Daoxing Tianjun's attack disappeared. And his attack did not cause any damage to you. There is smoke but no harm, this is the law. Post Views, 13. 050 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 050. How is this possible? How could you withstand my casual attack? This shouldn't be possible. Stupefied, Daoxing Tianjun was now somewhat doubting his life. He looked left and right and was 100% certain that Chu He's realm was at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, and the casual attack he had just made. Even if it was just a casual move, the attack contained tens of thousands of times the power of an ordinary peak-level Yuan Shen. A huge difference of tens of thousands of times. Is this something that anyone below the Dharmakya level can withstand? This shouldn't be happening. I really don't believe it. Come again. He frowned tightly. This time, Daoxing Tianjun was no longer careless and began to truly mobilize all his whiteboard strength, tens of thousands of times the power of the peak of the soul. Burning out towards Chu He, a battle between real men, a battle between Chu He number 3 and even the Chu He outside, in the truest sense. The first cross-level battle broke out. Fighting across ranks is something that only happens to the most exceptional of geniuses, not ordinary people. Ordinary people can only hear about these legendary experiences. This was only a small realm leap, but this time you're facing a major realm leap. No one at the peak of the original God realm has ever been able to withstand a casual attack from a powerful Dharmakaya master. You have already made history, and this is a historical achievement that will be difficult to surpass for the next 100 billion years, until the end of the lifespan of the Tianyun realm. Although you, Chu, often engage in battles by jumping down a level, it's not impossible to jump up a level, it's just unnecessary. Actually, it's not unnecessary. Please don't flatter me so much, it makes me feel embarrassed. I really like going downstairs. When a person of higher realm beats a person of lower realm, it's like a father beating his son. It feels so good. The strong will ruthlessly bully the weak. It ruthlessly tramples on the dignity of the weak, ruthlessly humiliates the weak, and gives them the ultimate insult. Seeing the simulator system praising him so much, Chu He outside raised his hand and pressed it down slightly, indicating that this was not true and the simulator was telling a rumor. The simulator misunderstood him. He really liked the strong beating the weak. He was planning to wait until he could surpass the Dharmakya and achieve a higher realm before showing his invincibility to the entire Tianyun realm. Using a realm above the Dharmakya to fight these little ants in the Dharmakya realm is really like killing one little ant with one punch. I believe that it is the same for myself in the simulation. If there is no other way, who would want to fight against a higher level at a lower level every day? It's not just him. Except for the battle maniacs, few of the protagonists in the novels he had read before liked to fight those at a lower level against those at a higher level. That's why he did it from time to time. It's all because of the plot, it's all because those at a higher level are looking for me, I have to fight. If I don't fight I can't prove that I'm a peerless genius, I can't prove my genius. Chu He was no longer a peerless genius. He had already become a powerful man. He did not need to use this method to show that he was a peerless genius or prove his genius. You describe him as a peerless genius, which is a complete insult to Chu He. Boom. 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 The repeated collisions caused widespread tremors in the sky hundreds of thousands of miles above. The attacks between strong opponents are very fast. It's not a one-on-one fight. They don't even announce the names of their attacks when they're not fighting. That kind of person is more or less a little bit stupid. You have to announce your name during the battle. I thought it was the name of the dish. In just a moment, you have collided with each other tens of thousands of times, traveling to many places. The land of the central region, covering tens of millions of miles, has been completely crushed into slag by you. Those ordinary people inside are being shaken to death by the aftermath of your battle like ants. The weak can't even withstand the aftermath of a battle between the strong. This includes the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen. If one day you are not strong enough, perhaps a strong person from outside the world will fight you. The entire Tianyun realm will disappear, and you will be shaken to death by the aftermath of the battle. Become stronger. Strive to become the strongest one. Why can't I kill you? Why are you so tough? After tens of thousands of hits, you didn't get anxious, but Daoxing Tianjun did. He was a little red from your fucking. This time, he used his true strength. Except for the rule body, he used all other means, causing his strength to surge several times again. The power is more than 100,000 times greater than that of a peak-level Yuan Shen, but when an attack like this hits you, you seem to have no reaction, as if you weren't hit at all. Instead, your attack hit him, causing him a slight pain. This is simply the opposite of Tian Gang. The Dharma image can't defeat the Yuan Shen, damn. Isn't the Dharmakaya I'm cultivating a fake one? Even if I comprehend the higher rules, I wouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that there are cultivation methods for the soul realm that I'm unaware of? Only a soul at this level can be considered a true soul. There were several other people before me who took the wrong path. The Daoxing Tianjun of Hongguan, after much thought, did not suspect that Chu He No. 3 was cheating. Instead, he began to wonder if he had taken the wrong path in his cultivation. He and all the Dharma images he had experienced in the past had all gone astray. The realm of the primordial spirit holds many secrets and is not the weak primordial spirit that he had seen. But the souls I am facing now, they can become so powerful. This is outrageous. Never mind. I'll just use my rule body. Combined with my various methods, my power is enough to surpass the peak of the soul realm by 1,000,000 times. I really don't believe it. A force 1,000,000 times greater than mine can't defeat you, and it can't harm you. If that's the case, I'll just go back and disband my cultivation and start over. If I can't cultivate a soul as powerful as yours, I won't break through to the Dharma realm. I'd rather die of old age. Gnashing his teeth, the ruddy-faced Daoxing Tianjun fought you for tens of thousands of moves. He immediately used his rule body, performing a magnificent transformation. The rule body is somewhat similar to the great supernatural power you possessed before crossing over. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. You can transform into a giant golden man that reaches a height of thousands of miles. He will also transform into a giant muscled man that is thousands of miles tall, emitting a cyan light. The power of the wood rule, one of the lower level rules, permeates this world. Post views, 10.051 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 051. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The land covering tens of millions of miles, due to the law of wood, instantly became full of life, having been destroyed by the battle between you two. Countless towering trees, reaching tens of thousands of feet in height, stand tall and lush, rising from the ground. Although these trees are insignificant compared to your current size, not even as big as your toes, these endless towering trees. The endless green ocean is still very shocking. This is the power of rules. Even if it's just a low-level rule, it can cause a party to recreate their innate nature, a scene that is like a miracle. No, for ordinary people, this is a miracle. After mobilizing his rule body, Daoxing Tianjun launched another attack on you. The vast earth beneath your feet cracked into many fissures, and within these cracks grew a large mass of wood that was tens of miles thick. Vines reaching thousands and tens of thousands of miles in length madly entangle your limbs. You try to break free, but you can't. Instead of trying to break free, you shrink back to your normal size and break free in an instant. Then you become that tall, mighty, and muscular you again. He began to continue the fight with Daoxing Tianjun. Since the opponent's strength has increased tenfold again, his combat power exceeds 1,000,000 times that of a normal peak-level Yuan Shen. Besides your strong defense, your attack power is only a few thousand times that of a peak-level Yuan Shen. I really can't beat him, or even hit him, but it's okay. The other party can't beat you either. No matter how many times the opponent throws punches at you, no matter how many times you exchange blows, there will always be smoke without any injuries. There wasn't a single scratch on you, and the two of you just held on like that. But the more you got beaten, the more excited you became, and the more the other person got beaten, the more he started to question his life. It's 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 times the gap, but why can't I beat him? Shouldn't I question my life? Daoxing Tianjun felt like he might be trapped in an illusion. He raised his hand, almost wanting to strike himself to death. I want to see if I can get out of this illusion after killing myself, but I'm also afraid that the illusion is guiding me just to kill myself. If that happens, I might do the same thing, and I might actually die. In the end, Daoxing Tianjun still didn't do that. He was still able to distinguish illusions clearly and not be so careless. This place couldn't be an illusion. Since he didn't really kill himself, he would really die. He would probably become the biggest joke in the history of the Tianyun realm, the biggest clown among clowns. The first one who killed himself at the hands of a Dharma aspect powerhouse was nailed to the pillar of shame for millions and millions of years. Tisk tisk tisk. Third brother, look at what you have done. You have made Daoxing Tianjun a little schizophrenic. I almost committed suicide. If you behaved a little more evilly and your fighting ability improved, Daoxing Tianjun would definitely think this world was fake and would actually commit suicide. Chu He expressed pride in himself in the simulation. He single-handedly caused a person who was stronger than himself to become schizophrenic and almost become mentally ill, doubting everything. This can be said to be the first of its kind in history. After fighting for a few more minutes, 4 other Dharma phase level beings finally arrived in the central region and witnessed this scene. Seeing this bizarre scene, everyone couldn't help but frown. A Dharma image and a primordial spirit were fighting for so long, and neither had a clear winner. What the hell is Daoxing doing? I feel like he's using all his strength, but it seems like he can't win. He really can't win. Although I haven't sparred with him, I don't think he's that bad. His Dharma realm must be fake. Various thoughts emerged in the minds of Vast Sea Heavenly Monarch and 10,000 Buddha's Heavenly Monarch, although they felt that Daoxing Heavenly Monarch's realm was not high enough. After all, the destructive power and momentum at the scene were definitely not enough to overwhelm any of them present, but it was precisely because of this that the battle felt a bit fake. The gap between a peak-level Yuan Shen and a Dharmakya is tens of thousands of times greater, and even hundreds of thousands of times greater after activating the rule body. With such a huge gap, how could one not be able to defeat a Yuan Shen? Although this spirit seems a bit outrageous, it is precisely because it is so outrageous that it seems even more fake. What are you guys still looking at? Come and help me. This person definitely has a great secret. If we can get this secret, maybe we can achieve something beyond the Dharma. When Daoxing Tianjun saw the other people arrive, he smiled, but when he saw that they were indifferent and just watching from the side, his smile immediately disappeared. Okay, fellow Daoist, we'll be right over. But before we come to help you, we think it's necessary to exchange a few moves with you. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist. Boom. While Chu He was looking surprised, the 4 Dharma realm cultivators did not attack him. Instead, they immediately attacked Daoxing Tianjun simultaneously. Nearly made Chu He number 3 think friendly forces were coming. Fuck. Daoxing Tianjun, having taken the blows of several Dharma phase level masters, felt his head buzzing as he looked at them with a look of disbelief. My heart felt cold. His first thought was that he was doomed. Several powerful Dharma realm experts were on your side. But this thought quickly vanished, as several great Dharma appearance Heavenly Monarchs confirmed that Daoxing Heavenly Monarch's combat prowess was indeed flawless and that he was not faking his Dharma appearance realm. After exchanging awkward smiles, he looked at you with blazing eyes and launched an attack on you. Instantly, the 5 great Dharma phase masters joined forces to attack you, a tiny soul ant. Damn it! These old immortals who have lived for tens of thousands of years are so unethical. They actually teamed up to attack the young man, the third brother, who has only lived for over 700 years. Do they still have any shame? Is this good? This is not good. It seems I have to be real with you offline from now on. If I don't accept you as my dogs, even my real body can't stand it. I will arrange all kinds of true spirit slavery and soul slavery for you in the future. No one can escape. Seeing his simulated self being bullied like this, Chu-hee felt that he, the real body, had to do something. It has always been Chu-hee who bullies others across boundaries. When did it become others' turn to bully him? 5 against 1. Even less moral than him. In the Tianyun realm, there is no room for such unethical people to exist. Post views, 9. 052 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 052. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The 5 Dharma Realm Masters joined forces. In the eyes of them, including Deoxing Tianjun, they thought, little guy, we can finally take you down this time. If 5 people who are 1 realm higher than you can't defeat you, they will probably all think that this world is fake. It can't be any more fake. But if you don't fight, you won't know. Once you fight, the other 4 Dharma images will finally understand why Deoxing Tianjun hasn't been able to take down this tiny Yuan Shen after fighting for so long. Because it's really too meaty. Even the 5 of them combined couldn't defeat Chu-hee number 3. They were playing with numbers, but now Chu-hee number 3 is playing with them with mechanics. That is, an attack no more than 3 million times the peak of the Yuan Shen realm would have a negligible effect on Chu-hee number 3. Chu-hee's attack on them was like scraping. There's no way to defeat them. The attacks they brought to Chu-hee number 3 were also just scraping attacks, and they couldn't even hit you. They used their powerful strength to send you flying but couldn't. Because the force of the blow will be reduced by 99,999/100,000, no matter how many times you are hit, you will still be standing still, and you will still be unharmed. You 6 giants, each reaching a height of over 1,000 miles, stand on this piece of land in the central region, 5 of you, 1 against you in a real PK. Every attack by a Dharma phase level being reduced the surrounding land for millions of miles to ash, leaving a hole as vast as the abyss. Countless spatial cracks permeate the entire central region. This battle. The fighting has lasted for hundreds of years. The entire 5 major regions of the Tianyun realm and the 4 major oceans all bear traces of your battles. Those forbidden places, except for some extremely dangerous places like the Bitter Sea and the Desolate Land, have all been destroyed by you. Your lucky place, Tianqichuadai, was also destroyed alive because of your battle. All the zombies inside turned to ashes. These places have been destroyed, so there is no need to say more about the lives existing in the entire Tianyun realm. Every single one of them was completely destroyed. It can be said that all the lives were completely destroyed. Only a few of the more powerful souls were able to survive. The rest were all gone. The entire Tianyun realm has become a deadly place. The world has become a shattered mess. Only on this continent, those ancient stars hanging in the sky, where no one exists, remain intact. Cough, 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 you're finally going to die, you're finally going to die. Wow, wow, it's too hard to fight you. We've been fighting for so long, and you've broken our defense. We've used every trick in our arsenal, even unleashing the Sex full-scale formation to defeat you. We've even begun to burn our lives fighting you. More than half of my life has already been burned. Every second is like a month of my life burning away. I'm finally going to beat you to death. It's not easy. Oh my God, please open your eyes and take a look. How can such a person exist in this world? In the eastern wasteland, a place where all things are desolate, nestled in the cracks of space where the earth and sky are shattered. Held in shattered weapons, their bodies filled with deathly stillness. Deoxing Tianjun, Wanfo Tianjun, Hanhai Tianjun, Xiaolong Tianjun, and others, with only a few thousand years of life left. Looking at the wounded number 3 Chu-hee in front of them, they couldn't help but hug each other and cry bitterly, their tears and blood mixing together. Each of them is a Dharmakya-level being, having lived for who knows how long, and their personalities are all excellent. Crying is something they have forgotten for who knows how long. But now, they really can't help it, If anyone tasted their tears, they would find that they were even more bitter and painful than the water in the bitter sea and desolate land. All the pain in the world is not as great as this one drop. 100 years, 100 years. 100 years ago, they thought it would be easy to capture Chuhi, but they didn't expect that to be just the beginning of a nightmare. God knows how they managed to get through these past 100 years. It was indeed easy at the beginning. Their fight wasn't too difficult, at least not to the point where they had to resort to life-burning tactics. But after a few years of fighting, Chuhi, who was about to be captured, seemed to have suddenly evolved. It happened suddenly. Fuck, Chuhiman can evolve. It has evolved into Super Chuhi Beast. Chuhi's eyes lit up slightly. I thought I had gained a lot from this simulation, but I didn't expect that I would become stronger when it was almost over. Not bad, not bad. The third brother is a good person to get along with. Chuhi number 3 suddenly became several times stronger, and his defensive method also became several times stronger. Although his realm was still at the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, his attack and defense had increased several times. Don T asked why it suddenly evolved. No other reason. After fighting them for several years, the previously undigested treasures in Chuhi's body were completely digested, and because of countless physical battles with them. Because their attacks were constantly eroding Chuhi's body and soul, in the process of experiencing this erosion, his understanding of the rules of immortality was also advancing by leaps and bounds. If we use realms to describe it, Chuhi who has successfully evolved must be at least 2 small realms higher than the peak of the Yuan Shen. 1 small realm is more than 3 times the difference, and 2 small realms is 10 times. The tenfold difference, coupled with his strength, soul, and vitality, which were already 10 times greater than those of his peers. And the eternal and immortal golden body great divine ability amplifies all attributes 100-fold, which means the combat power gap surpasses the peak of the same level Yuan Shen by 10,000 times. The physical defense is even more abnormal, surpassing the peak of the Yuan Shen by tens of millions times, from 3 million times to tens of millions times, and has increased several times again. The defense of the peak spirit is 3 million times, and they can't break it even with all these methods. They still need to rely on the sex formation to slowly wear it down, not to mention the 10 million times. This made them fight to the point of ecstasy. Conventional methods won't work if they fight. If they don't want to fight, Chuhi won't let them. Although he was the first to strike, you guys were the ones who attacked first. Now you're saying you're not going to fight anymore? Where in the world can such a good thing happen? Do you even take Chuhi number 3 seriously? Battle, awesome. Let's talk about other things after we have some fun. Number 3 Chuhi was so happy at the time that he even had one of life's 3 greatest illusions: I can fight back. This fight lasted for hundreds of years and nearly brought the world to its knees. Unfortunately, in the end, the illusion was still an illusion. Post views, 12:053 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 053. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yes, I am indeed going to die. After fighting with you for so long, this is the most comfortable battle I have ever had. I'm the only one hitting you. No matter how many times you hit me, I'm basically unharmed. It's a shame that this battle only lasted 100 years and is about to end. I hope that the next time we meet, Old 4 will be able to fight you again. However, by then, I hope you will be able to face Old 4 once again. Don't cry again. Number 3 Chuhi, covered in wounds, had a ferocious smile on his face. Feeling his own body was already exhausted, he couldn't help but speak. What do you mean next time? There will be a next time. After hearing what Chuhi number 3 said, the 5 Dharma images that were hugging each other suddenly felt as if time had stopped. They stopped crying and trembling. The feeling of sweetness after bitterness also ceased. Turning to look at Chuhi number 3, his eyes were filled with disbelief and a deep despair. They wanted to get a more accurate response from Chuhi number 3, the one they didn't want to face or didn't dare to face. But they didn't get a response, and they saw Chuhi with a dim look in his eyes. Burning out. It really burned out. No, come back here and explain what you just said. Amidst a burst of despair, the 5 Dharma phase level beings' visions went dark. Ding! This simulation ends. Please select the reward you want. Option 1 Strength, power 100 times greater than the peak of the Yuan Shen, comprehension of the immortal rules, an enhanced version of the eternal and indestructible golden body supernatural power. Option 2 Talent, each simulation can select one more reward. Choice 3, 300 years of memory. Since you have drawn a special talent in this simulation, you can also choose 2 talents when choosing talents. Don't worry, third brother, I will definitely take care of those 5 real idiots for you. Seeing the words end of this simulation, Chuhi felt a little sad for a few seconds, and then immediately chose the 2 options of talent and strength, which would give him an additional reward for each simulation. The one who could fight with 5 Dharma phase level strongmen for 100 years, and made them burn their lifespans and use all means, and finally had only 1 or 2,000 years of lifespan left before number 3 Chuhi burned out. It really made Chuhi jealous. This is the powerful strength he has always pursued, this is the power he wants. With this, there will be no problem even if he exposes his powerful strength now. Since the self in the simulation can last for 100 years, how long can he last? 100 years can allow Chuhi to simulate thousands of times, such a long time. It is enough for Chuhi to transcend the realm of Dharma. There is no need to even talk about other things, just talking about talent alone. If you draw a talent that increases your combat power 100 times in a simulation, you can surpass it in minutes. Buzz. Trembling, Chuhi's body was shaking slightly. He was trembling with excitement, every cell in his body, every drop of blood, every emotion. They all trembled with excitement at this moment, simply because Chuhi's strength, Chuhi's realm, and Chuhi's life level were rapidly improving. The reason why the improvement of realm can increase lifespan is that the level of life is also improved with the improvement of realm. In the universe, many people actually practice cultivation not to pursue powerful strength, but to pursue a stronger level of life. This is the most important thing. The levels of life can be divided from low to high, mayfly level, microscopic level, spark level, planetary level, star level, galaxy level, and river level. Every time the level of life is improved, it will lead to a deep transformation in the lifespan of the soul, body, and everything else of this life. Every transformation is a supreme blessing. It is no less than a great opportunity. Chuhi's previous life level was at the peak of the spark level, but this time he directly skipped 2 life levels and reached the star level. Achieve stellar life. The early stage of the soul, the middle stage of the soul, the peak of the soul, every few seconds pass. Chuhi's aura increased several times. In just 1 minute, his strength increased by more than 1,000,000 times. If you use all your strength in one move, he unleashed tens of thousands of times the power of the peak level of his primordial spirit, and his Chu family ruled over the hundreds of countries that occupied millions of miles of land around them. They will all be blown up by his one move. Disappear immediately. Trillions of lives will die and become a land of the dead. If it weren't for the controlled outburst of your aura, it wouldn't have been allowed to spread completely. Otherwise, the aura alone would be able to cover the land within millions of miles around. By that time, Chuhi would probably be discovered when he wanted to take it away. Including everyone in his Chu family. All the people within millions of miles around were killed. Even if it was just a little bit of his breath, it was not something a normal person could withstand. Ordinary souls cannot withstand even a little bit of his breath. Powerful, so powerful, is this the power of the third brother? I originally thought that being able to reach the Yuan Shen realm this time was already quite good, but I would definitely die after coming out. But I didn't expect that this time, the third brother actually achieved the peak of the Yuan Shen in one go, and it was such a powerful Yuan Shen that he could fight against the 5 Dharma images for hundreds of years. It laid the foundation for the next old 4 to be invincible in the Tianyun realm. Feeling the immense power surging within his body, Chu He almost burst into laughter again. He really felt like he couldn't hold it in any longer. In just a few months, he went from a small celestial being to a big figure who was almost invincible in the entire Tianyun world. Who understands this feeling? It's like a person who just had a net worth of only $1 million suddenly becomes the world's richest man with a net worth of over 1 trillion. This gap, this disparity, is even greater than the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. Few normal people can hold on in this situation. Calm down, I need to calm down. The more critical the moment, the more we need to stay calm and avoid problems at critical moments. There's only one simulation left. After this simulation, it will directly transform into the Sunday. Become the only son in the Tianyun realm. Then I'll have the whole family stop eating beef. And I can do whatever the fuck I want. Post views, 10,054 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 054. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Taking a deep breath, Chu He calmed himself down and made himself less excited. Lying back on the recliner, he began to continue to feel the immortal rules that he had comprehended in his own lifespan of 300,000 years. For a moment, I was more or less speechless. A lifespan of 300,000 years. He didn't know how to spend such a long life. 1,000 years of life seemed very long before. In the blink of an eye, it became 300,000 years. How is this different from eternal life? This time I'm really going to live like an immortal. Moreover, it is estimated that they will become younger and younger. Once they achieve the realm of Dharma, their lifespan will be at least 10 million years, and there is a high probability that it will be longer. And if you achieve the Dharmakya, that lifespan would probably have to be described in units of billions of years. By then, I don't know how long I will live. Alas, sometimes it is good to have a short life, just like a moth flying in the night. Life is so short. There's no chance to think about anything else. I don't even have the chance to think about how I'm going to live my life from now on. Then there wouldn't be so much trouble. Lying on the recliner, Chu He sighed with a bit of Versailles. Of course, it wasn't entirely Versailles. He really didn't know how to spend his long life, and was a little troubled by thinking about how to spend it. But you really did extend his lifespan back to 1,000 years. He will probably fight you to the death. Can you withstand this punch from a 500-year-old man? You can't stop it. Forget it, no matter how he spends it. Sleep when it's time to sleep, practice when it's time to practice, and enjoy when it's time to enjoy. The simulator player at the back is practicing like a beast of burden, and I'm enjoying life at the back. The simulator player is practicing by feeling the stones while crossing the river, and I can just ride it across the river. The purpose of cultivating and becoming stronger is to live longer, see higher scenery, and enjoy life, isn't it? Except for those who are truly seeking the truth, who practices simply to enjoy the process. Who practices just for the sake of practicing. Enjoy it, start now. Chu He did what he thought and immediately used his own spiritual power to take Chu Qingtian, his good grandson. Call him to your front. Let the other party celebrate Tianchu City again for a month, and serve the family's delicacies to their ancestors. All the outstanding members of the family celebrated with him. Although Chu Qingtian didn't know what to celebrate, hadn't the ancestors' Yuandan ceremony already been celebrated? It's impossible that the ancestors' cultivation has improved in just a few months. Is that possible? But since our ancestors said to celebrate, then let's celebrate. It's just some food, it's not like we can't celebrate. Even though the permanent population of Tianchu City now numbers several hundred million, it would cost a lot of money to entertain so many people for a month, but what does this have to do with their Chu family? The Chu family's grand celebration banquet lasted for a month. You have accepted the Chu family's favor, so there is no problem with coming here to eat. But for some people, do you really dare to let the Chu family pay for you to eat? They don't have to pay for this money. Chu Qingtian believed that tomorrow those billionaires in Tianzhu city would come to give money to their Chu family. Moreover, it was given in a very reasonable way, which would not make people think that the Chu family was taking advantage of the rich. Of course, even if it is obvious that you are taking advantage of the rich, others will not think that you are taking advantage of them. Instead, they will think that the rich who are being taken advantage of are ungrateful. These people must have offended the Chu family. With the power of the Chu family, do you need to eat the big families like you? In front of the Chu family, you dare to call yourself a big family. Do you want a key? How many should I get? The master of the Chu family takes your money for your own good. This is too much money. It's not safe in your hands. The water here is too deep and you can't control yourself, to prevent you from drowning. The master of the Chu family will take care of it for you. Only the master of the Chu family can grasp it. The Chu family needs your money, and you don't contribute it. This is called being ungrateful. Yes, Ancestor, I will arrange it right away. Chu Qingtian responded, and after thinking about what Chu Qingtian thought of, he spoke again. By the way, Ancestor. Just now, the ancestors of the Wang and Xian families, Wang Tianming and Xian Wushan, came to our Chu family and contributed their most precious treasures. They only want to marry a woman from our family's side brand. They also said that after the marriage, the clan leader's lineage will wait for the next clan leader and the clan leader after that. We must respect the Yuan Dan bloodline. Those without the Yuan Dan bloodline, that is, those without the bloodline of our Chu family, cannot become the clan leader. This will be written in the ancestral rules. My grandson has no say in this matter. I don't know what the old man meant. Those two old men, I didn't expect them to act so quickly. They really have to get a great bargain. Hearing this, Chu He's face remained calm. Through number 1 Chu He's past experiences, he had long known that these two people who had lived with him for hundreds of years would come in person to beg for mercy from the two women from their family's side branches. He would not refuse this matter. He didn't refuse during the first simulation, so he naturally wouldn't refuse this time. If any other celestial family did this, he would slap the other party to death. A mere celestial being is so arrogant. What status do you have? Mine is the same as yours. I am almost invincible. When the next simulation is over and I reveal my cultivation level, the status of ordinary Chu family's side branches will probably be comparable to that of Yuan Dan powerhouses. If Chu He achieves the Dharmakya level, then the status of the Chu family's collateral descendants will be comparable to that of the Yuan Shen or even the Dharmakya level, even if the Chu family's collateral descendants are riding on the heads of these people. Even the powerful Dharma image masters dared not offend or take action against him. There is no other reason, because he is in front of a strong man who can destroy all the practitioners in the world by himself. When he was at the height of his fame. You are just an ant, and you kill a member of someone else's family. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with him? You are so brave. The most courageous man in the history of Tianyun realm. But these two families have been married to the Chu family for hundreds of years and are familiar with each other. With such a good attitude and such a sense of urgency, there would be no problem in letting them propose marriage to the two family members. It was just that the timing they chose was perfect, when Chu He was about to reveal his strength. Let them earn it. No problem, but I also know what they are thinking. But I will add some restrictions to the bloodline. In each generation, only 30 people will be allowed to awaken their Yuan Dan bloodline. Forget about the rest. It's not that I'm stingy, it's not that I'm mean, it's because I'm the ancestor of the Chu family. Families above the Yuan Dan level are several levels higher than others because of their Yuan Dan bloodline. If our family wants to maintain its advantage, this kind of thing cannot be allowed to spread too much. Post views, 12. 055 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chu-hee nodded in agreement, but also expressed his own thoughts. He could allow the Tianren Wang family and the Tianren Xian family to have powerful bloodlines. But they cannot allow the blood of these two families to spread in the years to come, so that other people who are not from these two families will also have the blood of their Chu family. You should know that the strength of bloodline does not change from one to another. Yuan Dan can achieve Yuan Dan bloodline, Yuan Shen can create Yuan Shen bloodline, and Faxiang can create Faxiang bloodline. If he achieves the Dharmakya and creates the Dharmakya bloodline, and further enhances the bloodline of everyone in the Chu family, the talents of the Chu family members will be enhanced by 2 levels. Everyone in the Chu family is a little genius when they are born. Even the worst person has a natural talent that is 1 level higher than that of ordinary people. And on this basis, it is 2 levels stronger. That's already a little prodigy. Everyone, even without the family's resources and help, can grow on their own and achieve the level of a grandmaster. This is still the worst talent. Some people are born as peerless geniuses, or even more powerful monsters, and this talent is not obtained by other unfamiliar people. Chu-hee will feel that he is being taken advantage of. He admitted it. Chu-hee would be very happy if he could take advantage of others, but if others didn't let him, he would think that person was very stingy. Of course, sometimes I will understand and think that the other person's behavior is normal. Normal people won't let others take advantage of them. But if someone takes advantage of him, Chu-hee will feel very angry and will slap that person to death. Doesn't it feel like a double standard? It's just hypocrisy, he admitted. I am a double standard person, and even most people are double standard people. Do you feel angry when others take advantage of you? If you take advantage of someone else, would you not take advantage of him? To be honest, except for those who have truly correct values, few people don't do this. But people with correct values really cannot survive in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Everyone has character flaws. Chu-hee's character flaw is that he filters out things that are bad for him and can only see things that are good for him. Grandfather, I will explain it to them. Chu Qingtian did not think that his ancestor did anything wrong, even though he did not know that his ancestor was almost invincible. It was just the Yuandan bloodline created in the Yuandan realm, with 30 people in each generation. This has already given these people a great advantage. This bloodline can continue for hundreds of generations. 1 generation means 30, and hundreds of generations means 3,000. This could create 3,000 people who were at least minor geniuses. Isn't this a huge bargain? And perhaps after a few generations, some geniuses who could achieve the realm of heaven and man would be born. This is even cheaper. In the end, those 2 families could not bear such a great blessing. After discussing this matter, Chu Qingtian retreated and prepared for the evening banquet. By the way, he informed Wang Tianming and Xian Wuxian of the news and set the wedding date for 1 month later. 1 month is just the right amount of time for them to prepare for this event, and it will also be a good festival 1 month later. 2 people received the news. Looking at each other, they all showed happy expressions on their faces. 30 people are enough. Xian Wuxian couldn't help but speak. He originally didn't have much hope for this matter. Since they had already established the Yuandan family, if they wanted to form an alliance, they would definitely marry with a family of the same level. It is impossible to get along with these celestial families. No matter how much resources were spent, they would only be some 5th level treasures, which the Chu family was not short of. After all, the Chu family is the emperor who controls the life and death of thousands of celestial families. How could they possibly lack such a thing? Yes, with this bloodline, the descendants of the family can continue for at least another 2,000 years as long as they don't cause any major trouble. Maybe in the future, there will be a chance to build a Yuandan family. Wang Tianming said in agreement. After saying this, Wang Tianming, who was wearing a green robe, suddenly thought of something and looked at Xian Wuxian with vigilance. Wang Tianming just thought that since both of them married members of the Chu family's collateral branch, the upcoming wedding must be as grand as possible. We must be worthy of the Chu family's kindness. I can't let the Chu family think that I've been so good to you, but you can't even get married? And you're still so stingy. What do you want to do? Is it floating? But if only one person did it, it would be fine, but if two of them did it, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. If I were to be outdone, that won't work. Not only would it make the women from the Chu family's side branches who married into the family feel that the Wang family was too stingy, it would also make some people in the Chu family feel that the Wang family was not sincere. Other people outside would also think that their family had no strength and could not compare to the Xian family next door, and was a piece of trash. Brother Xian, I remember there's something going on at home. I'll go back first. After saying this, Wang Tianming flew into the sky without waiting for the other party's reply, and immediately turned into a ray of light and left the Chu family. Hurry back to your family and prepare. Are you in such a hurry? What could be more important than what's happening now that you're in such a hurry? Yes, is there anything more important than what's happening now? No. Oh my God, Wang Tianming, you old fool, are so cunning. After Xian Wuxian watched Wang Tianming leave for a few seconds, he slapped his head and his face showed that he suddenly understood. He cursed, a hint of anger appeared on his face, and he immediately rushed back to his family. There is only 1 month left, and the preparations must be as grand as possible. All familiar people must be invited. Witness a historic day for their family. Time flies, and after eating some dragon liver and phoenix marrow and other delicacies prepared by the family, Chu He touched his belly. I feel very relaxed. These species that could only be heard of in myths before crossing over, and things that only legendary gods could eat, now exist in this extraordinary world after crossing over. He was able to enjoy it too. It has been said before that there are creatures like dragons in this world. He has not heard of any trace of the existence of real dragons in this world yet. Even though the monster clan once gave birth to a Dharma phase level dragon, it also called itself the Dragon King, but it was not a real dragon, but a naturally evolved dragon. We don't even know if there's real dragon blood in it. But even if it is just a Jiaolong, with the word dragon in its name, it is a powerful species no matter which world it is in. Before, when Chu He's strength was only at the heavenly man level, he had no chance or qualification to even think about what a dragon tasted like. Because the Jiaolong race has the lowest strength, they are all at the level of celestial beings and have the innate ability to call the wind and rain. Call the wind and rain. Normally it is normal wind and normal rain, but when fighting, the wind that blows is bloody and the rain that calls out is blood. Post Views, 14. 056 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 Simulations Chapter 056. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The strength revealed now has reached the Yuandan realm. The Chu family has recently organized more than 20 cultivators in the Tianren realm to form a monster hunting army. More than 20 celestial beings, thousands of grand masters, and tens of thousands of practitioners at the master level are all hunting monsters on the other side of the East China Sea. Only then can he eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Monsters are good things. Their bones, blood, flesh and skin are all very useful. Tendons can be used to make bowstrings, bones can be used to make soup, and blood can be used to draw talismans. Meat can be eaten and contains a lot of nutrients. It is the mildest natural treasure. As the saying goes, all medicines are poisonous. Some natural treasures have some bad side effects, but meat does not. Eating it regularly can not only strengthen your own qi and blood, but also reduce some bottlenecks during breakthroughs in cultivation. The skin can also be used to make some treasures, to refine offensive and defensive treasures, and even the soul can be used by magic monks to eat and practice. There are treasures everywhere on the body. There is no waste anywhere. It is also because it is too precious that the monster clan has been suppressed by the human race. It is so miserable. It hasn't risen in billions of years. As soon as some geniuses appeared, they were either taken by humans as slaves as spirit beasts, or their skin was peeled off and their flesh was eaten. There is no time to even develop. Moreover, 99% of all the secret realms in the entire Tianyun realm, whether they were naturally created or artificially opened up, are controlled by humans, making it even more difficult to grow. What's the use of talent without resources? If this vicious cycle continues, the monsters will be like being kept in captivity by humans, and they can kill whatever they want. I don't know if there are real dragons out there. If there are, then if I could eat real dragon liver and phoenix marrow, or drink some fine wine, it would make my life in this world worthwhile. That's the real enjoyment of life. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu-He couldn't help but feel a little greedy when he thought of the real dragon liver and phoenix marrow wine. But for the time being, he can't eat this thing. The Dharma realm is just a dragon. It is unknown how strong the real dragon is, if it is not those mixed blood creatures, or those who named themselves real dragons in the small world. It is estimated that he was born in a state above the Dharmakya. Chu-He temporarily does not have the power to bring such beings over to eat, so he can only wait for the 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers to work harder. It greatly improves his physical strength. Going to try it. As long as you have the strength, you can eat any strange species, not to mention real dragons. When he sees a world, he will search in that world to find out which species is the most delicious and capture it to raise in captivity. Eat all the most delicious things in every world. Dragon and phoenix are just the basics. By the way, we also need to search for the best chefs in the world. Organize him into a chef team with the strongest strength and the largest number of people in the universe. Just serve him. It feeds on all the races in the heavens. And the chefs from the endless heavens are in charge, using the world as a kitchen to process the ingredients. Thinking of this, Chu-He couldn't stop smiling. I can't control it even if I want to, and if I force myself to hold it back I'll just twitch. This is a beautiful idea. Chu-He gave a big thumbs up to his own idea. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy, as if there is hope in life. As the days passed, news came out that the Chu family agreed to the marriage between the Wang family and the Xian family. All the celestial families in the hundreds of surrounding countries became envious. It is true that those who are close to the water get the moon first. Why don't they have such a Yuan Dan relative around them? If there is one, they might also be able to obtain the Yuan Dan bloodline. As long as they can become a Yuan Dan bloodline family, they would be willing to do it even if it means their family goes bankrupt. Losing everything will only lead to poverty for a few generations, but this bloodline can indeed benefit hundreds of generations and allow the family to continue to produce geniuses. Don't even mention that these people are envious. Even the descendants of those two families were very envious of the direct descendants of the patriarch. All the good things belonged to the patriarch, and so did this kind of thing. It has nothing to do with their collateral descendants. They refused to accept. However, in this world where martial arts are respected, no one will hear their complaints, and no one will pay attention to them. All I can say is that there are classes everywhere, and even within a family there are 369 levels. Ordinary people envy those who practice martial arts practitioners envy those who are from powerful families, those who are from powerful families envy those who are from direct lineages, and those who are from direct lineages envy those who are from more powerful families. Layer after layer. Every step forward is extremely difficult. Ding! A month has passed. Do you want to start a new simulation? Start? Hearing the familiar electronic prompt tone, Chu-He opened his Azure panel. He had already enjoyed a happy life for a month. I can't wait to start the next simulation and embark on my own road to invincibility. Invincibility starts from the Tianyun realm. Ding! Simulation begins. In the fourth simulation, you immediately knew you were fourth. This ending made you, who had just been fantasizing about becoming the gourmet of all worlds, feel awful. I am completely speechless. You used to think that your fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers would fight for you their whole lives, and you could just sit back and enjoy yourself. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, I would become the fourth one, Chuhi number 4. Life is like that. You can either resist it or enjoy it. If you can't resist it, then just be a slave and be a beast of burden. Who told him he had bad luck? Let's draw some talents first. I hope I can draw a golden talent. That way I'll be invincible. Number 4 Chuhi sighed, opened his simulator, and began extracting the talents from this simulation. His luck was pretty good. I've only drawn 3 talents, and aside from one primary villain with a bad aura, the other 2 talents are all gold. This doesn't necessarily mean I'm incredibly lucky. You don't believe it. After all, you're the protagonist. What protagonist has bad luck? To put it another way, it's not because you're lucky that you become the protagonist and the world revolves around you. It's because the world revolves around you, and because you're lucky you're the protagonist. The cause and effect here are the opposite. Just like the protagonists in novels, is it because they are the protagonists that they can easily obtain a large amount of treasures and easily become the disciples of powerful people? No, no, no. Because they picked up these treasures, and because they worshipped these powerful masters as their teachers, they are the protagonists. As the turntable stagnated, the pointer soon stopped moving, and the white pointer rested on a grid emitting golden light. Yes, another golden legend. Another golden talent. Now you are certain, you are definitely the protagonist, without a doubt. Post views, 11:057 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. You quickly begin to investigate the specific function of this golden talent, silently praying that it's not some villain aura or something like that. You're a little afraid of it. But even if you do come, you'd like to see that now no one in the world can stop you from killing someone, unlike last time when you couldn't kill him even if you tried to. If you force yourself to find the protagonist. And if you kill the other person, how can the other person protect himself from being killed by you, a villain? After exploring this golden talent, Chuhi number 4 revealed an unprecedented smile, an incomparably brilliant one. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, the protagonist is really different. He actually got this kind of talent. It seems the system wants me to leave this world as soon as possible and experience the wider world outside. Since that's the case, then I'd better achieve the Dharmakya as soon as possible and leave this world. The golden talent Chuhi extracted is called Transcendent Pioneer. In the myriad worlds, there are countless worlds. Some worlds are demon-free and lack a supernatural system, but most worlds still have supernatural systems, and these systems vary in strength. Some are powerful enough to easily destroy the world, while others are so weak that they can only create illusions and barely interfere with reality, unable to even kill people with their extraordinary powers. However, strength or weakness is simply due to the length of time the transcendental path has developed, as well as the strength of the spiritual energy in this world, and whether or not it can support the birth of a powerful transcendental system in this world. If the extraordinary system takes a long time to develop, it can also develop slowly, but this time is very long, with the birth of each new realm. It takes countless talented individuals to gradually perfect it, to overcome all the pitfalls and wrong paths, and finally to create a new realm with supreme wisdom. Even in your world, at the realm above the Dharmakya, even the most talented people in the past only took half a step beyond the Dharmakya, and this half-step would still take them tens of millions of years. His own short lifespan simply couldn't support him in completing this half-step. And since he's already having such a hard time, how powerful a talent would it take for someone who comes after him? It is likely that it will take billions of years before a realm above the Dharmakya level will be created by countless geniuses and evildoers, allowing the Tianyun martial arts training system to reach a new level. However, the talent of the Transcendent Pioneer allows Chuhi to spend more time than a normal person on the original basis no matter what kind of transcendent system he faces. It will take about 1,000,000 times less time to deduce a higher level system. It saves about 1,000,000 times of time. However, since it is only a golden talent, the limit of this talent is that it can only improve one major realm. What the hell? What the hell? Chuhi, who had just started the simulation, was already surprised to see that his fourth brother had drawn another golden talent. But after knowing the effect of this golden talent, Chuhi couldn't hold back his smile. This is simply the system feeding things to his mouth. Feeding him. With this talent, if he is not invincible, who is? This talent is not only useful to him now, but will also have a huge impact on his future. In the future, if he goes out of the world and sees the extraordinary systems in other worlds. Learn all those extraordinary systems and deduce them to a higher level. Possess billions of extraordinary systems and, based on them, create your own extraordinary system. Wouldn't that make you even more invincible? There is no limit to how many times this talent can be used, and there are no other restrictions, only one limitation. That is, a cultivation system can only be upgraded once. But that's enough. Number 4, Hakaku, go ahead. With everything from the first, second, and third elders, let's become the invincible Tianyun realm. Oh, and here are my blessings and expectations. Putting away your simulator panel, it took you a full minute or two to calm yourself down. Let yourself calm down. Putting away all your thoughts, you immediately enter into a closed-door retreat. This time, you won't come out until you break through the Dharma. The Dharma realm, known as the pinnacle of the Sky Cloud realm, is finally opening its doors to you. During your first year of seclusion, you did not go to the Heavenly Corpse desolate land to take the Earth Emperor Lotus as you had done in the past. This time, nothing is more important than your breakthrough into the Dharma realm. You won't waste your energy on these trivial matters. Isn't it just an ordinary Yuandan treasure? In the last simulation, you wouldn't bother picking up such a treasure even if it was placed on the roadside. This is just a roadside treasure. If I had gone to the Heavenly Corpse desolate land specifically for a Daihuang Bailian, and if my third brother knew about this in the past, he would probably laugh at me for the rest of my life. Things that are useless are just like their outer selves, they are all useless. You're almost invincible, yet you're still thinking about your little gadget. Once you achieve the Dharma realm, the invincible Tianyun realm and the Tianyun secret realm will all be yours. When the time comes, let your family members enter. Isn't it possible to have as much of this kind of thing as you want? There are thousands and tens of thousands. After 10 years of seclusion, your understanding of the rules of immortality has improved slightly. But there is still some distance to go before mastering the rules of immortality. What may disappoint you is that the Transcendent Forerunner talent is only for you to reach the pinnacle of this transcendent system and then take a step further. It doesn't mean that your understanding will be increased 1,000,000-fold, so that no matter what you comprehend, the time it takes you to comprehend will be reduced 1,000,000-fold. Therefore, before you achieve the peak state of Dharma, this talent is just for show. However, if you could increase your comprehension 1,000,000-fold, you would probably be able to achieve the Dharmakya in 1 day, the peak of the Dharmakya in 2 days, and even beyond the Dharmakya in 5 days. This is too terrifying. This is not the effect that a golden talent can have. A talent like yours is not human at all. After 50 years of seclusion, the mysterious water realm appeared in the East China Sea. You completely ignored this news. Continue retreat. After 100 years of seclusion, the Eastern Wasteland Prodigy competition began again this year, and the Chu family's prodigy, Chu Qingshang, once again began his journey. However, since you've been in seclusion this time and haven't taught him, his strength is about the same as during the first simulation, with no significant changes. So I only managed to score around 340 and left the competition dismally. No longer has the title of one of the 10 greatest prodigies of the land of 10,000 nations. Post views, 10.058 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 058. Tisk, 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 that minor injury is still a little too bad. I participated in several competitions, but never even made it into the top 200. I was always crushed by others. As the pride of my Chu family, how could I be so weak compared to others? Just wait. Once your ancestor becomes invincible, I'll use all the treasures from heaven and earth to make you the number one in the Eastern Wasteland competition. To prove the name of invincibility in this lifetime. Seeing the Chu family's genius, the young man who was cultivating hard within his spiritual consciousness, Chu Qingshang was crushed again. Chu, he said he was not worried. I have my ancestor behind me, leading me, and I will be invincible this time. He is the strongest person in Tianyun realm. Then he is the number one genius in the Tianyun realm. Apart from anything else, just the bloodline created above the achievement of Dermakya would probably be able to raise Chu Qingshang's talent by 3 levels. The other party's talent was originally at the level of a peerless genius. If he were to be upgraded to 3 levels, he would become an unrivaled monster, on the same level as Lord Kongyu. There is no need to explain much about Lord Kongyu's talent. This is an unparalleled monster that appears once every billion years in the Tianyun realm. It was also this year. The descended Buddha of the 10,000 Buddhas sect has appeared. Hundreds of years later, a Dharma image level Buddha will appear in the 10,000 Buddhas sect. You haven't seen it in the simulators before because you didn't live to see it, but you should be able to see it this time. However, the other party should be seen by you as one of your subordinates. In the blink of an eye, time has come to the 500th year. This year, you finally reached 1,000 years old, the limit of the lifespan of the celestial realm. If you hadn't received the help of the simulator, you would have died by this year. Unlike now, we don't need to worry about having too little life, but instead worry about having too much. 500 years of vicissitudes have not brought about significant changes to the entire Tianyun realm. The biggest change is the emergence of the second Dharma image master who has rebuilt the current Wanfo sect. Now Buddhism has 2 powerful Dharma image masters. Countless people aspire to join Buddhism. However, for the hundreds of countries around you, 500 years has changed a lot of things. For example, your 2 good friends from the 2 celestial families next door, the Wang and Xian families, passed away a few years ago. However, even without these few celestial beings, it wouldn't have much of an impact on their families. Because of your family's bloodline, these 2 families have grown quite rapidly. Over a dozen generations, 30 geniuses were born in each generation, and hundreds of geniuses have been born. Each family has 5 or 6 powerful people at the heavenly man realm. The family's power has been relocated to other countries. Basically, one family occupies one country, and there is no need to divide the country with others as before. However, compared to your family, the changes in these 2 families are still too small. After 500 years of development, your family has finally gained some of the foundation of a true Yuandan family. No longer just a few scattered individuals. The number of cultivators at the celestial realm has officially exceeded 1,000, and even at the Yuandan realm, there are 2 more cultivators, Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian. The family's influence has grown from controlling hundreds of countries to controlling thousands of countries, which can be said to be a land of 10,000 countries. On the surface, it ranks among the top 3 forces besides the Xiantian sect. Of course, the breakthroughs of these 2 people are naturally closely related to you. It was you who individually enhanced their bloodlines, transforming their bloodlines from Yuan-Dan bloodlines into Yuan-Shen bloodlines. His talent has been raised to a higher level again, which makes it possible to achieve the Yuan-Dan realm. This is the change that has taken place in your Chu family over the past 500 years. This change is already enormous. But compared to the future, these are nothing. Compared to the future of the Chu family, this little bit of development can't even be called development. It's simply because, after hundreds of years of comprehension, you, who were already not far from breaking through the realm of Dharma, have finally and completely mastered the rules of immortality. For others to break through from the Yuan Shen to the Dharmakya, even those with great talent would need tens of thousands of years, and that's only after comprehending the lower level rules. Even if he were given 100,000 years to comprehend the higher rules, he might not be able to do so. But your realm is only 2 small realms above the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. With sufficient foundation and reference objects, you are not far behind. Even with this, you still cannot achieve success in hundreds of years. That's really rubbish. Is it finally coming? In the retreat area, Chu He, number 4, dressed in a blue robe, slightly opened his eyes, unable to conceal his excitement. Nothing around him changed, even the air was the same as usual. But it's inside his body. That incomparably terrifying power was stirring, roaring, and boiling. Break through my realm. A brilliant smile appeared on his lips. Number 4 Chu He no longer tried to stop the explosion of this power, nor to conceal it. I don't want to play the pig and eat the tiger anymore. If you act like a pig for too long, you might actually become one. The original master said that you only need a few simulations before you won't need these eyes anymore. This number could be 3 or 4 times. It just so happens that this is the 4th time. Dharma image. Dharma image. Dharma image. Boom. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from number 4 Chu He. With him as the center, everyone in the entire Shun kingdom instantly felt as if the world was about to collapse. The aura was like a powerful pressure, suppressing them madly, but even so, everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. Just because the sky was blue and white just a moment ago, all the clouds turned golden, shining brightly, filled with an immortal, eternal, and indestructible aura. Everyone's eyes are shrouded in gold. A powerful celestial being flew into the sky and attacked a small golden cloud, but failed to even damage its fur. Instead, the celestial being was injured. Do you think this is the end? No. This is just the beginning. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, and even hundreds of millions of miles, there is heaven and earth, all the nations, all the lives, and all the powerful people in the entire land of the universe. Everything and everything. Post views, 9:059 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 059. Everyone turned their gaze downwards to the completely transformed sky, feeling the pressure of that aura pressing down upon them. They felt a mixture of fuck in their hearts, but they didn't know how to describe it. What level of power is this person? This aura made those ordinary martial arts practitioners, who had no experience with this, feel that this powerful person's strength was probably unmatched in the land of all nations. Those knowledgeable people, Yuan Dan and the Yuan Shen ancestors of Xiantian sect who were awakened by this momentum, naturally would not be so naive. Most cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm have seen Yuan Shen, but they haven't noticed this kind of aura on Yuan Shen, and it's impossible for the other party to have such a terrifying aura. Since it is not the primordial spirit, then it is the Dharma image. This is what people with common sense think. The Yuan Shen patriarch of Xiantian sect is a more knowledgeable person. He has seen beings at the Dharmakaya level, but even if it is a Dharmakaya level being, Xiantian Zhenjun feels it at this time. That's all. Indeed, it is nothing more than that. Compared to this being, compared to that majestic being whose presence is so far-reaching that it seems immortal, the Dharmadhatu is insignificant. It's just an ant. Even if the Dharma appearance were 100 or 1,000 times more powerful, it would still be insignificant compared to this being. In fact, the fact that true Lord Xiantian didn't say that the Dharma aspect experts were nothing in front of this being was already the greatest respect for the Dharma aspect realm and for the 6 Dharma aspect experts. The difference between a celestial being and a Yuan Dan is only 1,000 times greater. In the eyes of a Yuan Dan, a celestial being is nothing more than a roadside beast. Even if a Dharmadhatu is 100 or 1,000 times more powerful, it cannot defeat this being. Isn't it also a roadside street? The world of Tianyun realm is about to change. A few years ago, a Dharma appearance Buddha appeared. I originally thought it was the biggest event in Tianyun realm in the past tens of thousands of years. I never imagined that just a few years later, such a being would emerge in my tiny land of the 10,000 nations. This aura isn't the same as those of the Yuan Shendaists I'm familiar with. I don't know where it came from, it's like it popped out from between rocks. Xiantian Zhenjun thought to himself that compared to the unchanging Tianyun realm, he actually preferred the unpredictable Tianyun realm because he wanted to further achieve the Dharma realm. That requires Dharma phase level resources. However, these resources were controlled by the 5 major forces, leaving him no share. Only when the entire Tianyun realm underwent a major change and a position was vacated could he squeeze in. Even if he had to be a dog for this powerful man after he was incarcerated, he was willing to do so. He wanted to tell those who didn't want to be dogs, what's wrong with being a dog? Wong 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 wong. It's just being a dog. Compared to a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, that's nothing. A lifespan of 1,000,000 years is so tempting. Number 4 Chu-He, who was in the process of a breakthrough, was unaware of true Lord Suanation's thoughts. If he knew there was such a person who understood current affairs, he would definitely have killed true Lord Xiantian. He was made his number 1 lackey. Isn't it just that you want to achieve the Dharma? Okay, isn't it just that you want to live for 1,000,000 years? Here. He's been acting like a dog to you. Is it too much for you to satisfy his small requests? Not too much. As the power gushing out of his body burst out, Chu-He no 4's soul, body, vital energy and spirit began to transform again. The soul, previously only stained with a little bit of the aura of the immortal rule, has now become completely wrapped in the immortal rule, truly immortal and indestructible. No one of the same level can break through the defense. It takes hundreds of strands of soul to erase a single strand of soul. Not only did his physical body become more immortal, but it also possessed an extremely strong recovery ability. Even if Chu-He's physical body was beaten to a pulp by others a second ago, with only a few cells left. Even biological molecules smaller than cells can be restored in the next second. It only consumes a small amount of physical strength, but this physical strength also becomes indestructible. Chu-He's physical strength consumption is only 1% of that of others with the same strength. His physical strength contains a bit of immortality, so it is much more difficult for him to consume it than for others. Energy, this one needs no further explanation. Before, a strand of Chu-He's energy was stronger than 100 strands, but now it's stronger than 1,000 strands. Even a tiny bit of energy requires a strong person of the same level to expend 1,000 times the strength to dissipate it. In this situation, even if Chu-He's attack wasn't very strong, the energy consumption alone, offsetting each other, would be enough to wear down those 6 Dharma phase masters. This is the change of spirit. When all these transformations were completed, Chu-He's strength increased by tens of thousands of times. The gap between his Yuan Shen and Dharmakya was tens of thousands of times greater. The Dharma image of Chu-He's accomplishment. The whiteboard's strength is 100 times greater than that of the same level transformation phase, and using the eternal and indestructible golden body great divine ability, it is directly more than 10,000 times greater. By the way, it is worth mentioning here. The eternal golden body's great magical power disappeared, and the opponent's and Chu-He's 99% damage immunity talent, as well as the rule body that all Dharma phase masters possessed, merged together. The body of rules has mutated. The rule body that other Dharma phase masters possess can increase their strength tenfold after using it. This is already a very powerful method. However, Chu-He's mutated body of rules, the ability to instantly increase his strength by 300 times and provide 99% damage immunity did not disappear, but instead became even stronger. Although the name did not change. However, the specific effect has become a talent that reduces 99.99% damage. Even attacks that are thousands of times more powerful than Chu-He's base strength can only have 1/10,000th of their effectiveness on him. If you do some simple calculations, Chu-He's base strength is 100 times greater than that of an ordinary Dharmakya. Using this rule body, he is 10,000 times more powerful than his base strength, which means he has 1,000,000 times greater defense than someone of the same level. Only an attack 1,000,000 times more powerful than an ordinary Dharmakya can break his defense. And a peak Dharma phase opponent is 3 small realms stronger than an early Dharma phase opponent. His strength is 30 times that of an early Dharma phase opponent. Even with the rule body, it is only 300 times stronger. How big is the gap between them? What kind of game is this between people of the same level? Standing over there, a powerful person at the peak of the Dharma phase fought for 1,000,000 years until the opponent died. Chu-He did not lose a single hair on his body, and the damage caused by the opponent's attack was inflicted infinitely close to zero, not even 1/1000th of Chu-He's instant recovery speed. Raising my hand isn't an apology, it's because I think you still need to practice, brother. Post views, 10.060 Simulation, Family Ancestor, Invincible after 10,000 simulations Chapter 060. This transformation didn't last long. After all, you broke through naturally, not by force. These two things are different. With sufficient foundation, breakthroughs can be made naturally, and it won't take too long. After the transformation is complete, you slowly open your eyes, feeling your current strength, feeling your current power, feeling your current invincibility. And that lifespan of billions of years. Other powerful Dharma aspects only have lifespans of 1,000,000 years, but you have a lifespan of billions of years. These are all the changes. It makes you feel very comfortable and as if you are free and at peace. He raised his head, looking at the 6 auras that were incomparably weaker than his own, rushing towards him from all directions, and revealed an extremely ferocious smile. 6 Dharma phase level people on the roadside, coming quite fast. It came so quickly. It seems you're really eager to come here and seek death, since you came so quickly. Then I'll satisfy my former self's wish and take you in as my dogs. After the words fell, a few dozen seconds passed before all the Dharma aspect experts from the other regions arrived at the land of 10,000 nations. Existences at the Dharmakya level possess all sorts of incredible powers. When Daoxing Tianjun unleashed his power to fight the third brother, the remaining 4 Dharma phase level beings were able to detect them from such a great distance. The commotion this time is 100, 1,000, and 1,000,000 times greater. The previous 5 Dharma phases plus the 4th Dharma phase powerhouse who has been treated as such recently, unless they are blind. Everyone can see it, everyone can feel it, and after finding out, they will naturally come to see what is going on. Above the sky of the land of all nations, several spatial cracks were torn open. 10,000 Buddhas, dragons, Daoxing, vast seas, and Buddhas, etc. 6 old immortals emerged from the void, and after appearing, they didn't even look at the surrounding beings of the same level, completely ignoring them. They only looked down at the center of the universe. The golden figure standing tall above the sky only looks at you, the very center. His eyes were filled with horror. At some point, a being like this appeared in their Tianyun realm. The aura you exude is infinitely more powerful than all the people present combined. If you didn't still have the aura of the Dharmakya, they would all think you were a being above the Dharmakya. The difference is truly too great, it doesn't even seem like you're in the same realm. Senior, I wonder. Looking at you, vast sea heavenly monarch couldn't help but want to break the peace around him. But unfortunately, Chu-He number 4 didn't give him a chance, nor did he give anyone else a chance. Everyone, you guys beat up the third brother so badly last time. He said he would come back. Now, I'm back. Then I wonder if you're ready to be my dogs. He's a ruthless man who doesn't talk. Mew number 4, Chu-He, saw that everyone had arrived and, as he spoke, he began to mobilize his own vitality. The terrifying energy attached to his fist, emitting an extremely dense aura of death. Senior, is there some misunderstanding between us? Is it possible that you've misremembered us and we don't know you at all? Besides, there's no way we could possibly defeat you. The 6 people, their eyes wide open, felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through their hearts after hearing this. They know every word you say, but they don't understand when you combine them. With their tiny bodies, how could they possibly defeat you? And how come they didn't know they'd done it to you? That's not how you frame someone, is it? You're really lying with your eyes open, right? However, even though they knew you were lying, seeing your full hostility, the 6 Dharma aspect masters knew you were an enemy and did not hesitate at all. We immediately joined forces and prepared to fight you. There's no way you can run away. Where can you go in such a small area? It's better to fight. Compared to running away, they will think your strength is just a paper tiger, all show, because it's impossible for anyone to get around them. To become so powerful, besides talent, one also needs sufficient resources. To obtain these resources, one must compete with these Dharma phase forces. But they hadn't noticed any power competing with them in the past tens of thousands of years. If there wasn't any power, how could the other party be so powerful? Even the undisputed most gifted Lord Kongwu in the history of the Tianyun realm could not become so powerful without any resources to help him. This is not it, that is not it, so there is only one possibility, this person is just a facade. But they guessed wrong. Those who guess wrong will be punished. With a flash of his figure, the golden giant, number 4 Chu-He, without even turning on his rule body transformation, sped away at a speed invisible to the naked eye of the others present. He instantly appeared before vast sea heavenly monarch, and delivered a punch imbued with the power of the immortal rule, striking him squarely in the stomach. Boom! In an instant, this supreme Dharmakya slammed heavily into the earth. Millions of miles of land around it instantly turned to ash, and hundreds of nations vanished. A huge bottomless pit appeared on the ground. And Han Hai Tianjun was also severely injured by this blow and fell unconscious. You didn't use any power at all in this punch. Logically speaking, even if the opponent is severely injured by your punch, they will recover in a very short time and will not fall into a coma. A severely injured person can be killed, but not fall into a coma. But this punch of yours carries with it the principle of immortality. The attribute of immortality is multifaceted. Not only is your body and soul immortal, but the power of your attack is also immortal. Even if a punch lands, the damage done to others is indestructible. No matter how great the damage is, as long as the indestructible rule attribute attached to it cannot be erased, the damage will continue. Since he was in a state of constant severe injury and could never recover until the power of the rules disappeared, it was perfectly reasonable for him to be knocked unconscious by a single punch. 6 people minus 1 person, the whole process took only a fraction of a second, and before the others could react, they were already missing a person. And after they react. Post views, 9.